President's speech before Congress on Fox 4 tonight at 8 o'clock. Fox 4 will also present the Democratic response. It will be followed by Fox 4's after that. Fox 4 News after that. Your time now, 4:09. The First Lady urging lawmakers to take action against deepfakes and revenge porn. The battle against bullies and AI as a victim from North Texas speaks in Washington. Showers and storms taking over our Tuesday morning. What to expect as Evan breaks down the potentially severe weather. Hey, welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Your time now 4:12, 71 degrees outside. It is windy, a bit stormy too. We're going to check in with Evan in just a bit. But first, First Lady Melania Trump is urging lawmakers to pass the Take It Down Act. The bill filed by Senator Ted Cruz would make it a crime to post non-consensual imagery online, whether it be real or AI generated. The legislation would also require social media companies to take those images down within 48 hours. Experts say there's been a rise in explicit images or deep fakes created with AI. One North Texas victim says tech companies should be held accountable and take action.
I felt responsible and began to blame myself and was ashamed to tell my parents despite doing nothing wrong.
The shame, the violation, the loss of control, it all consumes you. We have the legislation to create accountability. Now we need the will to act.
In an era where digital interactions are integral to daily life, it is imperative that we safeguard children from mean-spirited and hurtful online behavior.
The bill has unanimously passed the Senate, but it's still awaiting a vote in the House. It's the First Lady's first major policy initiative since the start of President Trump's second term in office. A social media platform founder could be joining a group bidding to take over TikTok here in the U.S. Reddit co-founder Alexis Ohanian plans to join a group led by billionaire Frank McCourt and Kevin O'Leary. Ohanian, a venture capitalist and former executive chairman at Reddit, will serve as strategic advisor. McCourt has referred to his plans to buy TikTok as, quote, the people's bid, and wants to rebuild the app's algorithm on U.S. soil.
All right, let's talk about what's happening right now. I just want to take you into the Metroplex. We do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings at this point for Tarrant or Dallas County, but I want to show you at least your travel out the door. There's a little rain up by Carrollton and Plano, maybe a quick little downpour by Duncanville and DeSoto and over by Midlothian. You can see the radar sweep here. All these are racing up to the northeast. Now, there are warnings just to the west of Fort Worth. Here's Fort Worth. Here's over into Parker County and Wise County, so just to the west, out up to Decatur and just up to the Tarrant County border. So this includes Weatherford and Azle and Springtown and Poolville and over by Mineral Wells. And the warnings are, at this point, have strictly been for high winds. I mean, it's been windy outside all night, so you'd only add a few miles per hour to a 40, 45 mile per hour wind gust, and you're practically at severe limits. This one particular cell north of Jacksboro has some dime-size hail with it, maybe up to nickel size. We're not too worried about the hail sizes here. This is strictly a wind situation, and the fact that we now see some heavier rain developing out behind this towards Graham and Olney says to me that this may be intensifying here as it moves towards just north of Bridgeport and Runaway Bay. That'll be moving into parts of Montague County. So what we look for on this is you look at this, you scan it, and you see basically a straight line. We look for any areas that have wavy edges to them. Waviness can very often mean that we end up with a little spin-up tornado. We do not see that right now, but it doesn't mean it can't happen very quickly. You can see there's a thunderstorm near Nacona and Montague, and there's a little line out ahead of that, so there's probably some enhanced wind moving towards the Munster area and up towards the Red River as you go into Oklahoma. Farther south, we have no warnings in Erath County or Eastland County at this point. These storms are just under severe limits, producing some heavier rain. So here's the overview out of this. And it's ridiculous. We're at 70, 71 degrees. We've had temperatures going up the entire night. I mean, they are going up the entire night. And we are now practically at the highs of the day. And by the way, as we were talking right now, I do want to point out the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center just extended the tornado watch into North Texas. And you notice the temperatures right now at Graham just dropped to 49 degrees under what we call a cold pool. So Wichita Falls and Graham down to 49 and Breckenridge 49. Big change. 71 at Mineral Wells, 49 behind this front. And this tornado watch has now been expanded into the Metroplex. That just happened literally within the last couple of seconds. I walked off camera just to double check the chat session, and that is the case. And you can see dew points are in the 60s ahead of this. These are sustained winds, not the gusts. They are sustained to 20 to 30 miles per hour. And by the way, the brown area that you see is a wind advisory that's in effect. These are wind gusts, non-thunderstorm wind gusts to 40 and 45 miles per hour ahead of this line. That's what's been freaking everybody out all night. So again, you can see this line of storms with what we call a Pacific cold front. Temperature is now 47 in Abilene. So once this moves through here, 70 is going to drop into the 50s in the Metroplex for sure. It's even in the 40s out to the west of us. So the cold front will move through. You can see where the severe thunderstorm warnings are out ahead of it. The timing on this is as follows. About 5 to 7 in the morning. I mean, what is it? It's 4:15, 4:20 in the morning. So it's going to be pretty quick, 5 to 7 in the morning in the Metroplex, and then it will be out east a little more. I've given a broader range out east because we're seeing these showers and storms develop out ahead of the main line for our eastern counties, but 6 to maybe 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock would be out towards Tyler. So let's time it for you. Got this line of storms coming through. By 7 o'clock, the bulk of them have moved east of the Metroplex. Again, we could always see a brief spin-up tornado along the leading edge of the line. We have not seen any of these, but never be surprised to get a warning. Just make sure you have a safe place to go in the house if one does get issued. And also, with all the high winds, expect some power outages with this. We're going to have very high winds all day today behind this. You'll get sunshine late this morning through about early afternoon. afternoon. And then the backside of the storm comes through with even colder air and will probably start dropping late in the day as the winds shift to the northwest. Very strong winds all night long, maybe 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts. And tomorrow morning it's 43 degrees and windy. That's a chilly morning. We'll end up around 60 degrees in the afternoon. So I got your 7-day forecast. I'm going to step off camera for a second just to check the chat session to make sure we have no new warnings that have been issued. But the severe weather risk is early this morning. There is a tornado watch that is in effect. Will clear counties as each one goes by. Once this gets out of here, we turn mostly sunny for a while and then partly cloudy, and the winds are just howling all day long. Tomorrow is a windy day, 43 degrees. In the morning, 61 with sunshine in the afternoon. We've got temperatures in the 60s on Thursday, 70s as clouds break up on Friday. Saturday is a chilly day with 40% showers at this point as another system comes through, and then we'll spring forward. We'll gain the hour of sleep. Sunday looks like a sunny day, but rather cold in the morning, and Monday looks beautiful. And by the way, at this point, there are no new warnings to pass on. Again, just the tornado watch that has been cleared from most of the Metroplex.
Good to note, Evan. Thanks. Hey, you can find live radar on the Fox 4 weather app. The WAP gives you information on those watches and warnings. It's going to be a great day to stay weather aware. Just scan that QR code on your screen. It will take you right to the WAP. It is free to download. We have more on Fox 4 News just ahead, but first let's head over to Chip.
Thanks, Paige. So yes, we are concerned, and you see two more markers have been put up on the map. I've been investigating both of these areas in the last few minutes where we've had call-outs of incidents. One, southbound on I-45 approaching I-20. Good news, whatever the issue was, the vehicle that spun out right at the beginning of the ramp has been able to move away under its own power. So we're going to take that marker out. And then I-20, as one moves over around the interchange of Hampton Road, had a report of a crash heading in the westbound direction, and there too I haven't seen any long-term concerns, as that incident also has driven away quickly. You can see the flags there around that I-20 Hampton Road interchange just straight out, and I mean, Evan has been talking about these wind gusts, very significant. For drivers in Farmers Branch, notice how it's gotten slow moving toward Carrollton northbound on I-35E. I've been looking for a potential issue there in the last couple of seconds. There's a look just before Valwood Parkway as one approaches Beltline. And there, too, I think it's just more about gust fronts and things like that. Some rain showers have pushed through, and obviously that slows the speed temporarily from time to time. You see people hitting their brakes as they go up through this area, and I don't blame them. It's a very difficult time to be driving, so don't get out if you don't have to.
Good advice, Chip. Thanks. Your time now, 4:22 on this Tuesday morning. Coming up, after decades as an analyst, a key member of the Fox's NFL Sunday coverage is stepping away. We have details ahead. Hey, welcome back. Fox NFL analyst and former Dallas Cowboys head coach Jimmy Johnson is retiring from broadcasting. The Pro Football Hall of Famer made the announcement on Monday. Johnson has been a part of the Fox Sports team for more than 3 decades, most notably on the Fox NFL Sunday team. The 81-year-old started his broadcasting career after 2 Super Bowl wins with the Cowboys. He says he's going to miss the long career he built on the sports desk.
I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss all the guys, and I'll see them occasionally. But it has been a great run starting back 31 years ago.
Johnson took a short break from the Fox Sports team back in 1996 when he coached the Miami Dolphins through 1999. His co-hosts Terry Bradshaw and Howie Long have shared the desk with him since 1994.
So nothing really new to change since the last time we talked. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect that are in Parker and Wise County. That's my biggest concern, just west of the Metroplex right now, and it's about 4:30 in the morning. These things continue to race off to the east at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So again, in an hour, that's already going to blow past Denton, and it's already going to blow past Fort Worth into the mid-cities within the hour. So this is going to be 5 o'clock into the west side of Fort Worth. In some of these, I'm taking off just some of the pictures that we've got right now, but in some of these, I'm going to stop this weather service, and we can kind of see it here. I'm going to put up the velocity scan for you, and you can see some of these enhanced velocities right here out by Runaway Bay, some of the blue, and out by Weatherford. So we could be pushing 60-mile-per-hour winds in some of the strongest parts of the storm right now. So that's the biggest concern. You're going to have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, straight line winds. Again, no tornado warnings, although we have a watch in effect, and those watches will be pulled once this line goes through. So, Chip, it's 4:30 in the morning. There's some rain in the Metroplex, by the way, and a couple of downpours.
Yes.
But this should be moving through the Dallas. We're talking 5 to 6:30 this morning, 5 to 7. And once it pulls through, then we'll be on the colder side of it, the more stable side.
Okay, very good. Right now, we're looking at northbound 635 LBJ and through the Mesquite area. This is one of the rare spots where there were some overnight work crews in the area, and they just finished up. Yeah, that's a good idea since you have these storms bearing down on the area, and you can see the overall flow is still a touch slow in that location. So just wanted you to be aware of that. Driving right now in Tarrant County, this is Highway 121, just a little bit to the east of downtown Fort Worth, looking okay right now. That's a spot where we haven't seen any rainfall yet, and this is 114 as one moves past Whitechapel out of the South Lake area and over toward Grapevine toward the northwest corner of the airport. And again, overall, we are off to an okay start, but as these storms continue to move through, we have obviously greater and greater concerns for you getting out and about. So just be careful if you do have to get out in these elements. Back to you.
All right, Chip, thanks. Your time now is 4:28. West Texas health officials dealing with the growing measles outbreak as case numbers spike once again over the weekend. We're going to take a look at the latest data. SpaceX pushed back its planned test flight of the Starship mega rocket from Texas yesterday. Engineers at the SpaceX Starbase in Boca Chica called off the launch with just 40 seconds left in the countdown. It would have been the 8th test flight for SpaceX. Founder Elon Musk says there were just too many questions before launch and pointed to issues with gas pressure. It all comes after the last rocket exploded, sending debris across the Turks and Caicos. They could try to relaunch later today.
From the news leader, it's 4:30 a.m. This is Good Day on Fox 4.
Yeah, thanks for sticking with us here on Fox 4. Tuesday morning, Evan, it is a busy one. A lot of wind in the Metroplex. I know that tornado watch extended in the last few weather hits you've done. A lot to cover today.
Yeah, it's going to be mostly, I mean, at least the active part of it, what you and I consider active, which is thunderstorms, is just going to be for the next maybe 2 hours here in the Metroplex and a little bit longer for our eastern counties. So we're going to get through this together, but we do have the tornado watch. And we have not had a single. That doesn't mean we can't have some, but not a single tornado warning. These have strictly been for wind. Right now, the warnings that we have are out in Wise County, Parker County, and eastern Palo Pinto and Jack counties, and all the way up to the Red River. But the tornado watch is till 11 o'clock this morning. Just because it says 11 o'clock, it's all the way into basically the Louisiana border. So we'll be clearing a lot of our counties. I mean, the Metroplex should be out of this by 7 this morning, and our eastern counties out of it by 9 this morning. A couple of things I want to point out. I'll look at the rain in Dallas in a second, but this leading edge, this is the one we watch the closest, because as it's getting it's getting closer to Fort Worth and I-35W. It's in Runaway Bay and it's in Bridgeport. I've had reports of pea and dime size hail, which is not severe, but it is hailing a little bit in spots out by Weatherford. So what we look at in a lot of these, I'm going to stop the radar for a second. We don't see any right now, but you see how there are areas that bow out ahead of others. That's where you typically have some of the stronger winds that are surging out from this little line of storms. It's a squall line, but it's a wavy squall line. And every once in a while, you could have an area like this where there's a little bit of spin that comes up from the south. So that's what the National Weather Service does watch for the potential for at least these brief spin-up tornadoes. These are not the large ones that you see in the spring that everybody fears. Not that these are wonderful by any stretch of the imagination, but we continue to just look for this line for parts that would spin up. Like you see something here, just north of Toller. There's a little spin right here that could show up. At this point, not being issued for it. There's some hail approaching Weatherford. In the Metroplex right now, we do have some heavier rain that is falling over Dallas. This is not a severe storm. Look at how quickly this thing is racing off to the northeast. It's racing at about 50 miles per hour. There's rain all the way down into Johnson County, over into Hill County, Bosque County, then extends from Cleburne west over to Glen Rose. These are not severe, but these are just showers. Again, let's put up the entire thing, and you can see this giant squall line. The only concern here, and I pointed this out earlier, you see all the rain behind it. It's what we call a cold pool, and it's right now 49 degrees in that rain, and it's 70 degrees ahead of this. So what can end up happening out of this cold pool can help these storms not only move faster, but can generate more wind. So we do expect, as this moves into the I-35 corridor, which includes Fort Worth and Denton, within the next probably 30 minutes, there could be some 60 or 70 mile per hour winds. Let's track this for you right now. And again, this is moving at about 55 miles per hour. That's a fast clip. I mean, at 55 miles per hour, that's going to be almost to McKinney within the hour. That'll be about 5:30 this morning. The ones that are just west of Weatherford that we're keeping an eye on, in an hour, that's going to put it almost to Dallas. You're looking at 5:30, almost 6 o'clock in the morning. This is going to be in Fort Worth for sure by about 5 o'clock this morning. And again, the potential out of this is for high winds, some small hail. The most active time period is going to be 5 to 7 this morning. I'm not getting any reports, or at least any spin-ups on the line, but we have to keep very, very vigilant on this, just because of the fact that this is a favorable environment to see this. Areas to the east of the Metroplex, if you live all the way out by Terrell, Corsicana, Athens, Tyler area, you're talking 6 to 10. I say 6 just because there's some stuff out ahead of the line. We have to keep our eyes on that. This line is very, very potent, and we knew this would develop. It is a squall squall line. It is a traditional squall line. It is a strong one, but once it clears the area, notice what's going on out to the west. Everything is cleared out quickly. So we're going to get sun by later this morning, and in that sun could be some 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 45 or 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts from about noon through early this evening. So extremely windy. We have wind advisories in effect. Again, it'll be in the 50s this morning. By 9 o'clock, everything will have moved away. By noon, 66. Very strong winds this afternoon. Very small chance for a shower, mainly up on the Red River, and then it'll get a little bit chilly this evening. So let me put up the radar one more time before I toss it to Chip. The line is approaching I-35W. It's already in Weatherford. It's pretty much, as I look at this, about to be in Decatur. So Decatur to Weatherford, expect winds to 50, 60 miles per hour.
Wow.
There could be power outages.
Right.
So make sure if you're watching us right now, we stream all morning on our Fox app. You can watch us streaming even if the power is out at your house on your phone.
Yeah, I love that element, don't you? I mean, it's great to have. For drivers out and about in those areas where you have the big gust fronts, the other thing I want you to keep in mind if you're getting out and about or have to get out on the roadways is when you have a high-profile vehicle like an 18-wheeler, give it a wide berth. You never know if some gust could actually take one and flip it over. It can happen, and again, could be very dangerous. Right now, behind me, you can see here, this is I-35E around Meacham Boulevard. And let me just pull up the map real quick for those that are new to the area so you just kind of get a feel. We do have some activity that I want you to be aware of in the express lane transition area, but that's about it. And so just wanted you to be aware of that. It hasn't caused any big slowdown so far. Up further north, up in Denton County, have not seen a big concern on I-35W moving down toward the Texas Motor Speedway, or I-35E moving through the Corinth area and toward the Louisville Lake Bridge. On 635 LBJ, you see that pocket of slow traffic in the eastbound direction approaching the Hillcrest interchange. This is a shot from the High 5 interchange looking back at that area. And that's a spot where we just had some rain showers push through. Notice how that camera is getting jostled about because of the strong winds. And you do see some flashing lights moving through the area. Those are courtesy patrol units moving over to help an assisted vehicle on the right shoulder closer to Preston Road. Again, overall, people are handling the conditions well so far, but this is going to be a dangerous morning to be out. Paige?
All right, Chip, thanks. The measles outbreak in West Texas grew over the weekend. There are now 158 confirmed cases. That's up from 146 last Friday. The outbreak is still confined to 9 counties near Lubbock. The vast majority of patients are children who are either unvaccinated or whose vaccination status isn't known. One patient, an unvaccinated child, has died from this outbreak. There are a few isolated cases not included in the state's count. It includes cases reported in Rockwall, east of Dallas, and in Austin, where people contracted the disease after traveling abroad.
So we've been increasingly seeing more cases since last year, but we do see cases, import cases, routinely from Asia, Africa, the Middle East, when people travel and they're not vaccinated or they're under-vaccinated. So that does happen.
DSHS reports in recent days there has been an increase in vaccinations, especially in those affected areas of West Texas. For people who have been exposed, health officials advise you to call ahead to your doctor's office so you don't expose everyone in the waiting room. The measles virus can be airborne for up to 2 hours, which is one reason why it's so contagious. THC products in North Texas could see a full-scale ban pretty soon. The Texas Senate heard testimony Monday as it weighs a possible ban on all non-medical THC products. THC is a psychoactive ingredient in cannabis. Those in support of the ban say vape shops and convenience stores have been selling THC products through a loophole that allows hemp products to be sold here in Texas. Store owners say the bill would heavily impact local businesses. But police say the laws have allowed shops to sell stronger and unregulated products.
The circumvention of Texas law has led to the outright sale of these illegal products.
I speak on behalf of the growers in this state, the manufacturers, and the consumers. All SP3 will do is kill an industry that is thriving and take away jobs.
State officials say about 8,000 stores sell these type of products. SB3 would also raise the age requirement for the sale of CBD products to 21. The Pope's prognosis remains, quote, guarded after suffering another health setback. The Vatican says Pope Francis suffered 2 new respiratory crises on Monday. Doctors pulled large amounts of fluid from his lungs. He was put back on non-invasive mechanical ventilation. The Vatican says Pope Francis is alert. He's cooperating with doctors. He's been hospitalized for more than 2 weeks now for treatment of double pneumonia. 20 minutes to the top of the hour coming up. You're going to want to grab the rain gear before heading out the door this morning. We are dealing with some severe storms, potential damaging winds today, too. Evan breaks it all down next.
Just checking the chat session right here because we're about to get severe thunderstorm warnings for the... There they go. They're about to come out for the Metroplex. So it does include Tarrant County, Denton County. We're just warning out all ahead of this line right now. Western Dallas County is also part of this. And the reason I point this out, because I was just checking and talking to some of the emergency managers, we've had reports of damage in parts of Wise County and Parker County from wind gusts estimated 60, 65, maybe as high as 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we're going to put this warning in effect for Dallas and Denton County, even though the actual line of storms isn't there yet. The reason I'm telling you this is because emergency managers that run the sirens in the counties, they are authorized to sound their sirens for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Large hail, obviously tornadoes. This is not a tornado, but 70-mile-an-hour winds. Don't be surprised if you start hearing a couple of sirens out there. Again, this would not be for a tornado warning, but 70-mile-per-hour winds could easily do some damage. The actual line itself is west of Fort Worth. I don't see anything wavy enough in the line that would sit there and say to me that we have a spin-up tornado on this line, but still, we've had reports of 70-mile-per-hour winds up in parts of Wise County. Just to the north. I mean, the reports of damage, you can see this leading edge, this little bow that's here, that's where your stronger winds are going to be moving through Decatur right now. That'll be moving into eastern parts of Wise County at this hour and eventually into Denton County. There's some storms, at least some cells that are picking up around Louisville and Highland Village. And as we go farther to the south, while I don't have any warnings here, some of these storms are getting a little bit stronger. Got to watch these out ahead of the main line from Lake Whitney all the way. These will be going into Johnson County. So these are around parts of Hill County and Bosque County moving northeast. It's going to be pretty wet out ahead of it. So right now it's 4:45. It's almost 5 o'clock. Between 5 and 7 o'clock, this is going to be an issue for the Metroplex. I'm going to step off camera for just a couple of seconds here. I'm going to go put something up on the radar because I just want to inspect something myself that I'm going to look at here. Let's put this up for now, and then we're going to put up the winds and the velocities that we're seeing out of this. And you can see some of the higher velocities. Let me take the warnings off for you. Some of these higher velocities that are showing up here, especially as you get into the yellow areas, I mean, that's 70, forget about the gate-to-gate shear, but that's 73-mile-per-hour winds. So going through Parker County, that is very, very distinctly a severe thunderstorm worthy of not only a warning, but there may be some sirens. So again, sirens sounding not for tornadoes, but for high winds, potentially as they get into parts of Dallas County, Tarrant County, and Denton County. And notice the difference in temperatures that are dropping. I mean, Mineral Wells just dropped from 70 to 50 degrees or even 49. So it's a big drop along this. You can see the heavier rain behind it. So this has developed what we call a cold pool. So there's a lot of activity out ahead of this. It's obviously going to be this morning. By 7 o'clock, the bulk of this is already east of the Metroplex. It's 5 o'clock right now, so we just have to get through the next couple of hours. Areas to the east may linger through up to 9 o'clock. It could end up being 8:30. Once we get past that, we'll clear everybody from the tornado watch, and we'll just have an extremely windy afternoon with a couple of clouds. And the risks, again, through this morning are going to be for the high winds, 60, 65, and in some cases now we may even approach 70 miles per hour. The brief spin-up tornadoes, while we haven't seen them, 70-mile-per-hour winds are the equivalent of an EF0, so there could still be damage. And winds are expected to gust to 45 or even 50 miles per hour this afternoon, even once the sun returns. So the temperatures will drop into the 50s this morning, and then we'll have temperatures in the 60s to near 70 this afternoon. Again, as we look at this squall line coming in from the west, very apparent. We knew we were going to have this squall line. It is a Pacific cold front that is racing off to the east. Once it blows through, everything is going to dry out behind it. All the severe storms, the higher risk goes into East Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. And as this storm pulls away from us, we get a windy, it'll be a cool but sunny day for tomorrow. And then we'll watch the next system take place on Saturday. This will take shape and probably run in here Saturday with the chance for showers and some cooler temperatures. But the winds ahead of this system are going to be warmer winds on Friday. So 71 degrees today. Severe thunderstorm risk is early this morning through about 9 o'clock in our eastern counties. Tomorrow, 61, starting at 43. Thursday, chilly in the morning and 66 in the afternoon. And Friday, some clouds will break for sun and 78 before we turn cooler with some showers. Saturday, we spring ahead on Sunday. Temperatures will jump to 64 after starting at 39. And Monday looks like a beautiful day. So once again, we have severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for Tarrant County, Denton County, western Dallas County for high winds. Again, Chip, remind people if the sirens are sounding at this point, it's for wind.
And you can find live radar on the Fox 4 weather app. It gives you information on all of those watches and warnings as well. All you have to do is scan that QR code on your screen. It's a great time to download it. And the best part is it is free to download. Chip?
More and more impact points popping up as a result of these storms coming through. We mentioned earlier that there was some activity on I-35W at Meacham. That's been resolved, but I want to go next to 114. Notice how heavy it's gotten in the eastbound direction in the last couple of minutes. And I'm going to be contacting the folks over at the Texas Department of Transportation who control the camera at 114 in Whitechapel. If you look at that camera shot, you can see the reflective red and blue lights off the back of that overhead sign. There's definitely trouble in this area, and I will have them spin it around. You can see how the flow is slow approaching this area, and everybody is sliding out of the left lane. So that just gives you an idea as to what's new going on in that area that's heavily utilized on a regular basis. Driving on northbound I-35E at 635 LBJ, that is a spot when you add rain, it becomes an area where it's almost like a crash magnet. And sure enough, we have a wreck This is the first part of the crash folks are encountering on the right side of the roadway, and I'm going to be going to a shot that's kind of a more high-mass shot to show you further north. There is a closure of the left lane, so you're going to have to, again, slide to the right, back over to the left to continue up into Farmers Branch and Carrollton. Paige?
Chip, thanks. Dolly Parton's husband of nearly 60 years has died. Parton married Carl Dean back in 1966. He spent most of their marriage out of the spotlight. He was a businessman who owned an asphalt paving business in Nashville. In a statement, Parton said, "Words can't do justice the love we shared for over 60 years. Thank you for your prayers and sympathy." Dean will be laid to rest in a private ceremony. He was 82 years old. Well, the Dallas Mavericks are dealing with more injuries as their biggest star takes a spill on the court. Kyrie Irving suffered a left knee sprain in the first quarter as Dallas hosted the Sacramento Kings. Irving shot free throws with tears rolling down his face before leaving the floor. The Mavs also lost guard Jaden Hardy, who left with a right ankle sprain in the third quarter. The team did not provide an update on Irving's injuries after the game. Meanwhile, a new Mav led the struggling team at the AAC last night. Kai Jones, signed by Dallas yesterday, ended the night with 21 points and 9 rebounds against Sacramento. Kyrie Irving ended his night with 5 points. He only played for 9 minutes. Dallas lost this one 122-98. The team now heading to Milwaukee to face the Bucks tomorrow night.
All right, again, we're going to continue to monitor this line as it pushes into the Metroplex. It's on the doorstep of I-35. I-35W, obviously, and we've had reports of damage just from straight-line thunderstorm winds that have moved into Wise County. This entire line, Wise, Parker County, Weatherford, it is approaching the Tarrant County border. The only thing we're going to take a look at for 1 second here, because I've seen this in a couple of scans, and I'm going to stop the radar for a couple of seconds out by Crescent. Now, you notice the enhancement right there, and the only thing that we're going to look at to see if we do have some rotation in this. There's a little bit of rotation in this. I'm looking at this. The leading edge of this is running up 377 as you go to Benbrook, right there. So if there is a tornado warning, it would be a short tornado warning for parts of western Tarrant County, southwestern Tarrant County. This would run just probably south of Benbrook and then towards, say, the Burleson, Everman, Forest Hill, I-20 area. Other than that, what we're looking at on this is just a lot of wind. All of this, I'm going to take some of the warnings off because that's a little too much. But the winds, these velocities on the winds have been pretty excessive here. The winds have easily been in excess of 60 and 70 miles per hour. You notice the velocities showing up 70 miles per hour parts of Tarrant County and Parker County, so expect some damage from this. There's going to be trees down. There's going to be power outages in your area as this crosses through. And for those of you that probably want to know when is this coming into my area, this line is moving at about 55 miles per hour. So at 55 miles per hour, this is going to move extremely quickly. The line itself, I'm going to put up a 55-mile-per-hour wind movement, and that's going to take it through Dallas before 6 o'clock this morning. It's going to take it up through McKinney before 6 o'clock this morning. And we do have a little thunderstorm that's out just around North Richland Hills headed to DFW right now. So there could be some heavier downpours ahead of it. So again, we have sirens that have been activated, already reports of that. It is not for tornadoes at this point. It is strictly for the winds. Sirens can be activated for large hail, damaging winds, or tornadoes. In this case, it is strictly for the fact that we have had some damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. So, Chip, this is going to be a busy next couple hours. Expect power outages at your house. There could be some trees down, fences down, some house damage. We'll be tracking it.
Right. Obviously, side streets, you're going to be wanting to look around. Signal lights flashing red in all directions. That'll be something that will also follow suit. So, again, treat all those as a four-way stop sign and watch out for the other guy. Northbound on the East Loop, just got confirmation of a crash moving up towards the Lancaster Avenue interchange. It's on the right side of the roadway. Quick look right now with the TxDOT camera at the activity as one moves on Highway 114 through the Whitechapel area. You have, again, only the right lane getting through in that location and a wreck northbound on I-35E approaching 635 LBJ in Dallas. Right side of the roadway initially blocked, and then further north closer to Valley View. Oh, good news there. That part of the crashes have been cleared away. Good Day's back right after this.
Hey, welcome back. A restaurant with a really unique business model is opening up in Arlington this week. The Taste Project is a nonprofit organization that aims to provide high-quality meals to underserved communities facing food insecurity. The restaurant has no set menu prices, but instead asks their guests to pay what they can, whether that's what they're able to afford or if they want to pay a little bit extra. The restaurant, located just north of UTA on Cooper Street, has its grand opening tomorrow at 11 a.m. Such a good concept. Good Day at 5 starts now.
Waking up all North Texas. Good Day continues at 5 a.m.
We are waking up to a turbulent Tuesday as storms sweep across North Texas. This is a live look at the radar. Evan tells us how long it will be before the showers let up.
Now, 2 people, including a child, killed in a shooting in Dallas. Who police believe is behind that violent attack? Ahead.
President Donald Trump expects to address Congress on Capitol Hill tonight. What to expect ahead of his speech.
Good morning. It is Tuesday, March 4th. I'm Shannon Murray. Ooh,
and I'm Paige Ellenberger.
Noisy night last night.
Oh, my goodness. Noisy night, noisy morning, too.
Yeah.
We are tracking severe weather across North Texas this morning. This is the view from one of our crews heading west on I-30 toward Tarrant County. Evan has been tracking all of this. I know you've had a busy morning, Evan, just checking these watches and warnings and seeing when and where this front is moving through.
Yeah, and we've got something pretty important right now, because I told you a couple of minutes ago there was a little area of rotation in southern parts of Tarrant County on the Johnson County line. National Weather Service just put out a tornado warning for this, so we're going to stay with this for a little while, folks. Expect this to go on for a little bit as we track this. I'm going to take the actual warnings off just so you can see the line of storms, and we'll go down to street level in a second and track this for you. But I do want to at least tell you that this line is just on I-35. I-35W right now. It extends from Gainesville all the way down to Denton, all the way down to Fort Worth, and extends farther to the south. It goes all the way. This is a squall line, pretty solid squall line right now that goes all the way down past the Waco area and just to the west. It is moving at roughly 50 to 55 miles per hour. And with that kind of speed on it, I'm going to track some of these cells for you, but with that kind of speed that it's moving, this is going to be pushing through the entire Metroplex by about 6:30 this morning. Let me get some cities up here for you, and then we'll track the actual squall line. 55 miles per hour with that kind of speed, that's an hour's worth of movement. So you're already past Dallas by 6 o'clock this morning. That's how fast this is moving. The actual storms, they have produced 70-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to look at the tornado storm, or at least the rotating storm, in a second. But I do want to give everybody a heads up at this point because of the velocities that we're getting on this. The wind velocities, we'll take off the warnings just for 1 second here, but the wind velocities, anything in this dark blue that you're seeing right here moving into Tarrant County, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Focus on the number on the bottom. That's a 70-mile-per-hour wind. That's why sirens are sounding. All the emergency managers are authorized to sound sirens for 70-mile-per-hour winds, not just the possibility for tornadoes. So now we're going to take this down to street level and get you into the area where the circulations are. And you can see 3 distinct circulations that are showing up here. You can see one of them that is just west of Crowley at this point, and one of them that is in northern parts of Johnson County. So the circulation that is just west of Crowley is the one that probably has the biggest concern right now. This is moving just towards, it looks like it's going to track. I'm going to give you the last couple of frames here, at least maybe the last 3 frames, because these things move so quickly. The actual circulation centers can move at a speed that goes at about 50 miles per hour. This circulation tracking in this direction, and it is eventually going to be on I-35W. So there's the last 15 minutes of that. You can see it moved into Tarrant County, just south of Benbrook, and now that circulation has already jumped to Crowley. That's 1 scan. Wow. That's how fast these things are moving. These spin-ups can be awfully quick. That's already almost outside of the tornado warning right now. I'm going to put the warning up here for you to see, but the tornado warning does extend It's already almost to I-35W, so that'll include the Burleson area, Mansfield. Yes, you're under a tornado warning, but these are for these brief spin-ups on the leading edge. I mean, don't focus too much on that, because the fact that these would only enhance maybe the speed another 10, 15 miles per hour above where you're at right now. Most of the winds have been 70 miles per hour. These little spin-ups could produce 80-mile-per-hour winds or sometimes 85-mile-per-hour winds. Let's put up the radar one more time so we can see this for a second here. And the radar at this point, we'll take off some of the warnings, even though you see the tornado warning listed right there. The tornado warning, or at least the spin-ups, I'm not even seeing them that much. They're getting into the radar range, would be just here, just north of Joshua, and just south of I-20. That's where they are. Just had a report, by the way, in Cook County of a semi-trailer blown on I-35 that is just north of Gainesville. Chip's looking at me right now like, where can I go find that? It's north of Gainesville on I-35, Chip. By the way, these storms, I'm going to show you right now because they do extend through the entire Metroplex. This is a squall line as expected, and the squall line is racing to the east. It is now in Fort Worth. It is in Saginaw. It is up to Keller. It is through Justin, moving up towards the Denton area. You can see some of these little wavy parts. That's what we talk about, these little wavy parts like the one approaching Sanger. You can always get these brief little spin-ups on some of the wavy parts of the line. There's another wavy part down here by Justin, so don't be surprised if we have additional warnings for spin-ups this morning. That's one of these things we expected. We also have a thunderstorm. I do keep an eye on ones that are out ahead of it, just in case. This one is over Coppell, moving into Carrollton, Louisville, the Colony at this hour. This storm is producing lightning and maybe some pea-sized hail as it races northeast towards Plano and Frisco. Just looking at one of the reports, just got a 76-mile-per-hour wind reported in North Fort Worth as this has gone through. So this line has produced 76-mile-per-hour winds up here. I realize that everybody focuses on where the tornado warning is, and again, we'll put the warning up on you on radar. This is down in southern parts of Tarrant County right now. But again, this warning is for just these little spin-ups along the leading edge. They're tracking so fast, moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. These things will be in Mansfield within the next probably 15 minutes, running right along the Tarrant and Johnson County line. If you live out ahead of this, now the warning itself extends into Dallas County. This warning is in Dallas County, and it goes into western parts of Dallas County. That is till 5:30 this morning. So here's the last hour's worth of data, and Dylan's just getting in right now, so Dylan's going to jump on and join me in a couple of seconds. But we continue to, the sirens have been sounded for Tarrant County, Denton County, western Dallas County. So if you hear the siren, it does not mean a tornado warning for your area necessarily. It can just be for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it just got the official over in North Fort Worth, winds gusting to 75 miles per hour. So that's going to knock down trees, power lines. You're going to have power outages. Temperatures behind this, by the way, have dropped into the 40s out around Weatherford and Mineral Wells. So pretty solid line of storms with a pool of colder air behind it, and it is accelerating again at 50 miles per hour. So to track these things, I mean, realistically, these are going to be racing through. They're already in Denton, and with this kind of speed of 50 miles per hour, at 6:10 this morning, they're going to be east of McKinney. At 6:10 this morning, they're going to be over to Rockwall. And at 6:10 this morning, they're going to be probably close to Waxahachie. So these will be through the Metroplex by 6:30 this morning. We just have to get through about the next hour or so in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They will be in the eastern counties as well. So again, we're going to look down towards the tornado warning right now that we have. I'm going to put up a velocity scan for you just to see if I can see any additional areas of rotation, because these things can come and go very, very quickly. And it's also over the radar site, which concerns me because sometimes you don't see them. If there was a little bit of rotation, it would be over Crowley right now, right over I-35W. This thing would be moving right over I-35W. You're not going to see these little spin-ups. I mean, these little spin-up tornadoes, again, could only be EF zeros. They're very, very brief. But this would be moving towards the Rendon area over by Everman, Mansfield, 287. So if you live in that area, yes, you can take shelter, interior room at the house, away from the walls. But again, a lot of people are going to be experiencing 70-mile-per-hour winds with this. I'm putting this up here just because of the fact that anything in this blue is, we just had a confirmation of this, 70, 75-mile-per-hour winds. Anything in the blue area, you're pushing that. So these high winds that we're looking at on the radar right now will be moving into parts of Tarrant and Denton County. I'm going to put the wind part into motion for you so you can see where these strong winds have been moving over the last 30 minutes. And this blue area, this blue that you see, the bright blue, is moving up. That's going to be moving into Denton County, towards Highland Village and Louisville. The blue area will be moving towards DFW and Grapevine. That could be 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So which camera is that?
Line wind area of I-35W
Reisinger.
Which I-35W Reisinger. That spot down on I-35W between Burleson and I-20, and you can see those winds coming across I-35W that you were mentioning. If we could take remote 13.
I got remote 13.
Good, thank you.
We go.
Perfect. There you go.
Let's punch up remote 13. So this is right along the line where this is crossing through.
And you can just see those straight line winds coming straight across the roadway. Very dangerous situation right now, trying to move through that area. And you can see the folks really struggling to move through that spot right now. So big concerns. I mean, again, you were talking, what, 70-mile-an-hour gusts?
Yes, 75-mile-per-hour winds or 70-mile-per-hour winds. They're going to do just the same amount of damage as an EF0 tornado could do. It's going to knock down some trees. You're going to blow over power lines. There's going to be power outages with this. And in this case, you know, I'm looking at the chat session right now, and I'm not seeing any additional information on the rotation. These areas of rotation are very small and brief, and really the focus on them, people focus a little bit too much on them because some of these stronger winds are outside of where we're seeing these warnings. Getting wind gusts to 40, 50, 60, I just see 61 mile per hour in downtown Fort Worth at this point. So we've had 60 mile per hour winds in downtown Fort Worth. I'm going to put up the radar again for you right now. Thank you, Chip. And if you see anything else, just let me know. Again, tornado warning continues for southern Tarrant County. But back into this, I'm going to take the warnings off so everybody can see them. This is up by Haltom City. This has nothing to do with where the actual storms or the tornado warning is, but you see this little Boeing shape here, and you see this little S shape, and it's called the line echo wave pattern. And when you see a wave pattern like this right here, that's going to be just on 820 south of Bedford. That's where you can see some of these brief little spin-ups. And even though the Weather Service hasn't put out any warnings for it, that's one of the places we would look. As you go farther and farther down the line, unfortunately, where the warnings are right now, this is right over the radar site. That's where you see a little hole right there. I'm not seeing any additional rotation in this at this point, so my gut would tell me the tornado warning will end up being canceled out of this for Tarrant County, but it continues officially till 5:30. I'll check with the Weather Service, but I want to scan up this line for people all the way into just areas east of Fort Worth. Again, watching that area towards Bedford where we could have a brief little spin up where you see that little appendage coming out. We scan all the way up towards Trophy Club, Flower Mound. That's just basically straight line winds that are coming out there, and into Denton County. Just had a gust, by the way, in North Fort Worth of 72 miles per hour. So these winds obviously mean business. Denton, nothing major going on over there, and all the way up to about the Red River, not seeing anything additional. Thank you, Dylan. Dylan just got me some water. You can tell it's been a little while here that we've been going all morning. And the line itself extends. I want to look at this little storm that's down here in Johnson County, just because you don't like to see some of these storms out ahead of the main line. I'm going to put it into motion for about the last 30 minutes just to watch this one out by Grandview, headed towards Maypearl. That is moving towards Venus and Midlothian. That storm itself, not severe, but there's rotation in the atmosphere, so we could always watch that produce a brief spin up and some higher winds, maybe some pea-sized hail as it moves into western parts of Ellis County. Again, back to where the warnings are. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I don't see the rotation, or at least the little areas of rotation that we saw when the storm was moving through the Burleson area. Looking at the Weather Service here, at this point, we're not talking anymore about tornado warnings. We're really just concerned about severe thunderstorm warnings that are going on. And these severe thunderstorm warnings, that's why you're getting the siren sounded at your house. I'm going to put up the velocity scan for you one more time so we can look at some of the velocity. County. Here's the latest look at the radar right now, and the latest look at the radar does show these already over towards the DFW area. This actual line, I'll extend it out for you. This line itself is right through Denton, and you can see a little appendage right here just to the north of Denton up around Sanger, and we looked at that. This line itself extends all the way down the Metroplex. It is now through a good chunk of Tarrant County where we're getting 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And it also extends into parts of Johnson County. This will be in Dallas County very shortly. So it is, what, 5:15 in the morning. If you live, I'm going to take some of the warnings off because they can clutter the screen right here. But if you live in Dallas County, you're going to be getting these in short order. Here's the last 30 minutes of radar data. And as this moves off to the east, we're having some storms out ahead of it. Of course, we always have to watch these individual storms you see, the one by Hillsborough, those could always go severe. But the line itself, the leading edge of the 70 mile per hour winds or 60 mile per hour winds all the way into eastern parts of Tarrant County right now. It's about to move into Dallas County. It's going to move into Collin County rather shortly. And at this point, it's not severe. As you get into Johnson County, we haven't had the high wind reports. You're going to see the highest wind reports here in Tarrant County and parts of Denton County. Chip, you got another shot up I'm going to pull up right now. Where is that?
That's going to be over on the west side of Fort Worth as one moves through White Settlement southbound and then continues down past the Silver Creek interchange. You can see the left side of the roadway is blocked by a recent crash in that area. So please note that. Trying to move down toward the I-30 interchange into that construction zone. We had some earlier troubles, Evan, over on I-30 on the east loop as one moves in the northbound direction up past the Craig Street interchange. That accident has cleared, so that's a positive thing. We have some flash flooding issues on a lot of roadways. One area that we have concerns about in the South Lake area here on 114 heading in the eastbound direction. You can see only one lane getting through. There's some activity on the left side of the roadway that's making it even more difficult to move through this area. And you can see those strong winds, as Evan has been mentioning, gusting in times over 70 miles an hour in spots.
Denton just came through with a report of 60 mile per hour winds.
60 there in that area initially?
Yes, that's Denton was a recent report right now.
So again, those are some of the spots that we've been concerned about in the last few minutes in Tarrant and Denton County. Just a quick note for the better in Dallas County. All earlier troubles on northbound I-35E approaching 635 LBJ had cleared, but in the last 10 seconds, there was another call out of a crash. And sure enough, traffic is jamming up again in that area, trying to make the transition up past the Farmers Branch area. So again, a lot of troubles popping up all over the place right now as a result of all of the rainfall, Evan.
Okay, yeah, I'm taking over the radar just for 1 second. And again, we've had a lot of reports of 60, 65, 70 mile per hour winds with this line as it's going through. The Weather Service is continuing the tornado warning. I'll put it up here for briefly 1 second. They continue it for southern parts of Tarrant County, northern Johnson County. I'll be honest with you, I'm not seeing any of the rotation that we saw just a couple of minutes ago, but I am seeing it in different places right now. I'm going to put up our velocity scan. I mean, you can see just by the Mansfield area, there's a little, at least, area that's come up from the south. That's where there's a little bit of rotation. It appears kind of weak to me. I'm going to take the warnings off so we can see it, but I'm actually seeing some other areas. This one actually has more of my attention than anything else that is approaching Euless. This area right here, that is just, that's another little spin up on the leading edge. That's Bedford, Euless area. That's going to be on 183 or probably as you get just east of 820, and that's just south of DFW Airport. It's hard to take it back a couple of scans because these things are moving so fast. Here, I'm taking this back a couple of scans, and you can see where this is coming in from at this point. Right there, that was the last scan. You see right just south of 183, and that'll be approaching Euless. So you folks over in 183, I would expect at least enhanced winds at this point, maybe some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, maybe 75. Let's see. I'm looking at the Weather Service in the chat session. They are not going to continue the warning. That's exactly what I just discussed about this. We weren't really seeing the rotation on the leading edge. The National Weather Service is going to cancel that tornado warning for parts of Tarrant County and over in Johnson County. But the more important thing for everybody that's out there, again, that tornado warning is going to be canceled, which is good news for all you folks over in Tarrant County, northern Johnson County. But still be aware, straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour are distinctly possible here. I'm going to throw on a plot. Let me see if I can give you a quick temperature plot here. 69 in Dallas, 53 in Fort Worth, 49 over in Mineral Wells. So we got this air rushing down from high above, has cooled the air down to 47 over in Granbury at this hour, while it's still almost 70 over in Waxahachie. So that's one of the big differentials along this front. Again, these are all for 60 mile per hour winds. Let's put up the velocity scans one more time so we can see some of these stronger winds that are pushing through. Winds up around Louisville, 68 mile per hour winds approaching Louisville at this hour. Let's take some of the warnings off here. Again, these winds are probably going to be the bigger part of the story, 65 mile per hour winds. Expect power outages, and the power outages could go for a little while. So please be careful. Make sure you have a flashlight ready. You can watch us streaming. You can always watch us streaming on your phone. Make sure you have a way to charge the phone, because we never know. We've been through this before, and we've seen how you could lose power, and it could last for quite some time. Let's, again, take the warnings off and put this into motion for you for the last hour's worth of data, just so we can see how quickly this line is moving. This line is moving at about 50 miles per hour, and it is racing to the east, so it's already almost into Dallas. At 50 miles per hour, this thing is going to take it. What time is it? It is 5:20 in the morning. Sometimes I have to stop and look for a second. But at 5:20 in the morning, this thing's already going to be to Greenville. It's already going to be through Dallas and probably up to Terrell by 6:30 this morning. So this is moving even faster than we originally anticipated. And the southern part of the line will be into Corsicana by about that time. So this is going to be through the Metroplex. The worst of what we're getting right now, probably over by about 6:30 this morning. Still have to watch. Who's talking to me? What would you like? Okay, yeah, they can hear sirens in Fort Worth, and thank you. And as I explained earlier, sirens get sounded for several reasons. Everybody calls it a tornado siren, but it's not. It's a warning siren. And in this case, they're being sounded for 70 mile per hour winds, not tornadoes. The tornado warning is going to be canceled for parts of Tarrant and Johnson County at this point. So this one particular cell that I've circled here around Maypearl, approaching Italy, has produced some pea-sized hail and even dime-sized hail. So that'll be headed towards Waxahachie and Italy and I-35E. Again, parts of this line do have the wavy impact to it. You can see this little wave right here as it's gone through Euless and over towards Grand Prairie, the west side of Irving. That's going to be on 183. So that could always produce a brief little spin up. We always watch those. That's one of those line echo wave patterns where you see that little wavy part. I'm scanning this line right now with you just to see if there's anything else. Frisco, Prosper, got some thunderstorms. These are not severe, but they could be producing lightning and heavier rainfall as they move up very, very quickly. You can see the cells ahead of the line are moving northeast very quickly. That'll be moving into Grayson County up around Van Alstyne. Melissa, and the Anna area. And at this point, I'm not seeing anything that screams anything worse than we have seen, although that cell right there just kind of caught my attention just because of the little bit of rotation to it. That is south of Midlothian at this hour. This one particular cell right here may have some inflow south of Midlothian, so we'll watch potential for rotation. This would be moving towards Glen Heights, southern parts of Dallas County, just to the north of Midlothian. So that's something that we'll be keeping our eyes on. Chip, you have anything else that you found on the
I did want to give an update regarding the crash on northbound I-35E moving up past 635 LBJ. If you could bring that up for me, Evan, on your router on 13, that would be awesome.
You got it right there.
So there is a look at the bumper-to-bumper traffic. The wreck, and it's the second one of the morning in a very dangerous spot, is scattered to the left and right side of the roadway. Here's a better shot of that. And you can also see how the strong winds are just bouncing this camera around. You can see a pickup truck facing the wrong direction, and then another vehicle that is up against the median wall there that separates the main lanes from the express lanes in that area. So again, very dangerous driving conditions everywhere on the roadways right now. Just a quick look at the traffic flow trying to move over in Tarrant County. Again, we've had a lot of concerns recently, and you can see here, and what I wanted to show you is every single camera where I wanted to show you crashes, the video streams have been knocked offline, which just means that all these strong winds are creating havoc. So when you're talking about out and about on the roadways in Tarrant County right now, watch for, again, big-time issues as far as signal light malfunctions, side street floodings, low-lying areas. We've seen some flooding, for example, on I-30 around that exit ramp around Summit Avenue in the last few minutes. So that is definitely worth noting. This, Evan, right now is northbound I-35E moving up into the Waxahachie area. That cell that you were talking about that had moved through the Italy area is getting ready to bear down right now into this location, but hasn't actually gotten across I-35E yet, coming over from Highway 67 in the Midlothian area. And you can see again right now the conditions are okay, but obviously will deteriorate rapidly here in the next couple of minutes.
All right, thank you, Chip. And I want to punch up the radar one more time, just to give you an idea that pretty much every cell along this line has been expanded and warned for. So if you're getting a siren in Dallas County, or eventually it's going to be Collin County, pretty much expect you're going to get a warning ahead of this line. And it's not necessarily for tornadoes. While it does show a tornado warning, that'll expire. The Weather Service has already acknowledged that it's going to expire at 5:30 this morning. So when it expires in Tarrant County, it'll be done. We're not seeing any rotation. And there's your newest warning. The Weather Service is warning out ahead of all these cells. I'm going to take this off for 1 second, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning that has now been issued for Dallas County. That includes Dallas, Collin, Kaufman, Rockwall, Hunt counties, and that goes all the way probably till I'm going to see exactly what time they're putting them out for. They are putting them out till 6:15 this morning. So this is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. There could be some hail up to dime size with this. We're not really seeing some really big hail, but we are definitely seeing some hail out of these cells. They're smaller hail reports. Let me put this into motion for everybody so we can see the last 30 minutes, because these things are racing so quickly. Now, there's a cell out ahead of this near Waxahachie. We got to keep a close eye on that. That's producing a lot of lightning and at least some dime-size hail. And we've had wind gust reports of 60 to 70 miles per hour, even in the Metroplex. Grand Prairie just reported a wind gust of 60 miles per hour as this has moved through. And you can see this whole line, and there's wavy parts of the line. We always get concerned with the little wavy parts of the line, but these are moving into Dallas County right now. So these are going to be into Collin County by 6 o'clock this morning. They're in Dallas County right now. If anything, if there's any good news out of this, by 6:30, a good chunk of this will have moved east of the Metroplex. However, eastern counties, you're still going to be under the gun through a good part of this morning. I'm waiting till 5:30 because I don't really want to show that tornado warning anymore, because realistically, most of that has already moved on. The line itself, as it gets into Dallas County. You see the lightning here, but the line itself is generally straight. So we're looking at just straight line winds that are going into Dallas County. I'm going to check some of the winds, and anything in that yellow right there, boy, those yellow, up around Carrollton, 70-mile-per-hour winds. You get into Collin County right now. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds that are approaching Plano at this point. So you're going to see a lot of winds of 60 to 70 mile per hour, and the sirens are sounding for those winds. Chip, go ahead.
That's the south end of the DFW airport, 183 county line. You see that edge of the squall line and the strong winds moving through that area right now. So again, that is something you've been following here closely, Evan, and just extremely dangerous situations with wind gusts. I guess the positive is we haven't had any crashes happen on these roadways with the strong winds. But again, just wanted to show you where that leaning edge is that Evan has been discussing as it continues to plow quickly over into Dallas County.
Yeah, realistically, if I could give anybody some good advice who's sitting at home, or if you're watching us on streaming, we do appreciate that. But just got DFW just came in with a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust.
You can see that across the roadway there at County Line Road, how it's just streaking across. You can see those wind sheets just getting pushed hard across the roadway.
74-mile-per-hour winds reported over at the DFW airport. So that is an official one. There's going to be obviously a ground stop there, and you can see all this heavy rain. I'm putting up the wind velocities just again so we can see all these strong winds. Yeah, a severe thunderstorm warning now is going to be extended through parts of Dallas. I don't see any more tornado warnings. The good thing, at least I can say, is that the tornado warnings have actually been discontinued. So there's no more tornado warnings, but these storms, this line of storms that you're looking at, this basically a squall line, has had winds that are equivalent to an EF0 tornado. So don't sit there and go, oh, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a legitimate one. And that's why the National Weather Service and all of your sirens are sounding. Again, that's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and they're legitimate. They're moving through Dallas. They're moving through Ellis County. They're moving into Collin County. They're moving through Denton County at this point. The history on this, basically, they're going to head to Addison, Farmers Branch, and the Carrollton areas. So if you live in any of these areas, I'm not seeing anything that's worthy of a spin-up on the leading edge of the line. If that's... Everybody freaks out about tornadoes, but this is not one of those times I'm really too concerned about tornadoes. The winds we're getting are as strong as an EF0 tornado, and they're going to knock trees and power lines down. This is approaching the Colony, moving into Frisco, moving into Plano at this hour. It's over Louisville. It's over Carrollton. It's headed right to the city of Dallas. It's in Irving and Grand Prairie, and farther south over to Duncanville, DeSoto. That cell over in Waxahachie is probably the strongest in terms of lightning. There's probably a little bit of hail with this. I mean, I can look at this with a hail scope in a second. I'm not really too concerned about hail. Sure, there's some hail around Maypearl and Waxahachie. It could be dime-sized hail, but this isn't the kind of hail that's going to cause a lot of damage at this point. This is more about the straight-line winds that have been blowing through this area. And again, we go down to this line, and I'm going to put the warnings on just so everybody can see, and you can see all the warnings that are along this line and ahead of it. Let's widen this out. That tornado warning, by the way, goes all the way down south. That's more south of the Waco area. So this line itself is up through Sherman, through DFW, now approaching Lake Whitney, and this will be east of Dallas by about 6:30 this morning. So again, if you have plans to travel out, it's going to be raining behind it. There's some good rain behind this, and as I showed you earlier, as we plot the temperatures on this, you are talking about temperatures that have dropped from 70 in Dallas to 50 in Fort Worth. So it's a 20-degree temperature drop as this line of storms has come through. Flooding hasn't really been a huge concern, but we're definitely seeing some decent rainfall rates with this. I've seen about an inch and a half of rain could cause some minor ponding of water on the roadways as it's coming through, and then of course it will likely begin to just work its way out of the area after the storms move through. Again, we're putting up radar for you. The sirens have been activated, so anywhere you live in Dallas County, Kaufman County, Rockwall County, Hunt County, over in Collin County, Denton County, Grayson County, basically most of North Texas, you're going to get the sirens for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. They are outdoor warning sirens and not tornado sirens. We don't have a single tornado warning in the area right now. I'm going to put this into motion for you one more time just so everybody can see where it's going. Producer, what would you like to do right now? Because the warnings themselves, you can talk to me. Okay. We're gonna come back to me though. We're not going to go strictly. We're going to go back to the anchors, and then we're going to come back to here because these storms are actually crossing the Metroplex again with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and lots of power outages. So let's go to the studio, and then we'll come back to weather pretty quickly.
All right, Evan, thanks for the information. Of course, the severe weather has major potential to impact your morning commute.
Yeah, let's check in with Fox 4's Dan Godwin. He's in downtown Fort Worth as those storms are sweeping through. Dan.
Well, the worst of it, Shannon, may have swept through a few minutes ago. The force of this storm is diminishing. It feels like somewhat. We headed out this morning, heading west from Dallas towards Fort Worth, and as we neared downtown, we had to get off the freeway because the rain was falling at such an intensity and the winds were blowing. Yeah, it felt like those really strong winds that Evan's been talking about. It was no longer safe to be on the freeway, so we maneuvered into downtown Fort Worth, where we encountered, of course, a fair amount of street flooding and some ponding. And as we headed down the street here in Fort Worth, at one point, a street sign appeared out of nowhere. Again, visibility was still pretty poor. Luckily, our photographer, Ricardo, was able to maneuver around that large street sign in the street, and we didn't make contact with it, but that could have been a situation for us. Certainly, it's a good reminder that given the strength of these winds, you may encounter debris in the street that you wouldn't ordinarily see. We're gonna see if we can head now closer to where the storm is moving. Let me, for now though, I'll throw it right back to Evan Andrews to give us the latest update. Evan.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I do appreciate it. I mean, we have no new warnings that have been issued. These are just the current warnings, but as the storm and the line, this is strictly a squall line. I mean, the good news is we haven't really talked about lots of tornado reports. A lot of people get worried. We are under a tornado watch officially, but the line itself continues to race off to the east. As a matter of fact, we've had several reports of 70 to 75 mile per hour winds. Well, I say that's the same strength as an EF0 tornado. Dylan behind me will remind me that's also hurricane force winds. So there have been some hurricane force winds. There's going to be a lot of trees down, power outages. As a matter of fact, I'm just looking at another report. Let's see, DFW did come in officially at 74 mile per hour winds. So we've had, that's pretty much hurricane force right there. Let's take some of the warnings off because sometimes the warnings overpopulate the screen. We have a pretty strong storm right now that is up. I'm going to stop because they're moving so fast. Weston, Anna, Melissa, there's probably some pea-sized hail and torrential rain out of this. This is the head of the line, so you're not going to get the strong winds out of that, but we always watch the leading edge. And I don't see any areas that scream rotation to me. There's a little appendage out here over towards Plano. There could be a little brief spin up over towards Plano and Allen, but again, not getting that reported from the National Weather Service. It's more about the heavy rain and the strong winds. Now moving through the park cities, Highland Park, Addison, Richardson, all the way down to about the Wilmer, Hutchins, Lancaster, Red Oak area. We put up the velocity scans for you. Let me put up a better one. This way I can get a better indication of wind out of this. But the velocity scans, when you start looking at this, I mean, you're looking at winds in Dallas of 65 to 70 miles per hour. That's one of the reasons you're looking at all the problems that we've been having with power lines and trees. And obviously, in this case, there's 77 mile per hour winds. Now, that's a loft. As you get away from the radar site, that's a little higher up as you go into Collin County. That's about 2,000 to 3,000 feet. So down at the surface, they still could be 70 mile per hour winds moving through Plano and Allen. back to the radar. Just want to put that up here for everybody because that's what everybody likes to look at. We're not seeing anything that screams tornadic. There's a little cell out ahead of this over by Rockwall and Royce City. This is out ahead of the main line. There's also a couple of cells by Rosser and Corsicana. So these out ahead of the main line we always look at just because they're not fighting for the same moisture that the squall line has, but all the way from just about Hubbard through Corsicana, the Richland Chambers area, just to the west of Cedar Creek Reservoir. Let's see, Prosper reported 69-mile-per-hour winds, so that's a legitimate, obviously, strong wind report. There's going to be some problems up there in parts of Denton County. Have we found, Chip, any problems in terms of you're getting any power lines down? You getting anything debris on the roads?
So not officially yet as far as any kind of debris issues. I've been kind of watching on the leaning edge of the storms and along 635 LBJ as one moves up towards the construction zone and continues through the Mesquite area. You can see how the flow is starting to really bog down, and the leaning edge of this storm is maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles away tops as I look at the radar right now. And so that area is where I have a lot of concerns for folks moving through that area. So again, take note of that. We've had a bad crash happen on northbound I-35E approaching 635 LBJ, and that activity is still on the left and right sides of the roadway in that location. So the traffic flow as one moves up, for example, past the Royal Lane interchange is bumper to bumper as a result. We have collateral damage issues when it comes to the drive over in Tarrant County. So driving, for example, on the West Loop in the southbound direction, you see that marker on the right side of the screen. That's a spot around Silver Creek where we've been keeping tabs on a crash that's still blocking up the 2 left lanes. And we've also just in the last couple of minutes gotten confirmation of a wreck at the south end of the Joint Reserve Base, in an area when you get heavy rain in a short period of time, water pools up, and it's very easy to move through that area too fast and end up hydroplaning and crashing. And that's what's happened here in the eastbound direction in the last couple of minutes. You can see a wrecker's already moved into that area to try to assist and get that out of the way as quickly as possible. But incidents like this have been common on the roadways. So again, don't go out right now if you don't have to.
All right, thank you, Chip. And again, we punch up 4-1 Doppler radar for everybody there. And what the radar is showing you here, and as we scan all the way down, I mean, you can see this squall line, which is strongest from about Waxahachie through Dallas, Plano, pretty much from 45 and 35E up through US 75, which goes into Collin County and all the way up to the Red River. So that's where the strongest part of this line is. There are some wavy parts of the line. We don't have any tornadoes reported on the line. We really haven't had any reports of tornadoes. I mean, everybody, they focus too much on that. This line has been producing wind speeds that are comparable to small tornadoes. The southern part of the line is not as strong. The Weather Service has put out a couple of new warnings here, so I want to put them out there. I'm going to move this over so we can see them all. But the severe thunderstorm warnings that have been added are just along the line and to the east. They're over in Fannin County. You've been added to this. Over in Hunt County, that's been added. You got parts of northern Navarro County, Ellis County. That's all been added to the line. So a lot of this is all for wind at this point. The wind gusts have been 60 to 70 miles per hour. They've all been verified, so you obviously have to be concerned about that. And know that if you're listening to us right now, and we appreciate it, that the power could still go out. Just because, by the way, I just had a small I had a small dime-sized hail report out of some of these. But again, hail is not my #1 concern. We're going to zoom into this just because I want to scan down the line. We look for wavy parts of the line to see if we have any tornado issues, and I don't. But you see how this line is bowing right here in Collin County? That's because strong winds are blowing out. That cold air is blowing the winds out, and you're going to have these 60 and 70 mile per hour winds in southern Collin County, Plano, Allen working their way over to Wiley and Lucas, so be prepared. You may have some power outages with that. And you're hearing the warning sirens. I'm getting a lot of places that are saying, hey, my warning sirens are out. It's because they are done for 70-mile-per-hour winds, large hail or tornadoes, but we don't have large hail and we don't have tornadoes, so it's all for the wind. Just got a report here of Redbird, the old Redbird, and that is 60-mile-per-hour winds are officially there. So you can see this line extending. It's very wavy, but it extends all the way through eastern Dallas. So you folks over in Dallas, by the way, and give it another 15, 20 minutes and the worst is over. You made it through this. It is still raining very heavily. It is approaching Mesquite with the strong winds. So you're looking at 635 on the east side of the city. And I'm looking at a couple of severe thunderstorm warning cancellations from the Weather Service, but we'll look at that in a second. Again, we're looking at the strongest part of this storm system right now, just to the east of Dallas. The worst has already moved through Dallas, still raining very heavily, and you can see it in Collin County. That's how rapidly this whole system is moving. This is 1 hour's worth of data right here, and in an hour, this storm system has gone from west of Fort Worth, the line, through Dallas, and in another hour, this will already be out towards Greenville and Gun Barrel City. So we originally estimated it would be done by 9 o'clock. It's probably going to be done through most of our area by 8 o'clock this morning. So we still have another couple of hours to go. Just bear with us. The southern part of this line, for you folks that live down south, has not been as strong, which is good. Although we're seeing some individual cells out here in Navarro County. We always have to watch those to see if they intensify. Right now, they're on the north side of Cedar Creek Reservoir up by Gun Barrel City and Kemp. Not really too rough, but they could be producing some small hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds. Here's one for you, Chip. If you wonder why somebody's plane is going to be late, just got this report out of Love Field, 78-mile-per-hour winds. That's an official report because it's coming it's coming from them, and I want to see if we can put the velocity scan up so we can actually see. Yes, these are some of these high winds. Oak Cliff, 64-mile-per-hour winds. Up by Garland, 65. This is, again, being radar indicated, so it doesn't mean it can't be stronger. About 60-mile-per-hour winds are indicated here, although Love Field did just clock. The actual wind that came in that I saw was 39, gusting to 78, so obviously very gusty. McKinney just reported 38, gusting to 63. So anything you see in the yellow here, by the way, in the wind, because now this is blowing, you're blowing winds that are away from the radar site, the different colors, but into parts of Ellis County, just west of Waxahachie, that yellow area that you see out by Midlothian and Maypearl could easily also be 60-mile-per-hour winds. And the reason it looks worse as you get into Collin County, I mean, it's still about the same wind. The reason it looks worse is because the radar is now shooting higher up as you get into Collin County. So, yes, the winds are very strong aloft. They're probably 80 miles per hour aloft, and some of those are getting their way down to the surface right now. But, again, we continue with the severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to widen this out so we can see where all the warnings are and aren't. They are in Grayson County, Fannin County, which includes the Sherman and the Bonham area, Collin County, Plano, just moving through right now. It's on Highway 75, US 75, moving east towards Lake Levon. Let's see, I got a 55-mile-per-hour ham radio wind gusts over in Plano, so it's legitimate. And as you go into eastern Dallas County, Kaufman County, Rockwall County, Hunt County, including the Greenville, Kaufman, Rockwall areas, and, of course, it includes Ellis County and parts, now it's northern parts of Anderson County and northern parts of Henderson County, by the way, which includes 7 Points and the Gun Barrel City area. Chip, what did you want to throw in?
Just real quick, there are about 1,575 power outages scattered across the DFW area, and it is rendered, it turns out, a lot of cameras have been knocked offline. This is one of the exceptions, southbound on the West Loop around the Silver Creek interchange. Just wanted to remind folks moving through the White Settlement area that traffic has to move over to to the far right lane. Obviously, you can see how the storm front has moved past this point. So now the roadways are actually drying up on this side. I-30, the wreckers are trying to clear a crash as one moves over at the Alta Mesa interchange in the eastbound direction. So that's an issue to note. We still have some troubles northbound on I-35E at LBJ, scattered to the left and right sides of the roadway. But I guess I just wanted to reiterate, Evan, those side street areas where you have some of these, again, scattered power outages. I mean, this is all over the Metroplex. You're going to end up having some of the intersections be completely dark, flashing red. So be careful moving through those interchanges and plan accordingly. Don't get out if you don't have to.
Yeah, Richardson, I just got 60-mile-per-hour winds there. So I mean, very, very uniform. I mean, basically, this is your squall line right here from Dallas all the way through Plano and McKinney up 75 and off to the east of the city of Dallas. So if you live anywhere out ahead of this, I mean, I can track it for you again. But I will tell you, these things they're racing east at about 50 miles per hour, which is a really fast speed to move. I mean, the good news is it's moving out quickly. This will be in Paris by 7 o'clock this morning. The line that's over Plano will be out by Sulphur Springs by 7 o'clock this morning. The line that's east of Dallas, that's going to be out by Canton, pretty close to Canton by 7 o'clock this morning. So originally we had estimated this thing would be out of here by 9. I think it's going to be out of here faster than that. So just because there is a tornado watch in effect, the counties will be canceled as this goes through. And really, tornadoes have not been the story, at least to this point. Let's hope they're not at all. It's all been the straight line winds that are coming out of this storm. So as this whole mess, I'm circling it here for you, and I'm going to show you the actual details into Dallas County where we look a little closer. There's not been a lot of hail. You're not dealing with hail. We're not dealing with these spin-ups at this point. I don't see anything that screams that it could spin up to me. I mean, you always look for the little appendages out along the leading edge, the ones out by Rockwall and Heath right now. Just don't see it. But you see how wavy this is? The actual front, the actual leading edge, very, very wavy. It's not straight. And that's where we look for some enhanced areas of wind, maybe some brief spin-ups. But again, all of this has been about wind and the velocities. I mean, you see the yellow here up around McKinney in the velocity scans. Once you're in that yellow area, you're pushing 50, 60, 65-mile-per-hour winds. Just got a report from the Little Elm emergency manager. There's debris on the road at University and 380, which is not a surprise. I mean, you're going to see trees down. This wind, the yellow, look for the yellows at this point, but the yellows extend into Ellis County as well. So you're going to see these 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds here. Again, all of these warnings in effect, pretty much out ahead of the line. You can see the bowing part of the line, this little, where it turns into more of a, well, I guess a bow shape would be the best way to say bowing. But this bow shape is where you're getting these stronger winds as they surge out from these temperatures, which are in the 40s and low 50s behind it. I talked about this a few minutes ago, but the 40s and the low, let me take the warnings off. DFW dropped from 69 to 52 degrees. I mean, McKinney 68, Denton 49. It's a 20-degree drop along the leading edge of this Pacific front. But things are already clearing out out by Mineral Wells. So what is it, 6 o'clock in the morning, 10 to 6? Give it till about 8 o'clock this morning, and everything should be clearing out. And by 9 o'clock, we should have the sun starting to come out of the area. So if you have any plans today, if you were going to go to work, and you have the opportunity to just stay home and wait till this passes. If you want to just wait a little bit, this will get better. I will tell you that much. Let me take the plots off of the temperatures. Looking to see if anything is worse. The emergency managers in Grapevine saying reports of power lines and some power poles are down. So a lot of you may just lose a little bit of power, unfortunately. The leading edge of this right now is approaching Rockwall, the McLennan and Chisholm area. It's through Mesquite over towards Sunnyvale and Seagoville. So that's where your strongest winds are going to be, just behind the leading edge of this line. Those are moving into eastern Dallas County, east of I-35E, and probably out by 45. So you're going to see some problems on the area roads over there. Have you found anything, Chip, that you want to talk about, or I can keep going?
So I definitely have a lot to discuss, but I cannot use Remote 13. I need the folks over in the out-of-control room. Can you bring up my maps? I don't think you can bring up my maps directly.
You're asking a lot there.
I know, and there go my maps. Yeah, thank you so much in the out-of-control room. So driving right now, what we have is a little bit of a frustration on my end just because, again, a lot of the TxDOT cameras have been knocked off lines as these storms have pushed through. But here's what I can show you right now. Remnants of an issue getting cleared up at I-30 in Alta Mesa in the eastbound direction. Southbound on the west loop as one moves past Silver Creek. You still have that crash blocking up the left side of the roadway, and clearing that has proven to be quite difficult. Up in Denton County, let's go to I-35W next. We've had a recent wreck heading down towards the FM 407 interchange on southbound I-35W, and access through that area is limited coming down past FM 407 towards the Cross Timbers area and towards the Texas Motor Speedway. So please note that. And issues on 114 remain on the left side of the roadway going through South Lake and into the area around the interchange at Kimball. So please note that. Around Whitechapel is where we have the big issue in that location. Northbound on I-35E in Dallas remains one of the spots that we're still concerned about because of a series of crashes that have happened around the 635 LBJ interchange. Left and right sides of the roadway are still blocked off in that area, so it's most certainly worth noting. And obviously out further east, we're starting to see all the roadways as this gust front continues to push through drop down under 20 miles an hour. Makes sense. And no matter what roadway you're on, you're going to want to go way below the posted speeds. Use caution, give extra space around you and the other vehicles around you. And again, it's just pretty tough.
Do you happen to mention the, I just saw this cross by, the 18-wheeler on I-35? By Glen Heights?
Right. So I haven't had a chance to get a camera shot of that incident just because of the power outage issues that TxDOT's experiencing currently. I'll try to get something on that as quickly as possible. But yes, that is another incident worth noting.
All right. So where do we want? You want to go to Dan right now, or do you want to come back to weather? All right, let's go to Dan. Dan, you're behind the line, I assume, so you're in the safe zone.
I think that may be the case, Evan. We are on I-30 heading west of downtown Fort Worth. We are getting ready to transition on to 820 North. We are headed to Parker County, where there is a report along White Settlement Road of several RVs knocked over. There was a social media posting from Parker County Emergency Services. The message from them said they were going there to check it out and see about any injuries, but there were also some messages from just regular citizens saying the situation out there was absolutely terrifying when those winds were at their worst. So we don't have any additional details about what we're going to check out. Again, no word on any injuries, but when we get there and we can assess the situation, we will, of course, bring you what we know on Good Day this morning. For now, let's throw it back to the studio.
I'll take it, Dan. And what we're looking at, can you punch me up on camera 4, or are we just staying with the radar full? There we are. Haven't seen my face in so long. Maybe we should put it back on radar. But I will tell you that this line continues to push to the east of Dallas. Yes, we're under a tornado watch, but I think they're going to start dropping counties very quickly. Tarrant County and Denton County, you're in the clear. I mean, if the temperature at your house has dropped from 70 to 40 degrees or 50 degrees, you're in the clear right now. So we're going to start clearing counties out of this tornado watch. If anything, this has moved faster than we expected. And while we're not dealing with tornadoes, I mean, yes, we're under a tornado watch. We've had wind speeds that are the equivalent of EF0 tornadoes, 70, 75-mile-per-hour winds. Love Field coming in at 78, which is one of the higher ones that we've seen. We had an unofficial report in Mineral Wells, Dylan was telling me, of 80 miles per hour. That's the equivalent of a small tornado. So don't let the semantics, the wording, throw you. In this case, the winds have been just as powerful, even though they're straight line winds coming out of the storms. And I do expect that this will continue to push to the east. The best thing I can impart to you is that it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and this is going to be done even before. We figured Metroplex would be 5 to 7. I think in about 30 minutes, it'll be pretty safe to move out and about in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then, of course, for areas to the east of Dallas, it's going to be 6 to 8 o'clock. So this will end an hour quicker than we originally expected. All right, folks in the control room, there you go. Look at that. They're anticipating what I was going to do. Let's put up the radar for you, put up some of the warnings that are in effect. And the severe thunderstorm warning has been shrunk in Dallas County, and it is still in Kaufman County, Rockwall County, Hunt County, which is the Greenville area, extends all the way up to bottom. A lot of lightning out of this cell, probably dime-sized hail on Highway 82 as this moves very quickly. North of Bonham, it'll track north of 82. And you can see they also extend, if I really wanted to go into Oklahoma, I actually have tornado warnings in Oklahoma as we go all the way into parts of Oklahoma along Highway 69. So that's a consideration. But no tornado warnings are active in North Texas at this point. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Ellis County, parts of southern Kaufman County, over in Henderson County. Let's look at that cell that's moving through Corsicana up around Gun Barrel City. Doesn't look too rough for me. Dylan, what you got?
I got some videos sent, and I'm going to get it in the system.
Okay, we're going to get to video. Right here, just to see if we have any rotation out of this as it approaches Corsicana. It doesn't look too bad to me. I always want to look at different parts of the cells. The storm, by the way, down towards Hillsboro, and the ones that are going down, let's take some of the warnings off. They can get overpowering after a while. This southern part of the line down from Hillsboro to Waco is not as strong at this hour. Chip, you want to say 2 words before we go to a break?
You had mentioned briefly about how in Glen Heights there's a report of an 18-wheeler that flipped. Here is a look at that flipped 18-wheeler. The emergency crews have not gotten to the scene yet. It is on its side in the southbound direction, and only the far right lane can get through. It's causing a northbound onlooker backup in this area coming up from Waxahachie. So again, right around that Dallas-Ellis County line, things that we thought could happen have exactly happened with these strong gusts, high-profile vehicles getting pushed over at times, really dangerous conditions.
All right, what we're going to do is send it off to a break, and then we're going to start our newscast and then come back and keep going with weather.
From Fox 4, Good Day continues at 6 a.m.
Well, morning storms are taking over North Texas. Here's a live look at the radar. Damage.
This is a good video that you're going to like.
Are the main threat. Evan, of course, tracking it all.
Yeah, we got a lot going on. A lot of moving parts this morning. This active weather causing slowdowns on the roads. Live look at the drive cam. We've got Evan, we've got Dylan, we've got Chip. Lots of updates this morning.
Good morning. Tuesday, March 4th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisbel. Yes, we are tracking this severe weather. It is moving fast. The winds are crazy. Encore reporting more than 158,000 customers in our area without power. This is the drive cam. Here we go. This is in Fort Worth, headed west. We'll take a closer look at the road conditions in a moment, but first we want to get straight back to Evan. It really does seem like the wind speeds, I mean, you mentioned 75, 78 miles an hour. That could be trouble.
Yeah, DFW 74 and Love Field 78. I mean, we had an event like this. It doesn't seem as, I mean, I remember last year, it was around Memorial Day where we had the 80 to 85 mile per hour winds. The damage was obviously very significant back then, but we certainly 70, 75, 78s. So we've seen trees down, a lot of power lines, power poles have been knocked down. There's going to be debris on roadways, trash cans. I mean, they're going to be littered throughout the neighborhood. Please be careful as you're driving around. I will tell you that folks over in Dallas County, Tarrant County, Denton County, we're pretty much in the clear from this right now. We're moving out of Dallas County, I mean, far eastern parts. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm waiting for the Weather Service to shrink some of these down. You see a tornado warning, but that's in Oklahoma at this point. We haven't had any of that as an issue here in North Texas. But these storms continue to race east. The leading edge of all these winds, pretty much to Bonham, Honey Grove, Trenton, Greenville, stretching down to about Waxahachie, just to the east of Waxahachie, not quite to Ennis yet. Down towards Hillsborough, you've been pretty lucky. The southern end of this line has not been as rough as the northern end is. So as we look at this in detail, I'm going to take the warnings off for you because they tend to clutter the screen when there's so many of them. Here's about the last 45 minutes, and you can see this all racing up to the northeast. Leading edge up by Farmersville and Royce City right now over Lake Lavon. Pea-size hail is the worst thing. I mean, this has not been a prolific hail producer. We've seen some dime-size hail reports, and you got a couple of cells out by Greenville right now and some that are over by Wills Point. Not severe. There's just some heavy rain and lightning. And no parts of this have actually exhibited, at least here in Texas, the waviness that typically produces tornadoes. We had one brief warning for parts of Tarrant and Johnson County. That was around 5 o'clock this morning. We did see spin-ups on the line, so there may be enhanced damage reports there, but really nothing worse than some of the 70 or 80 mile per hour winds that we've had reported across the area. This is in parts of Fannin County, so it's approaching Bonham over by Whitewright. You see some heavier rain down by Farmersville and Nevada. The strongest winds, I'm going to stop this for a second, but the strongest winds, anything in that yellow area is where the strongest winds are occurring right now. So over by Ferris, Palmer, Seagoville, they don't look as strong as they were earlier when they moved through Dallas County. I'm going to say it's in the 60, 65 mile per hour. 60, 65 mile per hour range. And then as you get up towards, the problem is when you get up towards Leonard and Greenville, the radar is shooting up at about 6,000 feet. So you're going to see stronger winds up there just because of that. Dylan just kind of mentioned this to me. I want to show you the video. This was taken over in Dallas. Thank you, Dylan. This is in Dallas by viewer Luis Rodriguez as they were moving through, and you could see some of the stronger wind gusts come through. You see a couple of power flashes there, trees bending. That's pretty much what moved through a lot of people's areas over the last, I mean, this was pretty widespread. This squall line, as expected, was pretty widespread. I would say it's about as expected. It's not really that much worse. But in this case, this extends all the way down from the Oklahoma line to about Rockwall and Royce City right now, down to Waxahachie. You see how straight the leading edge is here? You typically don't have to worry about spin-up tornadoes in that area. When it's very straight like this, it's just going to be some wind gusts, and they haven't even been that horrible in parts of Ellis County. We watched these storms that are out ahead of it towards Corsicana and over by just around Gun Barrel City and just west of Cedar Creek Reservoir. So far, these don't look too rough. Maybe some pea-sized hail as they approach Malakoff and the Kearns area and eventually Athens over in Henderson County. Again, we haven't seen anything too rough out of this. The worst of this is now up around, I would say, Forney. It's approaching Forney over towards Rockwall, Nevada, Greenville. It's not quite to Greenville yet. I'm checking. Interesting. The reports out of Rockwall have not been as strong as the reports that we got in Dallas, Tarrant, Collin, and Denton County. So maybe this line has weakened just a little bit as it's pushed through. I want to show you some of the temperatures again, and this will tell you the story. If you're 50 degrees right now, like we are in Dallas and Waxahachie and McKinney, you don't have to worry about severe weather anymore. The threat for severe weather on the cool side of this is done. So all of these temperatures that you see right now here, we're on the cool side. Don't worry about tornadoes. At this point, it's raining. There may be a little lightning. It's still raining all the way out to about Weatherford and Bridgeport out to the west. I'll widen this out to you. So there's still what we call a cold pool. This developed what's known as a cold pool, and it helps the whole line to push its way to the east. It's one of these things we look for in pretty rough weather situations. But it's just rain, plain old rain on the backside. The only risk for severe weather is where you see temperatures around 68 at Greenville, 70 Sulphur Springs, 68 over at Paris, 67 at Terrell right now. See, I'm looking at the latest report. This is from the city of Frisco. So you got 6 down power poles on the Dallas Parkway. So that's not on the tollway, but is on the Parkway, so on the north side of Frisco. So obviously a lot of you are going to have power outages. As a matter of fact, I just spoke to my wife a couple of seconds ago, or at least texted her, and she said, yeah, a lot of the neighbors on the chat A lot of the neighbors on next door are saying, hey, do you have power? I don't have power. So there's a lot of people without power. Again, as we look at this in the last hour or so, these continue to race off to the east. They're up around Greenville. They're up around Rockwall, Royce City, moving through Rockwall County. They haven't had a lot of reports of anything more than about 50, 55, which technically isn't severe, but it's enough to wake you up and scare the dog. And then as you move farther to the south, over in Ellis County, not as bad, not too rough over around Waxahachie, just a lot of heavy rain, and then over towards Navarro County, Corsicana, Rice, Richland Chambers, just garden variety thunderstorms, maybe some pea-sized hail with this. You know, actually, I'm going to move forward in this forecast just a little bit. And the reason I'm going to move forward is because realistically, I want to talk about one thing that's coming up behind this. Once we get to this afternoon, there's going to be 40 to 45 mile an hour winds, maybe even gusts to 50, even in the sunshine that is behind this weather system that's coming through. So don't be surprised this afternoon if you get 50-mile-per-hour winds as we go through the day. So that's something that people probably need to know about. It is going to stay windy this entire day across the area. Again, things are improving in the Metroplex. I will tell you that if you live off to the east of us, before I toss it over to Chip, I'm going to give it to Chip in just a couple of seconds here. But these storms are racing so fast to the east. By 7 o'clock this morning, they're going to be in Paris. By 7 o'clock this morning, they will be in Sulphur Springs. The leading edge of this will be out around Gun Barrel City. So I would say by 8 o'clock, this will clear a good chunk of the area. All we may have is a little bit of rain behind it. I won't say it's great, Chip, but I will say based on the reports that we're getting, the eastern parts of the Metroplex are going to be in better shape than what the Metroplex and some western areas went through, and that was 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. All right, we're going to talk. Are we going to Chip right now?
That'd be helpful. That would be a good idea. So right now, our big concerns are those that did venture out into the storms that ended up in trouble. And there are lots of trouble spots right now. We'll start in Tarrant County, and a reminder on the West Loop at Silver Creek in the White Settlement area, only one lane getting through. And then for folks over on I-30, I'm going to make this picture-in-picture box bigger. There's been another crash that's happened in that area around Alta Mesa at the south end of the Joint Reserve Base, and there is a look at that recent crash, and only the two left lanes can slide through. Backup building again in that area back to the West Loop. It is really rough right now on Highway 121 going over toward Haltom City because of a crash involving several vehicles as one moves over toward the Haltom Road interchange. Here's a look at that crash. 18-wheeler involved, several other vehicles there as well. And you can see the ambulance on the scene as well as the other first responders in the fire truck. And they have recently reopened the left lane, which is a positive sign, but obviously a multi-mile backup continues to build in that location. Northbound on Highway 360 approaching the 183 interchange is a spot where we have a crash that is causing some slowdowns that continue to build toward I-30. There's a quick look at that wreck site. And for folks on 183, a wreck just called out in Euless approaching 360, and emergency crews are heading that way. Trying to get to the DFW airport out of Trophy Club in South Lake has not been fun for a long time. We had an early morning issue in the area around Whitechapel. Now at Carroll Avenue, you can see another crash here and only one lane getting through in that location. Up in Denton County, southbound I-35W approaching the Cross Timbers interchange or FM 1171. Still have remnants of a wreck scattered to the left and right sides of the roadway in that location. Northbound on I-35E in Dallas, moving up past LBJ is not much fun because of, again, a series of early morning mishaps. We've had a lot of call outs on toll road issues just north of there in the last few minutes. And one of those areas would be on the George Bush Turnpike westbound at Rosemead Parkway, around Highway 121 and the Business 121 split. That marker in the upper left-hand part of your screen, crash in that area causing some concerns in that location. A reminder that going from Dallas to Ellis County on southbound I-35E, when that gust front moved through, and we had concerns all over the place, obviously, with gust fronts and gusts of over 60, 70 miles an hour, you have the propensity or the possibility of 18-wheelers flipping, and that's exactly what happened here. And you can see that we only have one police cruiser that's gotten to this scene. We're going to need a lot of emergency vehicles here on this scene and wreckers to try to upright that tractor trailer. Flipped on its side in the southbound direction, causing a multi-mile backup, not only southbound, obviously, where the incident is, but on the northbound side as well due to onlookers. And again, this is just a few of the trouble spots out and about. Lots of side street issues, the Encore power outages in the area, over 275,000 at last check. And again, just serves as a reminder that those side streets, Brandon and Lauren, are, again, extremely dangerous as well, just because you have, again, signal lights either flashing red or, even worse, completely dark in some cases.
Yeah, and Chip, we wanted to say Mansfield just posted that their bus routes will be delayed about 30 minutes. So probably going to get a lot more school districts reacting to this as well. So this is making things difficult for drivers this morning.
Yeah, the timing is just really not perfect. Yeah, Dan Godwin live in Fort Worth. A look at some of the road conditions there. Dan?
And Lauren, we are to the northwest of Fort Worth. We're heading towards Parker County. As Evan's been talking about, the worst of the storm has moved out of this area. Want to give you a look at the road conditions that we're dealing with right now. There was a social media posting from emergency officials in Parker County that there was a location along White Settlement Road where multiple RVs had been overturned by strong winds. We are trying to reach that location. Based on that social media posting, it appeared that Parker County first responders were on the scene. There was no word about any injuries there, but that was something they were looking into. And as soon as we can get to that location in Parker County, we will update you on what we were able to find. Reporting live, Dan Godwin. Let's go back now to the studio.
All right, we're going to toss things back over to Evan. He's watching that radar and, yeah, it's kind of keeping us posted on the different warnings that are out there. Evan, how does it look now?
Yeah, obviously, I'm going to walk into the shot in a second. Just give me 1 second here. Just because of the fact that a lot of things have changed in the last little bit. What we're seeing on radar right now, here's the latest, and you can see that all of the heavier rain has moved east of Dallas. Dallas just taken out for the most part, except for far eastern Dallas County, and I expect it to be removed soon of the severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're ready to go to work and school and you still have power, because a lot of people don't have power, Tarrant County, Dallas County, we still have rain showing up, and it's raining into, obviously, most of Denton and Collin counties and down south. But the worst of these storms has now pushed off to the east. You can see the heaviest rain now up around Greenville. That's where these storms are the strongest. The leading edge, pretty straight. We're not seeing a lot of waves or bends in it. So while they've had a couple of tornado warnings in Oklahoma, and we've had a couple of tornado warnings down, well, south of us, we have not seen, knock on wood, any of these problems in the immediate metroplex. What we are looking at right now, most of what we're seeing here on the radar, I'm going to widen this out for you for 1 second so we can see all of this, is this storm line, or basically the squall line, extending all the way down to Hillsborough. Now, there is a new line, a new part of this that is out by Canton at this hour. So we're going to see if this begins to intensify off to the east of us over by Gun Barrel City. This is starting to develop all the way down into Anderson County and out towards Fairfield. So we've been seeing that just a little bit. That's kind of a new part of this storm that we've been watching. Overall, though, as we look at the radar, things are beginning to quiet down just behind this. Out by Stephenville, everything has come to an end at this point. Most of what we're seeing is now moved on off to the east, and all of this continues to push on off into East Texas. So let me get the next graphic up here for you. And as we show you current temperatures across the area, everything at this point is down to 50 degrees. It is rather chilly outside here in the Metroplex. 50 degrees is one of the colder readings that we've seen. And it's going to be this way this morning with the stronger winds. You got 50-degree temperatures at DFW. You have 70 over at Sulphur Springs, 71 in Corsicana. So that's on the warm side. If you're still 70 degrees, you're obviously still having a threat for active weather. On the backside, it's already clearing. We're seeing skies clear out in our western counties. By 9 o'clock this morning, we should have sunshine, and the dew points have dropped all the way down into the 40s, so we're a lot more stable right now. All the unstable air is pushed off to the east of us. And the winds behind this system aren't too bad right now. These are sustained winds. The wind gusts, obviously non-thunderstorm wind gusts, you're getting about 45-mile-per-hour winds, not in thunderstorms. The thunderstorm wind gusts have been about 50 or 55. But the actual line itself, the squall line that's pushing through the area, notice skies are clearing back here. So what is it, 6:15 in the morning? Give it till about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be seeing sun out there. Notice there's some tornado warnings up here in Oklahoma. A little stronger part of the system is up here to the north of us. And we also have some snow that's on the backside out around Amarillo, just to the west. So there is a colder part to the storm as well. Once again, we get through the most active period. So everything is going to be east of Dallas once we get past 7 o'clock this morning. As we look at Futurecast, it's all moved on to the east by 9 o'clock this morning. The exception would be out around Palestine, and the rain should be coming to an end most areas. Very strong winds will be blowing in out of the west, and we're going to have temperatures in the 60s to around 70 this afternoon. Then we'll get some clearing this evening. Strong winds will come in from the northwest, and by tomorrow morning, we're down to about 43 degrees with a 25-mile-per-hour wind. We'll all agree that it's going to be a very cold start to your Wednesday morning, but it is a sun-filled day coming up. And once we get past tomorrow, we should be home free until the end of the week. So the 7-day forecast, severe storm risk is early, and it's mostly to the east of Dallas right now. I would say everything east of Dallas, you still have to worry about it. Officially a tornado watch. Fortunately, no tornadoes, just a lot of strong winds. Clouds will break up, 71 degrees, 61 tomorrow. We're at 66 on Thursday. Clouds will be probably moving in during the afternoon. 78 and a warm day coming up on Friday with gusty winds. We do turn cooler on Saturday with 40% showers and storms, probably more showers than anything else. And by the time we get into Sunday, as we spring ahead, temperatures start at 39, finish at 64, and a nice way to start Monday.
Kevin, thanks. So we are still concerned with, again, dozens and dozens of incidents out on the roadways right now. One thing that I wanted to kind of focus on actually is manually moving the maps down to this area of I-20 as one approaches the Chisholm Trail area. We do have confirmation of a recent crash in that location trying to head over to the Benbrook area. And this is a quick look at the TxDOT cameras. The folks at the Texas Department of Transportation kind of zooming in to reveal that the wreck is out, and we're looking through the overhead signs, scattered to the left and right sides of the roadway. So again, that's one of the more recent wrecks worth noting in that location. For drivers right now trying to move again around the Joint Reserve Base on the south side along I-30, we have had remnants of a crash still in that location, and the traffic flow is down to just one lane moving through that area. And there's a quick look at the TxDOT camera in that location. And then southbound on the East Loop at Silver Creek, that crash has not been cleared away from the main lanes yet. 121 heading towards the Haltom City area from downtown Fort Worth. Again, that's one of several crashes involving an 18-wheeler. And you can see just the left lane still getting through in that location. For drivers on I-30, there's been a recent wreck approaching Fielder Road and the East Chase Parkway interchange. Northbound and southbound 360 still compromised by a crash as one moves around the Trinity Boulevard interchange. Though this isn't the best shot in the world, it does show you the activity in that location trying to move through the Grand Prairie community. For drivers up in Denton County, we've had a long-standing issue on I-35W as one moves down past FM 407 towards FM 1171. 114 traffic, a nightmare trying to go through the South Lake area. That all stems from a crash at the interchange of Carroll Avenue, where only one lane of traffic can get through in that location. And you can see that the only change there in the last couple of minutes is just the fact that we have more emergency crews on the scene. We have been getting a lot of help from our viewers regarding issues trying to move in the area of Denton County along the Sam Rayburn Tollway. as you move through the area around Hebron Parkway. So of all the markers there, that marker on the left-hand part of your screen, big thanks to loyal viewer Brian, who's been able to confirm that that is another incident where we have an 18-wheeler that was blown over by the strong winds on its side. So it's only one lane. It's a box truck that's on its side. Sorry, not an 18-wheeler. As one moves through that area, obviously limited access in that spot. And you have a couple of incidents on the George Bush Turnpike as one moves in the eastbound direction toward the Dallas North Tollway interchange. Northbound on I-35E approaching LBJ. Remnants of a crash still in that area. And there's some slowdowns back to Royal Lane, and then along I-35E as one goes down towards the Ellis County communities. We've had, again, several crashes called out on northbound 67, moving up from the area of Duncanville and into Dallas, but I wanted to actually focus for a minute here on this issue at Bear Creek. Just another example of, again, an incident that has happened in these gust fronts where an 18-wheeler was blown over. You can see now a more well-defined line guiding drivers over to the far right lane. So a lot of dangerous spots on the roadways. Please plan accordingly.
All right, Chip, thanks. Yeah, Encore reporting this morning more than 280,000 power outages.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. Dallas County has more than 100,000 alone. You look at the map, and gosh, there's a lot of reports. Tarrant County reporting 51,000 customers in the dark, more than 44,000 in Denton County also without power. A lot of this is because these wind speeds were just so strong, and a lot of power lines may have been knocked down. So definitely Encore crews are out and about. They're trying to fix this. It could just be slow going, especially as we wait for the rest of the storm to move on through.
Yeah, and this weather is also kind of prompting some school districts to make some decisions here. Lynn McKinney Elementary in Aledo ISD has a 2-hour delay due to a power outage. Garland ISD, the buses are delayed there. Northwest ISD just posted that they're going to have a 2-hour delay. And of course, as we mentioned before, Carroll ISD is reporting their schools starting on time.
Probably best just to check with your school district, but it looks like the most of them are just saying get there as soon as you can. But I also think that some of those schools aren't sure yet if they have power. So, you know, somebody will get there, you know, around this time usually and open things up to see what the power issues are. So as the morning goes on, we could learn more, Evan.
Yeah, and what I want to take a look at right now is the fact that this is moving out of Dallas County. It is moving out of the Metroplex. We haven't had the big wind reports in our eastern areas that we had when this was in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and counties just to the west, Parker and Wise counties. That's when we had the 65, 70, 75-mile-per-hour winds. Now, we do have a brand-new warning that does include Lamar County and over in Hopkins and Rains County, so basically areas that are off to the east of Sulphur Springs and up towards Paris. So you folks are now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, these have not been tornado warnings, even though you've had a lot of sirens. Sirens sound for 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's how the emergency managers work. They can sound them for 70-mile-an-hour winds. They can sound them for very large hail or for tornadoes. In this case, it has strictly been for high winds. Down the edge of this line, by the way, and not too many warnings in effect. I mean, you folks over in Anderson County, Palestine, no, not a lot. Over in Freestone County, Limestone County, we got a couple of warnings just south of Mejia. And in Navarro County, you haven't had any problems out around Corsa County. Even though you've had some thunderstorms this morning, the winds haven't been too rough. And as you look, like, for example, here's Waco all the way up to around Rice. You see how straight this is? There's not a lot of waviness to it. So in general, when you see that straight edge, while the winds are going to be gusty, they usually are not severe, which is why there are no warnings in effect. I will show you the worst of this. I just had a report. Let me get up here. It's obviously going to be an old report because these storms are now east of Bonham, up around Honeygrove. But I had a report around Trenton, which is right over here through the Leonard area, Trenton and Leonard. That wind is 72 miles per hour. That was about 15 minutes ago. So still verifying as strong winds up in our northern and northeastern counties. Strongest winds at this point are probably, let's take a look at this, through parts of Kaufman County. All the way through Kaufman County, our velocity scan still showing anything in the yellow here. Let me take off the warnings for you. Anything in the yellow out around eastern Dallas County, you're still potentially up around, say, 50-mile-per-hour winds, and you have some strong winds out around Greenville and Lake Tawakoni area. So again, I'm looking at a couple of reports of 60-mile-per-hour winds, so we still obviously have storms that qualify as severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of them are off to the east of Dallas right now. And in the city of Dallas, the rain is almost ended in Fort Worth. You folks over in Fort Worth, I would say, what is it, 6:30 right now, so by 7 o'clock, rain should be coming to an end over in Fort Worth. I would say by 8 o'clock, rain should be coming to an end over in Dallas, and skies will eventually be clearing out. I did get one video in. Dylan just put together this video a couple of minutes ago when it was coming through Dallas. Eduardo took the video, and you could see just sideways, 60, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and we've had a lot of reports of power outages in the area. So please be very, very careful. Trees down, power lines down, and obviously this is going to be a while before they get everything back. All right, we're going to kick it to a break in a couple of seconds and then come back. Okay, we're going to toss to Chip. Okay, let's go to Chip.
One of those old nemesis areas when you have heavy rain, short period of time, is 75 Central around Knox Henderson. We've seen this in the last couple of months. The drains there get clogged up, and we had a crash happen briefly in that area where the vehicle was able to drive off. But here's the deal. There's still standing water on the left side of the roadway in this area. So as one moves down past the SMU campus, extremely dangerous. Vehicles hitting it right now. Fortunately, none of them going too fast that they lose control, like one vehicle just did a couple of minutes ago that fortunately was able to drive away under its own power and didn't strike anybody else. We've had dozens of crashes all over the area this morning. And again, we want to reiterate, if you don't have to get out and about, please don't. There's just a quick look at the maps of all the crashes to be concerned about out on the roadway. I want to focus just really quickly over in this area. Evan mentioned a few minutes ago how we have a lot of down power lines in the Frisco area. There's been another confirmation of a down power line that I made that exclamation point at Frankfurt Road, both directions at Marsh Lane, where again we have some issues there with power outages. Let me bring the sensors online and zoom in a little bit closer. On the westbound side of the Georgia Bush Turnpike, still have remnants of a crash, and then that box truck crash on 121 approaching Hebron Parkway, where only one lane of traffic can get through. Wanted to go through a series of TxDOT cameras just as a reminder over in Denton and Tarrant County of the troubles to avoid. This is over on Highway 114 eastbound approaching Carroll Avenue. Still have remnants of a crash there blocking up the two left lanes. Driving right now on 121 and Halton Road. Crash there involving an 18-wheeler. We do not anticipate seeing a change for the better here anytime soon with that crash blocking up the left side of the roadway. That's in Grand Prairie on northbound 360. And you can still see remnants of a crash on the southbound side. All northbound issues there have been cleared away. This is I-30. And right now you can see only the right shoulder getting through that crash. Or I should say only the right shoulder is blocked off now because of, again, a series of crashes as you move over past the area around Cherry Lane and come over from the West Loop towards Hewlin Street. Backups there back to the West Loop. Everything southbound on the West Loop has finally been cleared around White Settlement.
It's 6:30 a.m. You're watching Good Day, live and local on Fox 4.
The good news is this storm's moving fast. The bad news is this storm is moving fast.
Right,
because the winds are just making things crazy this morning.
And if you're just waking up, you probably slept through the worst of it for the majority of North Texas. We've got a lot of things happening with schools right now. Garland ISD delayed, Lynn McKinney Elementary in Aledo, 2-hour delay. They had a power outage there. Mansfield ISD delay, Northwest ISD delay. If you're in Carroll ISD and you're getting up, get yourself some breakfast, head out the door. Classes will start on time. Evan?
Most classes, it seems like, starting on time. But really, it's the power outages. And you saw Chip's map. I mean, with those accidents, whew.
I mean, you had 70, 75-mile-an-hour winds, even some cases approaching 80. I mean, very similar to what we had back around Memorial Day last year. And we had a lot of problems with that. Maybe it's about 5 miles per hour less than that. But still, it's the equivalent of EF0 tornadoes. Now, no tornadoes. We haven't had any, but we've had a lot of high winds. And this has been your typical squall line. This has been a nasty little squall line. I'm waiting for the Weather Service. They said they were going to clear some of the counties. I mean, officially, we have a tornado watch. I can tell you, if you live anywhere in Metroplex, this should be cleared any second. Hopefully, the folks at the Weather Service, they're a bit overworked today, so give them a chance because there's a lot of warnings. But the only active warnings that we have in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings are out to the east right now. Areas around Greenville, Sulphur Springs, Cooper, Paris, Tyler, Quitman. That's where the worst is at this hour. Here's a look at what's going on in the Metroplex, and we'll take a look at the stronger storms in a second. But you can see the rain is about to end over in Weatherford. It's still raining over in Eagle Mountain Lake, but it is about to end. I would say by 7 o'clock it should be over in Fort Worth. And certainly by 8 o'clock the rain will be over in Dallas. So Denton County, you should be out of the rain by about 7:30 for the most part. Collin County out of the rain by 8 or so. And Johnson County, you'll be out of the rain by about 7 o'clock. The worst of this storm, they've lost a little bit of their punch, and nobody's going to be upset about that. I mean, we had a lot of storm chasers out. They were trying, I mean, these were moving at 50 miles per hour. Nobody said anything about tornadoes, but a lot of reports of the high winds. You can see all these Boeing segments that are out here, and this is where we still have some of the stronger winds. Out by Kaufman, Wills Point. It's approaching Canton. It's not there yet. Give it about another 15 minutes or so. It'll be in Canton. Wills Point, it's on your doorstep. Lake Tawakoni, it's moving through. Greenville, headed towards Sulphur Springs. Sulphur Springs, about 15 minutes or so. Same thing for Paris. Everything's about 15 minutes away. And over in Corsicana, we still maybe have a little short line here right into parts of Navarro County with maybe some pea-size hail and some very heavy rain, but nothing that really screams severe at this point. That's the best part about this. Nothing is screaming really severe anymore, and that's compared to what we just had moving through. 74-mile-per-hour winds at DFW, 78-mile-per-hour winds clocked at Love Field. This is a look at the line as it formed, and it just blew up. I mean, 1 o'clock in the morning was quiet. 2 o'clock it got noisy. 3 o'clock it was just pretty much chaos as the line did what it was expected. The only thing it's done is move a little faster than we expected. So the worst of this is already through Dallas. I mean, if you survive through this one, Brandon said something about people that slept through it. If you could sleep through this, bless your heart. I mean, you're a good sleeper if you could sleep through this. The next thing on the docket is going to be very strong winds this afternoon. Once the skies clear, we have a very strong jet stream aloft that's going to mix down. Winds are going to be 45 to maybe 50-mile-per-hour gusts this afternoon. This is for everybody, not just in a thunderstorm. And even tonight is going to be windy. So showers and storms are east of us by 9 o'clock. Sun's already coming out in some areas. Should be partly to mostly sunny by noon and just a few clouds this afternoon. Temperatures will be chilly this morning. Sun should warm us up close to 70 degrees for this afternoon. We got the 7-day forecast coming up. Again, things are getting just a little bit better out there, but there's a lot of cleaning up to do. Paige is out running around looking at some of this. Peyton, excuse me, is out. And where are you at right now, Peyton?
Yeah, good morning. I'm on I-35W, and I have quite a scene behind me. Crews just actually flipped this 18-wheeler back on its side. We're around the Cross Timbers Road 35W area. That was flipped over for quite some time. We're seeing some debris kind of on the roadway as well, but crews have been working as quickly as possible because there is a huge backup. We were kind of maneuvering in and out of traffic because it is backed up for, I mean, over a mile at least, just to see the lineup of cars behind here. But again, crews are working very quickly. We have multiple wreckers around this area. We have at least one emergency crew. Now, we did not see an ambulance while we were here. We do not know any of the condition of the driver that was in that 18-wheeler, but we do know that that 18-wheeler is back up. It's been on its side of rollover for at least the last hour. I will say that those winds in this area were very, very strong. It's still pouring rain on us right now. We've been driving around Denton County for the last 2 hours, and we could just, the rainfall has been nonstop. So the storm definitely hit through this area, which could have something to do with what's behind me here. The good news is it is now flipped back over. Crews, again, have been working around this area. There's one lane that they had opened up a little earlier on. Now that they have this back on its side, it seems like they've kind of stopped traffic in this area for the time being. Now it should hopefully move a little bit quicker now that we're assessing the situation here. I will say that there might be some barrier damage. Moving on a little closer, if we could zoom in, we can't see exactly what had happened to the barrier damage, but what we do know is that they are working as quickly, diligently as possible to make sure this is not seen into your morning commute. But for the time being, if you are headed this direction, it's a lot of traffic backup, Chip.
Yep, it's over 2.5 miles in that area, and I'm thankful that Peyton was able to get up into that location because it's one of the spots where TxDOT cameras have been knocked offline, and we couldn't really see that issue. So again, big thanks to her to get up in that area. Driving on I-20, a reminder going toward the Benbrook area, you still have a crash scattered across the roadway here, approaching the Chisholm Trail. Just one lane of traffic getting through there, and then back to the maps, you still have the incidents, and actually something new to note over on the West Loop. We've had a series of crashes happen again along I-30 as one moves over towards the south end of the Joint Reserve Base, and there's a wrecker loading up the last vehicle there. And then also on the East Loop, the West Loop, as you move over towards Silver Creek, another crash has happened in this area, and you can still see only one lane of traffic getting through. On 121 eastbound, heading through the Haltom city area, you still have a crash there involving an 18-wheeler. In this case, the 18-wheeler didn't flip, but of the vehicles involved, it's the one that's not movable, and they need some heavy-duty wreckers. They're in short supply right now because of all the incidents involving 18-wheelers everywhere, and just one lane of traffic can get by. For folks that want to move on I-30 around the East Chase Parkway interchange, there's a wreck on the left shoulder of the roadway. Remnants of a crash southbound on 360 approaching Trinity Boulevard, still being addressed. And again, this TxDOT shot is not really great, but at least shows you the activity in the arrow board guiding drivers to the far right side of the roadway in that case. 114, some good news finally as one approaches the Carroll Avenue interchange. Series of crashes in that area since we came on the air. All of that finally cleared in the last couple of minutes. So we're in recovery mode in that location. We're going to move next over to Dallas. Again, southbound 75 Central, standing water at Knox Henderson. Definitely an issue in the left lane as one approaches that spot. And there's a look at the TxDOT shot in that area. And on I-30, this is bizarre at Carroll Avenue. I'm not sure what this is. It could be an overhead sign that's been knocked down in the strong winds, but you can see a lot of debris here as one moves westbound through the Fair Park curve, and the only thing you have are some barrels up, and that's it. So to move into this area, you see this SUV come up to it and like, what am I supposed to? And it's causing, again, a very dangerous situation on that roadway. Southbound traffic on I-35E. Another spot where we have a crash involving an 18-wheeler that flipped, and that southbound side is down to the far right lane. It's been that way for over an hour. No heavy-duty wreckers on the scene, and the northbound onlooker backup is slow in that area as well. So again, that's just a quick look at some, but not obviously all the incidents out on the roadways, and we'll just continue to give updates as we can. No matter where you're going, though, it's obviously going to take you a long time to get there.
Yeah, no kidding, Chip. Thanks. All right, so Encore is reporting more than 300,000 power outages.
Dallas County has more than 100,000 alone. We got Tarrant County coming in at 51,000 in the dark, more than 44,000 in Denton County also without power. So the winds were just so strong, and it looks like it's just knocked out power in several different spots.
All right, schools are starting to make some decisions as well. The weather impacting some of the districts. We know that Lynn McKinney Elementary and Aledo ISD has a 2-hour delay. They've got a power outage there. Garland ISD, the buses are delayed. Mansfield ISD posted that they've got a 30-minute delay on their buses. Northwest ISD, same thing, only it's a 2-hour delay for Northwest ISD. Carroll ISD, all good. They are running on time, so head to school there. Kaufman ISD delayed today by 2 hours. And in Dallas, the Lamplighter School is delayed today by 1 hour. They're going to open at 9 a.m.
Yeah, best to just look at your district's social media to see. It looks like most schools, trying to open on time, but clearly there's going to be some delays all over. It is 6:40 right now. Stay with us as we continue to follow this weather as it moves on through. The best thing is, as of right now, it looks like the wind's starting to die down. This is a fast-moving storm. We're also getting more reports of damage, so we will be watching that very closely. Evan's going to time out what comes next.
Starting to breathe a little sigh of relief right now as the worst of the system is headed east, and it hasn't been too bad in our eastern counties, so hopefully the worst is over. But when it was moving through, power flashes, unfortunately that was probably your power going off, and we thank Keith McTweets for sending that one in. And there are trees down, there are power lines down. This was from Ann Elizabeth over in Plano. And obviously we had reports with 70, 75 mile per hour winds that were blowing across the area. Things got blown around. Trampolines. This is a pool house that is now in the pool. Unfortunately, Tracy, there's a little cleaning up to do, and there's going to be some trees on area roads and probably a little bit of, I would say, lumber work to do. You're going to have to get out there, out and about with the chainsaw and cut up a couple of trees. Tornado watch has been pushed off into our eastern counties and will be removed in the next hour or so. And the only warnings that I have left are over in eastern parts of Fannin County, eastern Hunt County. These are the only severe thunderstorm warnings. They include Lamar County and the Hopkins County area, Paris, Sulphur Springs. So realistically, it hasn't been that bad for areas east of the Metroplex. The worst has been in the Metroplex. And this little bit of a tan, whatever color shows up on your screen, that tan is a wind advisory. We'll talk about the winds in a second. And you're like, hold on, didn't we just have 70, 80 mile per hour winds? Yes, those were thunderstorm winds. You're still going to have a lot of wind this afternoon, especially mid to late afternoon. We could have 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, just non-thunderstorm winds, and blowing dust in the sky. I mean, this day isn't over yet. The storm isn't done with us. Just the stormy part, the thunderstorm part, is almost done. Strongest thunderstorms I really have right now, at least producing lightning and maybe some pea-sized hail over Gun Barrel City and near Cedar Creek Reservoir and over on the north side of Richland Chambers. So that's the worst of it. It's just raining in Ellis County. The showers and storms in Van Zandt County, I mean, folks in Van Zandt County are used to being hit by horrible weather. In this case, it's actually non-severe storms, just heavier rain and maybe 40 mile per hour winds. Same thing as you get up to Sulphur Springs and Paris. We just haven't seen too much. This little Boeing area right here over by Cooper and Lake Cooper probably producing 50 mile per hour winds. Although as I look up here, there is a tornado warning into southern Oklahoma. So again, the line isn't done with us yet. We still always worry about any kind of leading edge spin ups and the gusty winds. You can see Palestine 70 degrees, Athens 68. Here in the Metroplex, we got all the way down to 50. We weren't expecting 49 and 50 degrees. That's what we call a cold pool. And when you get a cold pool, basically a lot of colder air coming down behind the storms, it helps these things maintain their strength, which is why we got the squall line we expected across the area and the very high winds. It's already clearing out to the west. As a matter of fact, as you look at Futurecast, by 9 o'clock this morning, outside of a little rain exiting Dallas, we're done. I mean, we should be fine, except for the fact that the sun is going to generate more wind. We could have a stray shower up north, and then we get the backside of the storm. Now let's talk about the afternoon winds. 40, 45, maybe gusting to 50 miles per hour into the evening hours. And that's on the colder side. That's with generally dry conditions out there. So the temperatures this morning, which are down close to 50 degrees, should be able to rebound in the sun. Not far from 70. I think we'll get back close to 70 degrees this afternoon. History here shows the squall line that developed just west of us at about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock this morning and is raced east. That is the Pacific cold front. We got two cold fronts headed our way. The second one has snowflakes over in Amarillo. And as this one blows through, we're going to have all this blowing dust this afternoon. East of Dallas and Fort Worth, as you get into Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, higher risk for more severe weather today. But on the backside of the storm, northwest winds, beautiful sunny day tomorrow, a little brisk and cool, but Wednesday is quiet. Thursday is quiet. The next system will spin up in the Rockies on Thursday. It looks to arrive here on Saturday. That'll be the next chance for some showers. So after today, the rest of the week is really quiet. The severe weather risk exits early this morning. About 70, 71 this afternoon. High winds in the forecast, so we have a wind advisory. Tomorrow we start at 43, and with the winds strongest in the morning, that means wind chills in the upper 20s and low 30s. It's pretty cold. 61 by the afternoon. 66 on Thursday with increasing clouds. 78 as the clouds break for sun on Friday, so Friday is a warm day. Saturday is not. We turn colder Saturday in the 50s. Again, we'll lose that hour of sleep. We spring ahead Saturday night. Sunday is sunny and 64, and Monday should be a beautiful start to the new week at 73.
All right, let's get right back to it. We do have one thing that's changed for the better in the last couple of minutes in Fort Worth. Everything around the south end of the Joint Reserve Base has been cleared out, but we still have a couple of challenges worth noting in Tarrant County. Southbound on the West Loop at Silver Creek. You see the remnants of that crash still in that area. One of a series of incidents. I-20 as one moves westbound to the Chisholm Trail. Still only one lane getting through. No records on the scene of that incident. And 121 eastbound, a mess from Beat Street in Fort Worth to get beyond the Halton Road interchange. The 18-wheeler involved was just removed from the roadway, so my hope is all the main lanes might clear here soon, as long as there's not a debris issue that I can't see. 360 in the north and southbound directions have been miserable for the last hour plus in Grand Prairie. Remnants of a crash southbound with only one lane getting through, right in the sight lines of everybody going in the northbound direction through that area. We're going to bounce next down to the Dallas County line, because southbound on I-35E is one of several spots where we've had a crash involving a flipped 18-wheeler. It's on its side, sitting diagonally across those two left lanes and left shoulder, and right now we're waiting on a series of heavy-duty wreckers to arrive on that scene. Set up cables, slowly upright that. We've seen that happen a lot in several areas across North Texas. The I-30 issue is an overhead, an arrow board that was knocked down in the area of I-30 and Haskell Avenue. And you can see a courtesy patrol unit there on the scene now to help guide drivers away from that right lane as they get some cleanups there, cleanup crews there. Southbound on 75 Central on that map. Again, some standing water. Oh, can't show it to you. It looks like that TxDOT camera has been knocked offline yet again. Lots of trouble in the northbound direction of I-35E at LBJ, a series of crashes through there to head up toward Farmers Branch. The westbound George Bush Turnpike crash at the Rosemead Parkway interchange is still there, and there's only one lane of traffic getting through. Lots of incidents on 121 going from the Colony on the Sam Rayburn Tollway in the westbound direction approaching Hebron Parkway. A box truck, one of the vehicles involved in that crash, and there's a detour set up in that area. Prepare for it if you're getting ready to head that direction. And again, it's troublesome everywhere right now, speed-wise. Watch your speed. Take your time heading to where you need to go. Good Day's back after this.
All right, this morning we are keeping you weather aware. We've got team coverage. This powerful storm making its way across the Metroplex all morning long. North Texas hit by rain, and really the story's been the wind up to 78 miles an hour reported. Roads impacted, lots of power outages, so schools being impacted. We've heard about a little damage as well. We've got the latest coming up. Also, traffic issues. That does seem to be a big one. National Weather Center reported up to 75 miles per hour winds, as I mentioned, really shaking some of those TxDOT cameras, knocking them offline. I know DART just reported that they are having delays. So if you take any of the DART lines, just anticipate that there's going to be delays this morning. Yeah, you can see these traffic cameras right there. So clearly things have been rough out on the roads. You can even see how powerful the winds are moving this morning. We can see in some of those tower cam shots just how that rain is being pushed sideways. National Weather Service is reporting winds as strong as 65 to 75 miles per hour. Yep, there she is. Winds have having some impact there on Peyton. So they have the potential and have knocked down several power lines in several areas. Wise County, definitely seeing a lot of that happening there. Obviously, our own reporter, Peyton May, being blown over, and her poor umbrella, I think, broke with that one. And I think what's interesting is we were anticipating some tornadoes, but no tornadoes. But an EF0 has wind speeds up to 75 miles an hour. So what we're seeing, so Evan, this really has been an issue. Yeah, I mean, it is similar winds, very similar winds to what an EF0 tornado would produce. The only difference is they weren't spinning winds. They were straight line winds that blew a lot of things down. And I mean, I feel for Peyton only because of the fact that there's no way you get an umbrella that can stand up to 50, 60 mile per hour winds. I have ones that are supposed to be good like that, but they don't ever work. We have a couple of new warnings to pass along to you and a couple of old warnings that have been taken out. So you folks over in Fannin and Hunt County, you're out of this. So pretty much the warnings themselves are up around Paris and Sulphur Springs. That continues, although these storms have only been producing about 50 mile per hour winds. They've warned them into eastern parts of the state, Clarksville, which is Red River County, and the new warnings that came in southern parts of Van Zandt County. This little cluster here from southern Van Zandt County into western parts of Henderson County, including Gun Barrel City and Athens. That is a brand new warning for you folks. So that goes for the next hour. And in Anderson County, Palestine, you are now under severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, no tornado warnings, just severe thunderstorm warnings for high winds. Rain coming to an end in Fort Worth shortly. Give it till about 8 o'clock and it should be out of Dallas.
What we're going to do right now is focus on Tarrant County, and then at the top of the hour, we will proceed with all of the other incidents that are across the Metroplex. This is I-20 as one moves in the westbound direction. Long-standing issue here. Part of the crash is cleared from the right side, but the left lane is still blocked in this area. It has gotten worse on southbound the West Loop in White Settlement. That area where you had the series of incidents, they've shut down the road to get the 18-wheeler that crashed here and flipped upright. And this closure could be in play for another 30 to 45 minutes, though it does appear they've gotten that in the upright position. 121 going in the eastbound direction. You still have a crash at Haltom Road that is blocking up the left side of the roadway, excuse me, the right side of the roadway, so only the left lane can get through. And then a quick note on Highway 360. Remnants of a crash there involving a flipped 18-wheeler still blocks the two left lanes. We're going to take a quick break and do celebrity birthdays. All right, levity, and then back to the action.
Take this break, yes. Actress Catherine O'Hara has a birthday today, from Home Alone, Mighty Wind, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, what's the last one? What's the last one?
All right, it's Schitt's Creek. That's the name of the show, people.
The only time you can say that on air and be okay.
Just to say that show. Okay, she is 70.
I like it, but I'm even going to go a scotch older, 72.
68.
71. Unbelievable. The donut theory would have worked.
Actress Patricia Heaton from The Middle, and oh my gosh, she was so funny on Everybody Loves Raymond.
She was.
Yeah, she's great. Patricia Heaton's got to be 60.
Look at the gray locks. That looks different on her. I'm going to say she's 65.
63 for me.
67. Wow. Okay. Emilio Estevan of the Miami Sound Machine. Oh boy, that's been around a while. So I'm going to say I'm going to go back up to 70 again for
still doing the conga. Still doing the conga at 74.
78.
72. Oh. Wow, we're close this morning. All right, happy birthday to you. If it's your big day, you're watching Good Day.
Fox 4, the only local news at 7 a.m. This is Good Day.
It is Tuesday, March 4th. We are dealing with a lot of weather this morning. It is moving through, still moving through, but basically more to our eastern counties.
Yeah, severe storms, hundreds of thousands of power outages, some damage as well. We are going to run through it all this morning.
All right.
All right, good morning. Thanks for being with us. It is Tuesday, March 4th. I'm Lauren Percival.
Yeah, those storms brought a lot of hurricane-force winds to North Texas, and there have been a lot of power outages, down power lines in many places.
Yeah, so at last word, we have 287,000 customers in our viewing area without power. That's about 101,000 just in Dallas County alone.
A lot of tree limbs are down due to the strong winds. Viewer Elena Bullard Lawrence sent us this video of a tree coming down at her house in Weatherford about 4:30. Oh, my goodness. The severe weather threat, though, is moving to our east. Evan, how does it look?
Yeah, just talking to Dylan right now, just going through some of the warnings that are out there. And we were discussing this picture behind me because a lot of people, okay, whenever you have a 70, 80 mile an hour wind and damage, everybody wants to know tornado versus straight line winds. And this is the evidence. I mean, all the trees snapped. I'm using the wrong color here. Let's put it in yellow so you can at least see it. All these trees snapped in the same direction. So we're dealing with pretty much straight line winds here that came in with the squall line. Now, the tornado watch has been pushed into eastern areas, but you could see this whole mess that moved through during the early morning hours. It's already on the way out. It's about to stop. If it hasn't stopped raining on I-35W through Fort Worth, it will in the next couple of minutes. It's still raining probably on the east side of Fort Worth, but not on the west side of Fort Worth. So Dallas, you should be out of the rain by about 8 o'clock this morning, and then you can go on your merry way. And then we'll talk about more winds coming. We are looking at a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings. We had one small tornado warning this morning in parts of southern Tarrant, northern Johnson County, and realistically, just little brief spin-ups on the leading edge. That's exactly what we had been discussing. This is not a major tornado situation. This was all about straight line winds, but they do just the same damage. Gun Barrel City, all right, let's go back to a different color, but Gun Barrel City, it is right over you right now. On 175, just to the east of Kemp. As I put this into motion, you will see this cell has come up from the east, so it's moving east. It's going to track just north of Athens, just south of Canton. I mean, realistically, these are just 50 mile per hour winds, not 70. 70 would be bad. But up to the north of this, we still have warnings in effect up around Paris and Sulphur Springs. Those are all pushing to the east. The only other thing that's going on is once this moves away, and it will, it should stop raining pretty much everywhere by about 9:30 this morning. The winds are going to be strong this afternoon and have nothing to do with the rain. This is all going to be just strong winds behind our storm system blowing in dust. So the rain is exiting. The sun will return by noon, still very windy. And the afternoon, partly cloudy. We're going to see some extra clouds and maybe 60s to around 70 with 45 to 50 mile per hour winds later today. The rest of the forecast this week is much calmer. So realistically, folks, you made it through the worst. And it was pretty bad this morning. So hope you made it through okay. And we'll talk about the rest of the forecast coming up.
So we have had a lot of crashes, and as promised, we're going to start off in other areas that we weren't able to touch on just before the top of the hour. There have been a half dozen incidents involving 18-wheelers, and in most cases, those tractor trailers blown over with those strong straight-line winds. This is I-35 35E, passing Bear Creek. We're still only the far right lane gets through as we wait for heavy-duty wreckers to start the process of uprighting and getting that out of the way. It is causing a backup coming out of the DeSoto area as a result. Northbound traffic trying to come up from Ellis County is slow simply due to onlookers in that location. And the drive from Cedar Hill into Duncanville is now marred with a crash northbound on Highway 67 as one moves up past Beltline toward Daniel-Dale. Lots of issues to deal with in the area that I have moved into in Dallas County. So I-30, there's a bunch of debris, an aero board knocked down in the strong winds as one moves through the Fair Park curve. There's a look at that problem, and the right lane will remain blocked until they get the right kind of equipment to clear that out of the way. And high water issues southbound on 75 Central Expressway approaching Knox Henderson. It does look like those water levels have receded there on the left side of the roadway, and so I'm not as concerned anymore about that issue. That's the little pond that's now there, and again, that's not as big of a problem. Here are some other issues, though. Northbound on I-35E, a lot of crashes at LBJ this morning, and remnants of those crashes have not been cleared yet. So you see not only is northbound traffic heavy back past Walnut Hill, but the westbound side of LBJ, because the ramp to northbound I-35E is compromised, is heavy back to Marsh Lane. On the George Bush Turnpike, cleanup continues from a series of crashes at Frankford Road and a flip box truck on southbound the Sam Rayburn Tollway at Hebron Parkway. Prepare for detours there. We've been hearing from Peyton about the issue southbound I-35W approaching the FM 1171 interchange. Still limited access through that area as the cleanup continues. Brandon and Lauren, back to you.
All right, Chip, thanks. Yeah, you just heard him mention winds strong enough to blow over a box truck. We've heard cases of them blowing over 18-wheelers on the highway. Winds were strong enough to overturn some RVs on the west side of Fort Worth.
All right, Dan Godwin is there live with a look at some of the damage. What are you seeing, Dan?
Well, Lauren, we are here at the Crosswinds RV Park along White Settlement Road in Parker County. Most of the RVs here look like they're pretty much intact, but the ones that were hit by these winds were really severely damaged. You can see the evidence of that right here with this RV. There was others, as we mentioned, that were knocked over. Again, a total of 4 recreational vehicles, from what we are told, were damaged. First responders have already been here to do what they could as far as providing assistance. There in the distance a bit, yeah, you can see one RV that was knocked over. And if we could take another look at that one that was knocked over, I spoke to one gentleman here, a resident whose RV, again, survived the winds, but he said there was a woman inside this RV when it was knocked over. She managed to climb up to the top of the toppled RV, and this resident we spoke to, a gentleman, said he was able to offer her some assistance to climb down from the vehicle. She was taken to the hospital. We don't know any details yet about her condition. As far as injuries, that is the one injury that we have heard coming from this location. Again, 4 RVs damaged, and we will be able to ask a few more questions, find out more information as we are able to talk to some of the folks here. But again, the gentleman I did speak with said it was absolutely terrifying, the force of the winds, the sudden change in the pressure. He told us he is feeling very, very lucky, and hopefully as we get a report on that one woman in the hospital, her injuries will hopefully not be too severe. Reporting live in Parker County, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Can you imagine being in one of those when that damage happened?
Yeah, you hear the winds and there's not much you can do.
Even at home, yeah.
Not much you can do. Well, as you can imagine, the weather is also impacting some school districts this morning.
All right, Shannon Murray is here with the growing list of delays that we've been seeing. Shannon?
Yeah, Lauren, trying to stay updated with it because it keeps changing here every few minutes or so. The weather is forcing many North Texas schools to change their plans here this morning and adjust their schedules today. Take a look at this list. Lynn McKinney Elementary in Aledo ISD has a 2-hour delay due to the power outages there. Buses are delayed in Garland ISD. Over in Mansfield ISD, buses delayed 30 minutes. Northwest ISD also announced a 2-hour delay. Kaufman ISD delayed 2 hours. In Irving ISD, De Zavala Middle School specifically is delaying due to downed power lines in that area and a gas leak near the school. Then here in Dallas, the Lamplighter School delayed 1 hour, now opening at 9 a.m. We have a full list of those closures and delays on our website that will be updated throughout the morning, so keep checking there. And here on our air, you can just head to fox4news.com for the latest on those schools that are making some adjustments. Lauren?
Yeah, I just heard about some damage at Plano West High School. So some of the kids, I guess, normally would be reporting to athletics, now having to go to the cafeteria. So I think there's a lot of schools where the adults, the staff members are arriving and going, woo, looks like we got some issues here.
A lot of parents are even posting online, do I go to school now? Do I go to school now? You go when you feel safe to go to school.
True. And check your social media. Most of the districts are posting stuff. So firefighters in the Texas Panhandle, we're going to move from our crazy weather to fires now. Battling a wildfire. It started last night. Texas A&M Forest Service says the Combs Fire, which is just east of Amarillo, has burned about 500 acres so far. Forest Service says forward progression's been stopped. Crews really focusing on securing that southern edge of the fire. Because of the winds that just moved through, they were really worried about that. At last report, the fire 25% contained. Of course, we'll get updates as the morning goes on to see if those winds helped or, hurt things, or maybe the rain helped things. So we'll see.
In other news, a homeowners association in far north Fort Worth joined a lawsuit against members of the Keller School Board, claiming they violated the state's Open Meetings Act.
Matthew Mucker, a parent in the district, was the first to sue after learning trustees are considering splitting the district in two. Heritage Homeowners Association joined a suit Monday. It claims that school board members met in secret in December to discuss the proposal.
I want to take a moment to clarify that trustees Joni Shaw and Chelsea Kelly are not plaintiffs in our suit. As we know, they were not part of the actions taken to split the district, and we applaud their actions to date.
Proposal caused a shakeup in leadership, with the superintendent resigning in opposition to this proposal. Lawsuit seeks to stop the plan from moving forward. The next Keller ISD board meeting is set for March 27th.
President Trump has paused all federal aid to Ukraine in an attempt to pressure a quick end to the war. Trump said the pause would stay in effect until he was sure Ukraine was committed to engaging in peace negotiations with Russia. The move comes just days after a meeting between Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky turned into a shouting match in the Oval Office. Mr. Trump has since accused Zelensky of being ungrateful for the $180 billion the U.S. has provided in aid since the start of the invasion 3 years ago. President Trump will address a joint session of Congress tonight. You can see the president's speech at 8 o'clock on Fox 4. We will also show the Democratic response. It will be followed by our late news. It is 12 minutes after 7 o'clock.
Okay, so the storm's still moving on through. The good thing is it's a fast-moving storm. It's going to be a windy day for the most part. Evan has a look coming up.
this is all about wind. This was your typical really strong squall line that blew through. And some of the wind reports, I mean, Love Field, 78-mile-an-hour winds. Mineral Wells, 81. DFW came in with a 74-mile-per-hour wind. And 86? Okay. I was just verifying with Dylan. So 86-mile-per-hour winds, the equivalent of an EF1 tornado. That's the low end. So while these are not tornado reports, these are all straight line winds, and I had a lot in the 70s. This is the equivalent of an EF0 tornado. No, we didn't have EF0 tornadoes, but at this point, you had the same winds as that. They were only blowing in one direction. It was brutal out there this morning. 3 o'clock, 3:30 it started. Right now, it's working its way out of the area. As a matter of fact, that shot, I looked at it a couple of minutes ago over in Stephenville, and it was cloudy. It's already just cleared out at Stephenville, where it's 46 degrees in Lantana. In the process, it's still raining a little bit there. Same in Dallas. Winds aren't really that strong right now, but they're going to get a lot stronger as we go through the next couple of hours. So as I look at forewarned Doppler radar, this is the eastern extent. We still have some severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Never want to forget the folks that live east of Dallas. From just around, it's east of Paris now. Clarksville is over in Red River County. We're under a severe thunderstorm warning to about the Mount Vernon area. So now we're east of Sulphur Springs. That's where the winds could be about 50 to 60 miles per hour. These aren't as bad as the winds that blew through the Metroplex at about 5 o'clock this morning. So they've come down a bit, although there is a pretty big storm rolling through Palestine right now over in Anderson County. A lot of lightning. There's dime-sized hail with this one. We haven't had any severe hail reports like you typically get as you go into late March and April. Hail is always the big concern. Very little hail other than about dime and pea size, but a lot of wind. This is the leading edge of the squall line, which is weakened. It's right in Athens at this hour. In Fairfield, it looks to be under severe limits. And into the Metroplex, let me get out of the way. Tarrant County, the rain is just about over. Still raining in Flower Mound, still raining around Grapevine and Colleyville. That's about to get out of here very quickly in about 5-10 minutes. Dallas, it is still raining through the county, so roads are wet, the entire county from south to north, but it should escape Dallas County by about 8 o'clock. I would say by 8 o'clock. The rain will be done, and then the roads will start drying out. And you can see it's already clearing out to the west. It's in the 40s out west. We did not anticipate that. I mean, we figured we'd have lows in the 50s this morning. This is almost 10 degrees colder than we were anticipating. And you're like, why? Because all of that rain and the wind that came down from aloft and brought down the colder air, and the rain behind this lingered for so long it dropped us all the way down. We're still going to rebound as the sun comes out, and right now the winds aren't very strong, but that tan area is a wind advisory that's in effect. I'll talk about it in a second, but winds later this afternoon could still be very intense. We could still see 45 or 50 mile per hour winds. This is the backside. This is where all the strong winds are occurring, where you see the sun right there. It's cleared out by Abilene, and it's down to 36 in Amarillo with some snow, and you can see all the warnings that are all severe thunderstorm warnings ahead of this front that came through. Notice how we dropped to 50, but Tyler is still about 70. So we'll push the rain out of here. The afternoon, all about the strong winds. Very high winds coming in out of the west. There may even be a little shower that's up in our northern counties this afternoon as the backside of the colder air comes in. We'll drop down into the low 40s tomorrow morning. It'll be quite chilly tomorrow morning with 20 to 25 mile an hour winds. Wind chills could be freezing or below tomorrow morning, and we'll rebound into the 60s. A nice day coming up for your Wednesday, just a little bit cooler than average, which is now about 65. So the storms exit east this morning. They should get out of the rain, should be out of the Metroplex at least by about, say, 8:15, and then our eastern counties around 9. Otherwise, the sun will return for a while. Tomorrow, windy 43 in the morning, 61 in the afternoon. Mid-60s Thursday after a chilly start. We'll see increasing high clouds. Clouds will be around early Friday, but then we warm up quickly ahead of the next cold front. That one will drop us into the 50s. It'll be a chilly day on Saturday, and then as we spring forward Saturday nights, we will end up with sunshine for Sunday after a 39-degree start. Chip.
Crashes this morning because of this gust front involving 18-wheelers that flipped I now can no longer count on one hand. It's up to 7, So driving out and about, we actually have some good news in one of the spots where we did have a flipped 18-wheeler. Let's start there, southbound on the West Loop. They've reopened the main lanes. Everything is cleared in that area. Now, there was an 18-wheeler crash where the 18-wheeler didn't flip, 121 around the Halton Road interchange. Still have some issues there, and only one lane of traffic can get through. For drivers on southbound 360, approaching and passing Trinity Boulevard and continuing past Riverside. That's one of the areas where you have the flipped 18-wheeler that has been there for a couple of hours. Heavy-duty wreckers and cranes are set up to it now, trying to string cables up, see what they can do to maybe try to get that uprighted, but they might need a second heavy-duty wrecker. One might not be able to do it unless they're going to separate the rig from the cab, and only the right shoulder gets through. Northbound onlooker backup in that area continues to build. Here's one of the more recent incidents involving an 18-wheeler that is flipped, and that's on southbound Loop 12 Walton Walker approaching Singleton, going over the West Fork of the Trinity River, and you can see cable hooked up to that with a couple of heavy-duty wreckers just now on the scene, and only the right shoulder can get through. There will probably be closures of the main lanes coming down from Irving when they do start the process of actually flipping it up. We're going to shift our attention just a little bit north now, northbound on I-35E, remnants of a wreck just past LBJ on the right shoulder now. Box truck crash where that box truck flipped southbound on the Sam Rayburn Tollway at Hebron, causing a backup into the Colony. And a crash still on the George Bush Turnpike, westbound around Frankford Road. Remember, the 18-wheeler cleanup on southbound I-35W continues as one moves down past the interchange of FM 1171. I do want to quickly finish up with this down in Ellis County. They've shut down southbound I-35E to get that flipped 18-wheeler upright in that area. Multi-mile backup continues to build into DeSoto toward Beltline as a result. Good Day's back after this.
It is 7:21. Yeah, it looks like nothing happened right there when you look at that shot. Wouldn't know that there were almost 80-mile-an-hour winds whipping through that spot just a little bit ago. It's still in our east. We will continue to update you as this morning goes on and as we continue to hear about some damage. We got some in Louisville, some in Plano. We heard from Dan Godwin just a little bit ago as well, so we'll keep you updated. Stock markets in Europe, meanwhile, Asia mostly lower overnight. A new round of tariffs by President Donald Trump took effect. China hit back with tariffs on 20% across the board. Higher duties of up to 15% on U.S. farm exports. Analysts say that could cause most of China to shift most farm imports from U.S. goods to products from South America. U.S. markets really suffered steep losses Monday because of those tariffs. Dow lost 1.5%. NASDAQ lost 2 2/3. S&P 500 down 1 3/4. Stock futures pointing to a lower opening on Wall Street today. All right, we are at 7:22 right now as we are continuing to watch the radar, that big old storm system moving on through. It was those straight line winds that have caused all sorts of issues. We've got 18-wheelers flipped over in multiple spots, down power lines. I mean, the number of power outages is crazy this morning. We've got an update, a big rundown coming up next. Good morning. It is 7:25, 7:26 on what has been a very crazy night and early morning. Some in the east still seeing what's left of the storm. The majority of us, just quiet. But this storm causing all sorts of traffic issues this morning. We heard Chip Wagner mention just a few minutes ago, 7 incidents where 18-wheelers were blown over. I mean, that just shows you the power of the wind when this storm went through.
Yeah, and Fox 4's Peyton May is live along one of those incidents, I-35W in Northlake with a look. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Lauren and Brandon. Thankfully, that incident is starting to clear up, and that 18-wheeler is out of here right now. But we'll show you what's happening right now. There are crews that are trying to clean up some of the debris. There's spill response teams. They are spraying water. They're kind of mopping up the area right now just to make sure there's nothing else on the roadway. We'll give you a look at what this scene looked like a little earlier. Really throughout most of the morning, this was causing some issues for your commute on I-35 westbound near Cross Timbers, or I'm sorry, I-35W near Cross Timbers Road. There was that 18-wheeler that unfortunately kind of toppled over on this side due to some of those strong winds that we had around this area. Both lanes were closed for a little bit throughout the morning. We did see some emergency crews here. We have Denton County Fire. I see Northlake Police that is still around here. We had multiple wreckers. And then again, of course, crews kind of directing the traffic flow around the shoulder of the area right now. So this is still definitely a situation that is causing a backup, but I will say the situation is improving very quickly in the last 10-15 minutes. Some of this traffic flow has been able to kind of pick up throughout this area as crews have been working to kind of clear up some of that debris right there. There is some damage to the barrier, not anything super significant that we could see at this moment, but hopefully they'll be able to clear up this area pretty soon. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Peyton. Yeah, crews just working. We got Encore crews out. We got law enforcement crews.
Yeah, they are very busy.
Yeah. All right, it is 7:28 right now. We are continuing to follow this storm. Thankfully, it's moving fast because it's almost out of our area, but those winds, I tell you, we're going to feel some winds, not as crazy as we did, but wind for today. Evan has a look at what we can expect when we come back.
Good Day continues at 7:30 a.m. here on Fox 4.
All right, welcome back. It has been a very loud and very busy morning. Very busy morning in the Weather Center for sure, as that kind of squall line, I guess, of these severe storms move from the west of our viewing area all the way now into the east.
And it seems like, I mean, the power outages seem to be the biggest. I see McKinney ISD saying they're having intermittent power issues. So the kids are now getting to school, and so it's just kind of going to be, I think people are going to be delayed. People are going to be obviously, you know, a little off this morning as we deal with some of these
aftermath,
issues.
Evan.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to be all about cleanup, and there's a lot of cleanup to do. I mean, when this moved through, basically, I would say about 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock this morning, maybe 6:30. Some of the winds were clocked as high as 75, 80 miles per hour. Now, this was pretty widespread, at least in the Metroplex and off to the west. So there's going to be trees down for a while. Power outages may take a while to get put back online. Officially, as you look behind me, there's still a tornado watch for our eastern counties, although I will tell you realistically, I don't see much going on anymore. And we never really, I had a couple of small spin-ups on radar. I mean, maybe we had a couple of EF0 tornadoes, which is really all we expected. You can see down to Palestine, we've got a warning in effect. That is all for severe thunderstorms. But the thing about what's going on in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, now we're going to get the backside of the storm. The rain has stopped in Fort Worth. Clouds are already starting to clear out. Rain in Dallas, give it till 8 o'clock. Plano, Collin County, 8:15. Rain's going to be out of here pretty quickly. This is a look at the last hour, and you can see everything on the backside is just getting out of town. Where the storms are right now, southeastern areas. Let me take some of the warnings off so you can see the radar better. Palestine, probably some pea to dime size hail with that little cell, but it doesn't really look severe. None of this looks severe anymore, from Athens all the way down to Fairfield. And actually, the strongest storms are moving into East Texas at around Mount Pleasant. You know, the interesting thing, everybody had theorized that this would get stronger as it moved to the east. No, it gets really strong right over North Texas. No tornadoes again, but just a lot of wind. This is a squall line. This is a classic squall line. Just a big old line and high winds. It was 100-mile-per-hour winds aloft. Some of those got mixed down to the ground. I mean, I saw wind gusts to 70 and 80 miles per hour. You see it's clearing up behind the line, and you're like, that looks pretty good. And there's going to be a fair amount of sun before that next batch of clouds around Lubbock rotates back in. But that's going to bring down jet stream winds. So by this afternoon, expect those winds to run 30 to 45 miles per hour with gusts maybe as high as 50. And you're like, I just went through all those winds this morning. The ones this afternoon will be more sustained. They're just going to keep blowing, not just coming out of a thunderstorm. Tonight is going to be windy. Tomorrow morning is going to be windy. So the temperatures this morning are a little on the cool side. This is a lot cooler than we expected it to be. We will be back in the 60s by noon. Should be mostly sunny late this morning through noon, and then some clouds will wrap back in this afternoon, and temperatures probably don't get much higher than 69, 70, 71, and then they'll start going back down pretty quickly late this afternoon. So I guess the best way to say it is we kind of survived. We're definitely done with this. The worst is over. You made it through. Now, hopefully, you have power and you don't have damage to clean up. That's the part we don't like.
No. And boy, do we have a lot of cleanup on the highways alone. Driving on I-35E, just a reminder, as one goes down towards the Ellis County line, you have remnants of a crash there, and the highway is shut down in order to flip the tractor trailer upright. And those vehicles have been kind of trapped there waiting for that situation to resolve itself. And there's a significant onlooker backup in that area. The next thing we're going to do is go to the maps and look at I-30 and the Fair Park curve. Again, an overhead sign, or I should say an arrow board, was knocked down and is still sitting in the roadway. So to drive from the Loop 12 Buckner Boulevard interchange past this point, taking an extra 20 minutes. We've had an overturned 18-wheeler along southbound Loop 12, making the transition out of Irving and into Dallas, and the cleanup there continues. Going to take a while to get that out of the way. Another 18-wheeler cleanup continues on southbound 360, moving down past Riverside. Positive thing there is the tractor trailer is now upright, but they'll need at least another heavy-duty wrecker to get that all cleared out unless the rig and trailer could be reattached and then moved out of there. We've had a long-standing issue on 121 at Haltom Road, and that activity is still blocking up the far right side of the highway in that location. We're going to bounce quickly back over into Denton County to look at the incidents on the George Bush Turnpike as one moves over in the westbound direction at Frankfort. Still have remnants of a crash there. Box truck crash southbound on the Sam Rayburn Tollway as one moves towards the Hebron Parkway interchange. We've had limited access through that area with a solid stack up well into the colony now heading through that location. You saw where Peyton May was on southbound I-35W. Cleanup continues there as one moves down past FM 1171. Brandon, Lauren, back to you.
All right, Chip, thanks. Well, those strong winds turned over some RVs on the west side of Fort Worth.
Dan Godwin's there with a look at this damage. Dan?
And Lauren, a really scary situation here at the Crosswinds RV Park, White Settlement Road in Parker County. Behind me, one of the RVs that was knocked over. There was a woman inside who lives there. She managed to climb up to what became the top of the RV. All of this was happening during that intense rain and those ferocious winds. So from her spot on top of the toppled RV, she is screaming. Some of the neighbors here heard her. 3 gentlemen were able to find a ladder. They climbed up and they were able to bring her down to safety. One of the rescuers told me she appeared to be in mild shock, but she didn't. It didn't look like she had any major injuries. Now, she was taken to the hospital by another one of the residents here, and the last report we had was that, again, her injuries appeared to be minor. Now we want to take you to another location at this RV park. This one right here, completely demolished. The resident, the man who lives in this one, thankfully, he was not home at the time because this RV obviously completely demolished. We earlier were getting reports of 4 of the RVs here that were damaged, but the number is really more than that. We are told that 2 were knocked over, 2 others were severely damaged like this one, and there are several RVs that were knocked off their foundation and sustained various degrees of damage. Now that we have daylight, there are some residents here who are able to check things out and see what kind of situation they're dealing with as far as the damage to their RVs. But again, out of all of this, it appears we have just one person injured, that woman who escaped her RV, and hopefully we will continue to hear reports of just minor injuries for her. Reporting live, Parker County, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Well, when you camp and travel in those camper trailers, the danger of storms like this is exponentially worse.
That's
so,
scary.
All right, Dan, thanks. It's 7:39 on this Tuesday morning. West Texas health officials are now dealing with a growing measles outbreak. As case numbers are spiking again over the weekend, we'll have a look at the latest data when we come back.
742 live look at the airport. I'm sure things slowed down a little bit as that storm moved through there or went to a complete stop, but now looks like things moving smoothly, thank goodness, as that storm system is off to the east.
The measles outbreak in West Texas grew over the weekend. There are now 158 confirmed cases. That's up from 146 last Friday.
Outbreak still confined to 9 counties near Lubbock. The vast majority of patients are children who are either unvaccinated or whose vaccination status is not known. One patient, an unvaccinated child, has died in the outbreak. There are a few isolated cases not included in the state's count, though. It includes cases reported in Rockwall, east of Dallas, and Austin, where people contracted the disease after traveling abroad.
So we've been increasingly seeing more cases since last year, but we do see cases, import cases, routinely from Asia, Africa, the Middle East, when people travel and they're not vaccinated or they're under-vaccinated. So that does happen.
Definitely something to watch out for. DSHS reports in recent days that there has been an increase in vaccinations, especially in those affected areas in West Texas for people who've been exposed. Health officials advise you to call ahead to your doctor's office. That way you do not expose anyone who might be in the waiting room. Measles virus can be airborne for up to 2 hours, and that's one of the reasons why it is so contagious. Well, the Pope is off mechanical ventilation after suffering another health setback.
And the Vatican says that the Pope Francis suffered 2 new respiratory incidents on Monday. Doctors pulled large amounts of fluid from his lungs. He was then put back on non-invasive mechanical ventilation, but now just requires oxygen. His prognosis remains, quote, guarded. He has been hospitalized for more than 2 weeks for treatment of double pneumonia.
All right, it is 7:44. We are watching as this. Get on out of here. Come on, hurry up. Because, boy, we have got issues all over the place. We've got traffic issues. We've got power issues. Chip has the latest on the commute. We'll check back in with Evan to see what this day is going to look like. Definitely flooding in that one spot there on I-35 near Oaklawn Avenue.
all the winds that were clocking in generally between about, say, 65 and 80 miles per hour, which even though they were straight line winds, they are capable. I mean, it's the same speed as an EF0 tornado. And people are like, well, it felt like a tornado. It had the same speed as that, even though it wasn't. And look at some of the damage. That's over in Collin County from Greg Massey. And this is as it was coming through in Dallas. And you could see Eduardo took this, and you could see, I mean, that awning did everything in its power not to be lifted up. Some of those winds were 70, 75 miles per hour. Now, officially, the Weather Service, I'm surprised they haven't cleared it yet, but they should clear our counties from the tornado watch, with the exception of maybe Anderson and Freestone counties, which are down here on the bottom, all the way down in the southeastern part of the area. Everything has moved off, and what's interesting, and I'll tell you in a second, we escaped without a lot of tornado warnings. We had one at about 5 o'clock for parts of Tarrant and Johnson County. And realistically, at 8 o'clock, I'm going to show you something that may have been another spin up in Tarrant County. But there is a tornado warning out in East Texas right now. That tornado warning out in East Texas is out towards Mount Pleasant. There's actually a couple of tornado warnings. These are, again, all along the squall line. When you get these wavy parts of the line, you can get spin ups. But I'm pointing this out, people in Clarksville, in Red River County, because a lot of them do watch us. It's moved on out. Paris, it's still raining. As you go down south into Anderson County, that's the severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for around Palestine. This storm does not look all that impressive on radar. I'd be surprised if it was severe, but the Weather Service continues it. And for the people in the Metroplex, if you want to go to work, the rain has finally stopped. Most areas, not all. The rain is done in Dallas, still raining out in Garland, Mesquite, and Sunnyvale, and raining in Rockwall County. I mean, pretty much if you're east of Dallas, it's still raining. Rain is just about done. Plano, give it about 10, 15 minutes. Frisco, same thing. Currently, as you look at what's going on, you see those tornado warnings out in East Texas. So it's still an issue, and it will be as it moves into Arkansas and Louisiana today. But we're done with that. We're still 49 and 50 degrees, which is amazing. That's a lot colder than we expected it to be. This storm brought down a lot of cold air from aloft, but the clouds will be clearing. We'll get sun. The sun will warm us up, even though later this afternoon we're going to get the backside of the storm, and there's a low chance for a shower as colder air races in on the backside. And what do I mean by racing in? Look at these wind gusts that are forecast, almost to 50 miles per hour. And you're like, is there more thunderstorms? Do we have to worry about? No, it's just going to come with sun and clear air. This is your storm wrapping itself up, and the drier air moving in on the backside. All the wind will still get back into the upper 60s to near 70 briefly until a second cold front moves through. But you can see the squall line as it pushed through. It is along what we call a Pacific cold front, but that Gulf moisture came in. It was 71 degrees at 3 o'clock in the morning if you were up for it. Behind this front, we're going to have high winds and blowing dust. Ahead of it, there's still that severe storm risk for Arkansas and Louisiana and Mississippi, and then it turns colder behind this. We're going to get a little whoosh of colder air tomorrow morning. Wind chills could be in the upper 20s to low 30s. Temperatures are above freezing, though. It's a sunny day. And then as we get into Thursday, as this storm pulls away, we start moderating the temperatures. Now, the next system will be in the Rockies. Moving towards us, it looks like it arrives on Saturday with a chance for showers. So after this morning, once this rain is out of here, we will definitely see a dry forecast. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, sunny skies. Extremely windy this afternoon, though, and still windy tomorrow, but just garden variety windy. Thursday, mid-60s. Friday, upper 70s. A warm day. We do turn colder on Saturday with a chance for some showers around. Not the most pleasant start to the weekend. It'll finish nicer as we lose that hour of sleep Saturday night.
A lot to cover. Going to have to bounce around. This is southbound I-35E. The closure at Bear Creek still in play. Prepare for a detour to the service road. 18-wheeler cleanup continues in that location. There's a broad look at the incidents, and we're going to focus first on what's happening along Denton County, actually. And driving southbound on the Sam Rayburn Tollway, box truck cleanup continues at Hebron Parkway. And on the George Bush Turnpike heading westbound, an incident at Frankford Road hasn't cleared yet. On LBJ, high water in the construction zone, and now a crash to note. Right side of the roadway blocked. Emergency crews are not there yet. Along northbound I-35E in Wycliffe, a pool of water there, and some vehicles have stalled out in it. make it even more dangerous. And those backups are building quickly through the Mixmaster. And a reminder on I-30 at Haskell, they have that arrow board still sitting in the right lane, trying to figure out how to drag that out of there. And the backups, as you can see on the map, heavy all the way back into Mesquite. For folks on the west side of Dallas, again, southbound Loop 12, Walton Walker actually making the transition out of Irving. They've uprighted the tractor trailer there. Right lane can get through. They've uprighted the 18-wheeler on southbound 360 heading past Trinity Boulevard, but they still haven't cleared it yet from the main lane, so only the right shoulder can get by. Quick note over in Tarrant County on the eastbound side of 121 approaching Halton Road. Still have remnants of a wreck on the right side of the roadway, so please note that. Brandon, Lauren, back to you.
All right, Chip, thanks. It's 7:53. Coming up on Good Day, Dallas is trying a new program to make its parks and trails safer. How artificial intelligence is involved when we come back. Welcome back. It's about 4 minutes till the top of the hour. City of Dallas working to improve the safety of parks and trails using artificial intelligence.
All right, so they say that there has been some success with park rangers, marshals, and more Dallas police patrolling, but soon drones, cameras, and lighting with AI technology is going to be added. The addition is to keep patrolling in places where the city may not be able to dispatch enough personnel. The technology will also detect flooding in areas. The goal really is just to keep parks safe and crack down on small problems before things get worse.
Now we're looking at the technology that can tell us from the cameras you got certain activities taking place in a certain park. It can also talk to us from a safety standpoint when it comes to we got flooding. You're going to hear us push more on the technology now because we know we just can't get enough personnel.
City is also working to address some of the homeless encampments. They've already improved some by adding law enforcement and clearing up some brush to get rid of some of the blind spots.
All right, it's about 3 minutes or so till the top of the hour.
Okay, very busy morning. We've got team coverage. We've got Evan watching what's left of the storm. Chip tracking all of the traffic issues that are out there. We've got reporters looking at damage right now. Details ahead. All right, storms moving to the east of Fort Worth. Still got a lot of strong winds to contend with. Not as strong as we were seeing, but still, Heaven's got the latest.
One person was hurt when the winds knocked over an RV in West Fort Worth this morning. Actually, a couple of them. We'll have details in a live report.
The only local news at 8 a.m. Thanks for watching Good Day on Fox 4.
Well, good morning. It's Tuesday, March 4th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisbel. Thanks for being with us. Okay, the number of power outages, it is staggering. Now, it's falling, but still, it is very high.
Yeah, Encore says there are more than 250,000 customers without power right now. Evan, what's the latest on the radar? Things have pretty much moved out, right?
Yeah, the squall line that moved through, and this was a classic squall line with pretty much a lot of wind and very few spin-ups. I want to show you a spin-up in a second, but as we look at this, first of all, the tornado watch is now pushed into East Texas, but you can see the line is gone as well. And as we look at forewarned Doppler radar, there's very little going on. There's a couple of raindrops that might be left in Dallas County, but in general, the rain is out of here. As I mentioned, a couple of sprinkles and spritzes, but raining up towards Plano, raining up towards Greenville, raining over towards Cooper and Sulphur Springs. There are no more severe thunderstorm warnings except for one last one over in Anderson County, which includes the Palestine area. Does not look that bad to me on radar. If you probably said, hey, Evan, what's that with that red box out in East Texas? Now this is getting into a more favorable area. And we do have some tornado warnings out for East Texas. Those will be approaching Texarkana pretty shortly, but those are moved out of our area. I want to show you something that Dylan and I were looking at, because about 5 o'clock this morning, we had a tornado warning for parts of Tarrant County. There was a little spin that was out by the Benbrook and Everman area, but then it weakened. But then there was a second area, and when I talk about these little spin-ups on the radar, you see how there's this little notch right here in otherwise a straight line. This is what we call a little bit of a line echo wave pattern, almost an S. And right here, North Richland Hills, I'm going to show you this. That's about 5 o'clock this morning. We have reports in Arlington of damage, and you can see how this moved towards Euless, this little bit of a notch, and then up through the east side of DFW. And about that time, they clocked winds, you can see that, of about 80 miles per hour, 78 miles an hour officially at DFW. So while it may not have been a tornado, there was certainly the possibilities of a tornado in that. As we look at the wind forecast for today, by the way, that was early this morning. That was 5:30 this morning. It's moved on. The wind forecast today, winds are going to pick up this afternoon, 30 to 45 mile per hour winds this afternoon. You're like, do we have to worry about storms? No, this is just going to be coming out of the sky. I mean, very strong winds. Wind advisories are in effect. There will be blowing dust coming in from West Texas this afternoon, so don't wash the car because it may turn brown. Wait till tomorrow. 53 degrees this morning, 66 at noon. Sun will return, and then it gets kind of windy, and clouds will wrap back in. Maybe we get back to 70, and then we'll fall after that with an isolated shower possible in our northern counties. Once we get to tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, quiet days around here. We could use a little quiet, Chip, because there was no peace and quiet early this morning.
No, there definitely wasn't. And right now, I am having a hard time with my maps, so I'm going to shift my attention there, and we're ready to rock. So driving right now out and about. We're going to start up in Denton County. Of all the issues that we've been worried about, and Peyton May has been talking about I-35W around FM 1171, some cleanup still going on in that area, but also for folks heading through the Colony from Frisco, southbound on the Sam Rayburn Tollway, box truck crash in that area, and the cleanup continues. Prepare for a detour out of the main lanes as one approaches Hebron Parkway there. High water issues in the construction zone of 635 LBJ has spawned a crash. Still have the right lane blocked in that area. And I-30, the cleanup of the arrow board continues, while on northbound I-35E, the lake that has formed in the medical district area around Wycliffe, still there. And we're waiting for crews to come and unclog the drain that is the culprit here. And you see a couple vehicles that are disabled as a result of running through that water at a high speed. Southbound on Loop 12 Walton Walker, one of the incidents involving flipped 18-wheelers. We had as many as 7 flipped tractor trailers this morning on DFW area highways. And you can see only the right lane getting through there. Let's see if there's a change for the better on southbound 360 heading past Riverside. And there's your answer. No, not yet. That is one of the areas where we had a flipped 18-wheeler, and the heavy-duty wrecker has not tried to clear that yet. That happened well over 2 hours ago. Along northbound 121, we've been keeping tabs on an issue for a while now around the Hebron Road interchange and Haltom Road interchange, I should say. And there's a look at the activity going on in that area, so please note that. And then I wanted to quickly wrap up with this. We have seen now incidents where people have gone way too fast on the roadways and ended up in trouble. And the most recent example of that is on the North Loop around the Navajo Trail interchange in Quebec. Sorry, there's the map of that location. And what's happened here is that there's a little bit of standing water on the left side of the roadway. And vehicle thinking, hey, everything's got to be good now. There's not raining anymore. Went way too fast in this curve. And there's what happens if you do that. You hit a little pool of standing water on the roadway and zoop, yeah, right into the wall. Not fun. Be careful out there. Brandon, Lauren.
All right, Chip, thanks. Well, at least one person was hurt when the storm knocked over an RV in West Fort Worth.
It's a mess there. Dan Godwin live with a look. Dan?
Yeah, Lauren, this is the Crosswinds RV Park on White Settlement Road in Parker County, and behind me is one of the RVs that was knocked over when the full force of the winds arrived. There was a woman inside. She lives there. She was able to climb out of the RV and make it to what became the top. She was screaming for help during the really intense wind and the rain. One of her neighbors was able to hear her screams. Now, we spoke with him about what he experienced with this storm.
Our RV made it through. It was rocking back and forth a little bit, and then we were hearing people cry out, screams. Looked out the window, and right over here, this lady on her RV was on the side of it because hers flipped over. So I went and grabbed my ladder, and a couple of us got her off before the fire department could get here.
Colton told us the woman had what looked like minor injuries, but also appeared to perhaps be in a mild state of shock, which is certainly understandable. Another one of the residents took her to the hospital. We are trying to get an update on her condition, but apparently not too severely hurt. Right over here, another one of the RVs. Thankfully, the man who lives here was not at this location at the time. The RV completely demolished. What we're hearing is 4 of the RVs here with severe damage, but several others were knocked off their foundation by the winds, and they will, of course, have some repair issues as well to deal with. But the best news of all, it appears that we only have the one resident here with what appear to be minor injuries. Reporting live, Parker County, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Thank you, Dan. Irving Police Department reporting some storm damage at the intersection of North O'Connor Road and West Pioneer Drive. They posted some pictures of the problems. There are down power lines. There's an apartment complex not too far. You can see that apartment complex, and it looks like a part of the roof on that first unit is off when I zoomed in. They're basically just telling people avoid this area, no traffic allowed through. Storms impacting a number of school districts this morning as well.
Yep, Shannon Murray here with a look at some of the delays. Shannon.
And Brandon, we keep updating this list. The weather is forcing many North Texas districts to adjust their schedule today. In Aledo ISD, Lynn McKinney Elementary and McNally Middle School on a 2-hour delay due to a power outage. Buses are delayed in Garland ISD and Allen ISD. In Mansfield, buses are delayed 30 minutes. Salina ISD also delaying buses and campuses by 2 hours due to power outages. Northwest ISD says it will have a 2-hour power delay. Kaufman ISD also delayed 2 hours. And in Irving, De Zavala Middle School is delaying due to downed power lines and a gas leak near that school. In Dallas, the Lamplighter School is delayed 1 hour, now opening at 9 a.m. Now, Bolin Elementary in Allen ISD also without power, and teachers are on the campus there already for students, but the district says any tardies will not be counted today. Plano West High School sent a message to student athletes not to arrive early for athletic practice because the roof has blown off of the building there, and there is a leak in the locker rooms and coaches' offices. Those athletes are being asked to report to their home campus or the Plano West cafeteria for daily attendance at 9 a.m. Again, this is still evolving. We have a full list of closures on our website, fox4news.com.
Yeah, definitely still evolving, because I just looked at Richardson ISD and they said that that some of the kids are starting or maybe starting the school without power this morning, and they're just going to kind of try to make things work and see how things go. Luckily, the weather's not too bad, so you know it's not like they're going to be cold or too hot, but they're just going to try to make do. So if you have a kid in school and you're not sure if the power's on or off, may just want to stay alert, you know, with the school district throughout the day.
Lots of powerful winds out there, causing some serious damage even at a warehouse in Louisville this morning.
Yeah, Fox 4's Paige Ellenberger there live with a look at the damage in Louisville. Paige.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, and really mostly clear skies here in East Louisville. A truly incredible juxtaposition here at the Benjamin Moore paint plant. You can see part of this warehouse completely tore apart. I mean, insulation just completely layering the parking lot outside. You can see the roof that's just been completely mangled, bent across different light posts. There are trees that are down. That roof too, lying on top of 18-wheelers, some work vehicles here as well, really all morning long since we've been here for about the past half an hour to 45 minutes. We've seen crews with brooms just trying to sweep away all of this insulation. And it was really interesting because driving in off of Highway 121, we saw the insulation from blocks away, which was incredible to see. We didn't know where it was coming from until we got to this location. I actually talked to a nearby business owner who came by a little bit earlier after he saw the severe thunderstorm warning. He said he just wanted to come and check on his business, and that's when he noticed and really heard all of the damage that was being done here at the Benjamin Moore paint plant. As of right now, there have been people that have been coming by, really watching, just trying to see what's next for these folks. I did talk to a few police officers here. They said that they aren't really allowed to give us information about any injuries, but as of right now, they said that they haven't heard anything. I will reach out to the public information officer after this live shot just to confirm really anything. But again, this all happened so early, so hopefully nobody was here during business hours. But the images are truly incredible, and they span really throughout this parking lot and the parking lots surrounding too. And just to kind of give you a glimpse of what we're dealing with, this is one of the nails that we found on the ground. Check out how large this specific nail is. You can just imagine that if this was able to be ripped out of a structure and cause all of this damage just like this, yeah, these winds were very, very strong. At this point, though, we don't really know if a tornado had gone through. We don't know if it was just strong winds that went through. Of course, the National Weather Service will have to assess any damage to determine any type of tornado activity, if there were any. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, it's interesting, Paige, reading some of our viewers and what they're experiencing and what they, what kind of damage they're seeing. It seems like it's a lot of, down tree limbs, down, or, damage maybe to cars that were outside as well. A lot of trampolines apparently went flying during this storm.
That is true.
That haven't in years past. One woman said, Megan Hall said, the trampoline has vacated the premises. So they're not even sure where it is right now. So
call the neighbors. Anyone seen our trampoline?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of them that were tossed about. So.
Oh my goodness.
A lot to deal with.
13 minutes after 8 o'clock.
Okay, the good thing is this is out of here. I mean, for the most part, unless you're on like our very east counties, just be aware. Rain out of here. Winds are going to stick around, though. Not as crazy as we saw, but still will be windy. Evan has a look at our forecast coming up.
All right, let's say happy birthday to a bunch of kids. Happy that the rain is probably over. Cameron Adams, you start us off at 1. Brooklyn Weaver celebrates a year with us. Sailor Sanders, wishing you a happy first birthday. Renly Hoffmeyer, welcome to 2. Hope it's a good second birthday. It was a little loud this morning. Paisley Ray, also celebrating 2 years with us. Janiyah Russell, we want to wish you a very happy 3rd birthday. Braden Cromer, also celebrating a birthday with us at 3. A lot of 3-year-olds. Ahmad Calloway, Ahmad, you are 3. Riley, we want to wish you a happy 3rd birthday. And some 5-year-olds. Carter Lemus celebrates 5 with us. Happy 5th. Lyric Johnson, also celebrating a big 5 with us, as is Roland Moses Jr. Roland, you are 5. Eliana Gibson celebrates 5. She's the last one because we have one special good day birthday wish to Peggy Morgan, celebrating 94 years today. And hopefully nobody has any damage. We had a lot of wind this morning. And now we're getting all the trees and the power lines and some minor building damage. I mean, we've had wind gusts this morning. Mineral Wells, not official, but Love Field is official. And so is DFW. So is Alliance, and so is Fort Worth, Alliance on the north side of Tarrant County. I mean, all of those 77, 78 at Love Field is hurricane force, and 63 over in McKinney. So plenty of wind. Now we're getting the sun on the backside. Finally getting the clearing we were hoping for. It's moving through Denton. It's already through Stephenville. You got the clearing. Dallas, it's on the way. Skies are clearing. Cedar Creek, a little bit time to go. But that lake is full. Look at that. That is full to the rim. 52 right now at Cedar Creek Reservoirs. 50 Atlanta. I mean, it's still cool outside. It is way cooler than we expected it to be this time. We figured we'd have lows in the upper 50s this morning. We got into the upper 40s to around 50 because we pulled down a lot of cold air from aloft. Speaking of rain, still raining around Paris. I'm pointing out just the tornado warnings that are out in East Texas right now. This line is intensified as it's gotten east of our area. We've got 2 tornado warnings heading out towards Texarkana. Nothing left in our area, though. Palestine, you were the last severe thunderstorm warning. Now the tornado watch is canceled. And by the way, for the folks listening upstairs, if you're in master control and you're listening right now, put that down and start listening. Take the crawl off the bottom of the screen. We don't need that anymore because they just canceled the tornado watch for the area. So no more talk of tornado watches, please. We've got some rain around Corsicana and over in Dallas and Fort Worth. Last of the sprinkles are exiting Mesquite and Garland, and we should have some sun soon. It is raining over in Kaufman County and Navarro County. Still 52 in Corsicana. Quite chilly out there. Thank you. See, they listen upstairs, and we appreciate it. You see that wind gust in Sulphur Springs? That was a thunderstorm wind gust of 61 miles per hour. And while it's not windy right now, I want you to look at Throckmorton, 32-mile-an-hour winds. They're starting to really pick up out to the west of us because now that we're clearing this system out of here, all this clear sky is going to come with a lot of strong winds. Notice Amarillo, 34 degrees and some snowflakes flying. So the backside of the storm is going to be very energetic this afternoon. As a couple of clouds rotate back in, expect some winds up to about 50 miles per hour on the gusts. Yes, there's a possibility of a little shower or a little thunderstorm that runs our northern counties. It's only about 10–15%. And then tonight we clear it out. We're 43 and windy in the morning. Should be a pretty nice afternoon coming up tomorrow. And then we'll bring in some clouds as we move into Thursday. But the temperatures will go down and then right back up. And after, yes, it is Mardi Gras. We're looking at the showers exiting our eastern counties. I'll take that out of there shortly. We're 70 degrees later today, but very windy. 61 tomorrow, rather chilly morning, but it is sunny. Thursday, some clouds, 66. Friday, the clouds break for sun and 78. And then it turns chilly on Saturday, about 40% showers. Saturday night, of course, we'll turn the clocks ahead. And Sunday, Monday, look like some very nice weather, albeit a bit cool for Sunday morning.
Still quite a few issues, and it kind of makes sense that since everything has moved well out to the east, there aren't anything that are major in nature anymore in Tarrant County other than the one issue on 121 eastbound as one moves over past the Haltom Road interchange on the right side of the road, where we still need a record for one vehicle. 635 LBJ, that construction zone is always difficult to move through, and then you add the heavy rain in a short period of time, and you end up with a pool of water, in this case, right at Jupiter Road. A crash has occurred in the area, and it's right at the Dallas-Garland line, so nobody's come out yet. It's almost like a you take it, no wait, no you take it. And so yes, it's very slow in that area coming over from Mesquite. The cleanup of the debris on I-30 in the Fair Park curve nearly complete. Right lane though is still blocked in that area, and another pool of high water is still hurting the drive on northbound I-35E moving up into the medical district. There's a look at that trouble, and the slowdowns begin back in the Mixmaster area. We've had everything clear out on southbound Loop 12 Walton Walker heading out of Irving and down into the west side of Dallas. On 183, though, a recent wreck westbound at O'Connor. Right lane is blocked there. The southbound 360 cleanup. Let's wrap up with that at Riverside. Not finished yet. So you still only have the right shoulder getting by coming down from 183 to continue toward I-30. And you can also see the northbound onlooker backup consistently heavy in that spot. Sorry, I wasn't anticipating that. Whiplash, everybody. There's a look at the backup, though. Back to you.
All righty. Yeah, take it easy. It is 8:22. Coming up, police searching for a gunman after 2 people are shot and killed in Forest Hill. One of the victims, a 5-year-old. Details ahead. All right, it is 8:25, 50 degrees. Forest Hill police looking for 2 men accused of shooting and killing a North Texas rapper and his 5-year-old daughter.
Police say it happened in a car wash parking lot just before 11 Monday morning when 2 men got out of the white Kia and began shooting. Family members tell Fox 4 the victims are 30-year-old Chucky Smith, known as rapper G Money Lil Ronnie, and his 5-year-old daughter. Police say they have identified at least one suspect and issued a capital murder warrant. Investigators are not releasing any suspect names at this time.
It is 8:26 coming up. We're still looking at all of the severe weather that went through early this morning. We've got lists of damages that are coming in being reported. We're going to have clear skies, believe it or not. It is still going to be windy this afternoon, not like the winds we saw with that storm, though. Evan has the latest on our weather next.
It's 8:30 a.m. Good Day continues live and local on Fox 4.
All right. Well, there's even been some flooding on the roads today.
Yeah, this was the scene we want to show you on I-35E Wycliffe around 7 this morning. It is just pouring there in that shot. The rain, though, that was falling there has moved out. We're going to have some very strong winds, though, for the rest of the day. In fact, Evan, I noticed the Texas Forest Service was saying that there is a wildfire danger today.
Yes, not our area, but parts of South and West Texas, just because of the fact that it's going to be so dry and so windy. And you're like, but it rained a lot. It did here, but it didn't there. So the brush is still pretty dry. High wind warning. I mean, we have a wind advisory. It's not that this wind advisory is more, that high wind warning is more for the western parts of the state. That's one of the things that you're looking at. We have tornado watches and tornado warnings for eastern parts of the state. But that shading that you see, the hazardous weather over us, is the wind advisory for this afternoon. And the purple you see down south is a red flag warning. for the risk for wildfires that Brandon was discussing. As we start this morning, we're scanning the sky with forewarned Doppler radar. We've cleared out of the Metroplex. The rain has stopped in Dallas and Fort Worth. It is still raining for our eastern areas over by Lake Tawakoni and Wills Point, Gun Barrel City, and Athens and Corsicana. And as you probably saw there, as I get into East Texas, several tornado warnings right now out around Texarkana, and just it's all east of Tyler, but there are tornado warnings out there. So this system isn't done with the state yet. It's just done with us. There's more wind coming this afternoon. But as we look at what happened, you can see how storms blew up at about 3 o'clock in the morning, raced over us, and now they have moved on. And were there tornadoes? Officially, they're still going to look. There may have been some small spin-up tornadoes, very brief. This is one of the things we had discussed. It was on a squall line. There were no monster tornadoes that people had been trying to discuss yesterday. Little bitty spin-ups, EF1s or EF0s usually. But the bigger issue was the wind that we had. We're going to have more wind this afternoon. 30 to 45 mile per hour winds with gusts to 50 are possible this afternoon. So the rain and storms have moved on east. We're still in the 50s. We'll jump into the 60s at noon on gusty winds, and then the winds really howl this afternoon and early this evening. You're going to feel them this afternoon, and everybody's going to get them, not just people in a thunderstorm. There's a low chance for a shower this afternoon, and then this evening, it should all quiet down. Let's go over to Chip right now with the latest in traffic, and still a lot of cleanup to do.
Yes, definitely. In fact, I've stumbled upon something that that's in relation to what you were mentioning earlier this morning when the front was coming through. High winds around the DFW airport that were over 65 miles an hour. Well, guess what? On 635 LBJ eastbound, look at the big chunk of metal debris that is sitting out in the area along the right side of the roadway that apparently has come from one of the structures there south of that LBJ interchange at Freeport Parkway. Again, we're seeing more and more of these things confirmed all over the place, and it makes sense with those kind of severe storms that has pushed through, and it's obviously very slow as one moves from Grapevine in the north end of the airport past this point, continuing over toward the George Bush Turnpike. We're going to kind of go in a full circle here in this report. Another issue on 635 LBJ has been a high water problem and a crash westbound passing Jupiter Road. And there's a look at that activity and vehicles sloshing through that water that's about 3 inches deep. The cleanup of the issue on I-30 has not finished up yet in the Fair Park Curve. High water problems that you just saw a video from Tizia earlier this morning, northbound on I-35E. There's a look at that pool. The clog drain has not been addressed yet, so only the 3 right lanes can get through in that area. And then on 183, as one moves westbound at O'Connor, have a crash there. Cleanup crews are on the scene there cleaning that up, and hopefully that'll all be resolved in the next couple of minutes. Speaking of resolved, finally good news on southbound 360 moving down past Riverside. The 18-wheeler crash, one of 7 crashes this morning involving 18-wheelers that were ultimately flipped in those high winds, has finally been cleared away. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Storm caused some significant damage at Plano West High School this morning.
Fox 4's TC Muzinga live there with a look. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, it's pretty calm right now. The sun is definitely up, but I'm going to scoot to the side so you can see just how significant the damage is from the storm that we just saw earlier this morning. So you can see it just looks like someone just took part of the roof here at Plano West and just ripped it right off. You can see the tape there to just keep everyone out of the way and safe, obviously. You can see the where the damage is on top of the roof, but then and as far as the parking lot, where you can see this just the amount of tin that just came off from those strong winds and the storm that came through. So that's what we're seeing right now. We have reached out to Plano ISD to get more information on this and learn and see if there's anything that happened inside the building. As far as inside the building, I can tell you that school is in session. When we came here, we did see students come in, students and staff come into the building. So I'm assuming that school is in session. But right now, what you see right behind the Plano West is all this damage here, right here. And on top of that, too, where I'm standing, I mean, I would say I'm not too far, obviously, from the parking lot. We're just right by the road here, but right by me, you can see the debris. There's just literally debris everywhere. So this is one example of what you can expect if you were to be in this area. So again, we have reached out to Plano ISD to get more information about this significant damage here. We haven't heard anything, but as soon as we get those updates, we'll have it on air and on our website at fox4news.com. But once again, guys, lots of damage here. Not hearing any injuries so far, but again, once we get those updates, we'll bring it to you guys.
Yeah, I think I was talking to one of the staff members there, and they said they were just glad that this happened before the kids were supposed to, because I guess off-season reports at 6:15 a.m.
Yeah.
So those kids would have been in that area had this rolled through, what, 15, 30 minutes later. So, whew, scary. Thanks, Ticia.
All right, I want to give you a live look right now at the big board on Wall Street. About 6 minutes or so into the trading day, lots of red. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 426 points. Global markets were mostly low overnight due to concerns in the market over President Trump's new tariffs. Target reported better than expected earnings in the fourth quarter of 2024, but warned that profits may be hurt by those tariffs and other costs this quarter. S&P 500 down 51 points this morning. NASDAQ down more than half a point. It's 8:37. Straight ahead on Good Day. Some local contestants headed home on Fox's new competition show, Extracted. We're going to meet them next.
She definitely proved herself out there. You know, I had that tough love, maybe not so sympathetic, but I got her back no matter what. The emotional roller coaster she's put me through during this, I mean, it just solidified that that girl she is mine forever, and I'm going to protect her forever.
Well, it didn't end with a big payout for Ashley Tyler. Her fiancé, Austin Metheny, and his father, Scott Metheny, on Extracted. Ashley begged to be pulled, and her family said, all right, we'll do it. All three of them joining me this morning. Appreciate your time. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, so Ashley, we have Austin and Scott.
Yes.
Okay, Ashley, I'll start with you, because you had said on the show that you were marrying into this outdoorsy family, and you wanted to kind of prove that you have what it takes.
Yes.
Did you?
I feel like I did.
Okay.
In the moment, I didn't feel like I did. I felt like I disappointed everybody, but you know, I definitely, looking back on everything, I more than proved myself.
To any viewers who look at that and say, well, I could do that, or why didn't she do this, or I could do that, what do you say? Because I'm sure people have said that to you already.
I would just say, go out and try yourself. Go do it.
That's true, right?
Spray an area down. Don't wait and do it in Texas in the summer heat. Make sure it's good and wet outside, and then go try to start a fire.
Now, you are a teacher in Granbury, right?
Yes.
So I would think if you can handle a classroom full of fourth graders, my goodness, you could handle anything.
Yes. Yeah,
Right.
I mean, that's pretty much the joke. Anytime I see teachers crossing, you know, in the hallway or anything, they're like, are you nervous about an interview or something? I'm like, I survived the Canadian wilderness, and I also I teach fourth grade, so I'm good.
So, Austin, on the show, you were saying you kind of wanted to show a little bit of tough love. There were some times when you could have pulled the plug, and you decided not to. Do you have any regrets on maybe not doing it sooner?
No. I think that was the perfect amount of time. She'd even said going in, you know, if I asked for an extraction, don't just do it right then. Give me some time. So I wanted to see how it played out, how her physical, like, radar on the screen was working, and how her health stats were doing. So I let it play out as long as I felt that I could, and she did phenomenal. You know, we're married now, so.
Oh, great! Well, congratulations! All right, Oh, let me see the ring there. Oh, very good. Of course. Yeah. Very good. All right, so Scott, you were the one that decided pull her. What brought you to that point, and why did you finally decide that's it?
Oh, just watching her just watching her on the screen and how she's reacting to what's going on that morning. As being a father, you know, it was time. It was time for her. She suffered a lot. She did wonderful, though. We're so proud of her.
Well, and there's so many, there are other families there, too. So you guys are in that whole big, you know, headquarters room. You both were surrounded by other families. And you could kind of see on the show that some of these other families are going, man, we feel so bad for her. And you could hear that.
You definitely build a bond with them. I mean, you're around them the whole day and night. So some definitely more than others, but you know, it's tough to see someone go you build a relationship with, even if it's for that week or 2 weeks, whatever, you know. They feel your pain. They're there supporting you as much as you're supporting them. So
their family's going through it too.
Well, they are. Yeah, they're all kind of experiencing the same thing. So
it's called trauma bonding.
Trauma bonding.
Yes.
I like that. Trauma bonding.
Yes.
So now you had some tough times out there. It was hard for you to get a fire going in some of those cases. What I think is interesting is in the commercial break, you guys said you're going back.
Oh, yes, definitely. I plan to take them to the survival zone. I mean, I've already found it on the map.
Oh, great.
I've already got it all planned out. I'm going to put them through everything.
This time you're bringing food, you're bringing fire.
She could be in the HQ this
There you go.
Go out there.
Yeah.
Ashley, Austin, Scott, we appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for your time. All right, stay with us. We've got more, of course, on all of this weather. Yeah, one last note. Extracted, of course, airs Monday night, 7 o'clock, right here on Fox 4. Boy, storms came through this morning and have caused quite a bit of damage. We're going to have an update on that. Evan's going to have an update when we come back.
want to take a look at forewarned Doppler radar. Even though it's clearing in the Metroplex and we're going to have plenty of sun later this morning, still raining for our eastern areas, all the way from Bonham down to Greenville and the Kaufman, Corsicana area, moving into East Texas. That will still be a little while. I mean, this is the last, I would say the last 20 minutes worth. Here's the last 20 minutes, and you can see that it's moving east and pushing into East Texas. So I would say maybe by 9:30, 10 o'clock, everything should be done. Once these showers and storms exit our eastern areas, we'll have a fair amount of sun and a very, very windy afternoon. Winds are expected into the afternoon and early evening hours to pick up to 40 miles per hour with gusts as high as 50 miles per hour. We have wind advisories in effect, and there's a low chance we get a little wraparound shower this afternoon up north. Tomorrow starts out at 43, but with the winds strongest in the morning, wind chills could be close to 30 in the morning. Sunny and 61 by the afternoon. We'll have some extra clouds on Thursday, but mid and upper level clouds at 66. Friday is the warm day of the week as clouds break for afternoon sun, and then Saturday goes right back down into the 50s. There's a chance for some showers, nothing big or bad, but temperatures stay chilly by Sunday morning as you're losing your extra hour of sleep. I know, it just goes out the window. It's 39 degrees, but it does rebound Sunday and Monday afternoon. Let's go over to Chip, because I'll tell you, we need a rebound.
Oh, we do indeed, but we're not getting it in the area around the Sam Rayburn Tollway, and as one passes one passes the interchange at Hebron Parkway, you still have a detour out of the main lanes. Again, a box truck, the culprit in that crash in that area. You see other markers on the map there that have recently popped up on the side of southbound the Dallas North Tollway at the George Bush Turnpike. Just had a call out of a crash. The other incident that was reported around the George Bush Turnpike at Coit turns out to be a false alarm. So that marker you see on the right side of your screen, I'm going to take that out. On 635 LBJ, we have trouble as one approaches Freeport Parkway, but not in the traditional form of a wreck. It's debris that was strewn about from the straight line winds, and it's causing an onlooker backup in that area in the eastbound direction. A series of incidents in the last few minutes along 635 LBJ and I-35E. So one thing to note, we have an arrow board that somehow ended up in the left lane going in the the eastbound direction. And then on southbound I-35 in the express lanes had a crash happen that blocked the express lanes for a few minutes. That has been moved to the shoulder, though. Express lanes now open. On westbound LBJ, Jupiter still have cleanup there from an issue and high water. I-30 problem in the Fair Park curve, clearing right now from the right lane finally, where we had some debris on the roadway for a long time. And there's a look at Lake Stemmons. Northbound I-35E at Wycliffe, standing water still in the two left lanes. No fun. Back to you.
All right, Chip, thanks. We're trying to bring you some updates this morning. As soon as we get them, we wanted to let you know the city of Irving is opening a shelter at Georgia Faro Recreation Center.
So this is located right off Davis Drive. The storm causing significant damage to several areas of that city. Police asking people to stay away from the intersection of North O'Connor Road and West Pioneer Drive. That's where we saw a lot of down power lines. We also saw an apartment complex where it looked like part of maybe the wall had fallen or the roof had kind of come off. So definitely that area is tough. So they've opened up this temporary shelter just to help out. In the meantime, that area is closed to traffic right now.
It is 8:51, straight ahead on Good Day with less than a minute to go in the countdown. SpaceX scrubs the latest test flight of its massive Starship rocket from South Texas. We'll have details on when they might try again when we come back. Welcome back. SpaceX pushed back its planned test flight of the Starship mega rocket from Texas yesterday.
Yeah, the launch from the company's facility near Brownsville called off. It was just 40 seconds left in the countdown. They were like, nope, not going to go. Would have been the 8th test flight for Starship. The founder, Elon Musk, says there were just too many questions before the launch and pointed to issues with the gas pressure on the launch pad. The company hopes to try again tomorrow.
The lunar lander from Houston-based Intuitive Machines has entered orbit around the moon. The Athena lander sent back several pictures of the moon and Earth after reaching lunar orbit. It will remain in orbit until Thursday, when the landing site near the moon's south pole has enough sunlight for the lander to operate. The company hopes to land around 11:30 Thursday morning. The lander is carrying several experiments for NASA and hopes to find water ice on the moon. Pretty cool pictures.
Yeah, it is 8:55.
All right, continuing its mission to feed, educate, and serve the food insecure population. Details on a new restaurant in Arlington set to open its doors this week.
Restaurant was coming, and I thought, this is pretty awesome. So the restaurant has a unique business model. It's opening up in Arlington this week.
The Taste Project is a non-profit organization that aims to provide high-quality meals to underserved communities facing food insecurity. The restaurant has no set menu prices, but instead asks guests to pay what they can, whether that's what they're able to afford or a little extra.
And that allows people who are in need not to feel like they're putting themselves in the spotlight, because it's really hard to tell when there's a mixture of everybody in the restaurant, who's who, what demographic they're belonging to.
It also has on-site culinary training. It's a whole program that they offer there to provide locals in the area with the skills and experience needed to begin a career in the food service industry. The restaurant, located just north of UTA on Cooper Street, has its grand opening tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Pay what you can.
Great idea.
Huh?
Yeah, no kidding.
I know.
All right, making way for some sunny skies. Wow, look at that. After a morning of destructive storms, very busy this morning. Evan's in. He's going to have a look at what else the day brings.
Strong winds, heavy rain, leaving behind a trail of destruction across the area. We're taking you to some of the hardest hit areas, including an RV park in Fort Worth.
And it's going to be a long cleanup process for one local high school. We take you to Plano West, where part of the roof blew away.
From KDFW Fox 4, all local, all morning. This is Good Day at 9 a.m.
Well, good morning. It's Tuesday, March 4th. I'm Brandon Todd.
I'm Lauren Prisbel. Thanks for being with us. So cleanup now underway. These storms overnight, I should say early this morning, left behind a lot of damage. We have teams all across the Metroplex taking a look at some of the hardest hit areas.
Yeah, we're going to get to all of them in just a bit, but right now we want to turn to meteorologist Evan Andrews, where in some places, Evan, the sun is poking through.
Oh, keep poking. Poke away. I mean, there's a shot from Dallas where the sun is taking over. I mean, we need something to brighten our day. It was very noisy this morning. I'm sure the dogs were going nuts. You were probably wondering if the wind was going to just break through the house. I mean, we have reports of damage. We had a lot of straight line winds. As I'll show you in a second, we may have had a couple of little brief spin-up tornadoes. These are the things we discussed yesterday. When you have a squall line, you get some little waves in the squall line. That was the line that developed about 3 o'clock this morning. If anything, this thing has moved even a little faster than we expected. Maybe instead of 3 to 9 a.m., it ended up more like 3 to 8 a.m. What's left is nothing in the Metroplex. The rain that's left is out by Cooper and Paris. There's still some rain out by Corsicana, Athens, so it's still got about, I would say, another 30 minutes before it clears your area. I'm going back on radar to about 5 o'clock this morning. Let me take it back even a tiny bit more. I'm taking it back just 5 o'clock this morning. At that time, we had a tornado warning down here because there was some rotation, but it really didn't verify. It was for a couple of scans, and then it stopped. About that time, though, we started to see what we consider when I mentioned these little wavy things. You see one out by Argyle. You see how it waves into an S over here. And that northern one, the one by North Richland Hills, the NRH, looks like it went over to Euless and Irving. And then another one at that time, about 5:30 this morning, was up around Louisville and Lake Dallas. You could see one right here, one right here. And this is where we're getting a lot of the damage in the high winds. Louisville, Irving, and that area, DFW clocked 78-mile-per-hour winds at that time. So if there was going to be a spin-up, and the Weather Service will look, if we had a couple of EF0 or maybe even EF1 tornadoes, it would be in that area. The winds this afternoon are non-tornadic winds, but they're going to be howling. This afternoon, 30 to 45 with gusts to 50 miles per hour. And you're like, is that a storm? No, it's just the backside and very strong jet stream winds mixing down. The sun will return. Winds crank up around noon, and again, we have 30 to 45-mile-per-hour winds gusting to 50, and a few clouds and an isolated shower may wrap back. Once we get to tomorrow, though, outside of the chillier weather in the morning, we should be home free. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Next storm system on the way for Saturday will not be severe, and we'll talk about that coming up. It's been a long day, Chip.
It has been. And this morning, early on in Tarrant County, what a nightmare as the storms push through. There is one new problem that has popped up, and it's kind of remarkable. I'm going to bring the TxDOT camera up on westbound I-20 in McCart, show you the trouble. It's on the right side of the roadway. But it's remarkable to me in the fact that it's bright and sunny now after all of the squall lines that we were dealing with earlier when it was just so rough in so many areas. For folks right now in Tarrant County, that's the only issue to be aware of. So we're going to go back to the map, talk about a transition area in Denton County next. Southbound on the Sam Rayburn Tollway, long-standing issue as one moves from the Colony over toward Carrollton and the Hebron Parkway interchange. Still prepare for a detour in that area. Cleanup nearly complete in that location. We've had a lot of debris end up on the roadway from the straight line winds around Freeport Parkway, and this is kind of a wide shot now. You can make out the debris still strewn about there along the shoulder of the roadway, but just wanted you to be aware it is a little stop and go in that location. Going eastbound on LBJ at I-35E, some debris still in the left lane there. A reminder, northbound on I-35E moving up into the medical district, that large pool of water is still in the 3 left lanes, and for whatever reason, the police have left this area, leaving the standing water still there. This could still be a huge hazard if somebody starts to get their speed up a little bit. So I really do not understand why they reopen the main lanes here. Be careful heading through that spot. Lauren?
Gosh, no cones or anything, right? I tell you.
Yeah,
goodness.
no sense.
Okay. Well, strong winds causing lots of branches to snap off. This is one home in far east Dallas near Mesquite. It's actually Fox 4's Gabby Brewster's rental home that she's in. She shared these pictures with us, says despite the damage, everything's okay. Now, this is where Poppy, our station mascot dog who is in training, lives. Apparently excited about the new sticks on the ground, but yes, some damage now at the house. Lots of people dealing with this morning, whether it's trees down or, you know, trampolines in other people's yards now or whatever. There's just a lot of debris.
Not fun at all. All right, and these hurricane strength winds turned over several RVs over on the west side of Fort Worth.
Yeah, this was really scary. Dan Godwin there live with a closer look. Dan?
And Lauren, this is the Crosswinds RV Park in Parker County. Behind me, one of the RVs that was completely demolished when the full force of the storm arrived. Thankfully, the man who was living here, not at home at the time. Over here, we want to show you one of the RVs that was knocked over by the ferocious winds. There was a woman inside. She lives here. The woman was able to climb to what became the top of the RV, despite the fact that there was this ferocious, we mentioned terrible winds blowing, as well as that torrential rain. She screamed for help, and some of the neighbors heard her. 3 gentlemen were able to grab a ladder, and they helped her down to safety. The woman was driven to the hospital with what were described as minor injuries. We did speak with another neighbor here who said last night was just a terrifying episode.
I was able to get out, just check around the residence, and as you can see, there's a lot of damage out here. We're lucky. I mean, we don't know how our 25-foot didn't flip. All I can say is God was on our side. That's all I can say.
So we have 4 RVs here that sustained severe damage. Several others, though, were knocked off of their blocks, and so they're going to require varying degrees of repair. But as far as people being hurt, again, what we're hearing, just the one woman with what we hope are minor injuries. Reporting live, Parker County, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
All right. Thank you, Dan, for the update. And there's a warehouse in Louisville that has some serious damage as well.
Yeah, and that's where Fox 4's Paige Ellenberger is with the latest on that scene. Paige.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, and just take a look at the damage that these strong winds, really strong storms have caused. This is a Benjamin Moore paint warehouse in East Louisville. You can see really the middle section of this warehouse completely tore apart. All of the insulation just lining the parking lot, even along the fence too. Some of this fence as well completely tore down. I think what's really interesting here, and we have our friends trying to clean up this mess, what he has in this claw is a mailbox, a small mailbox complex. There's about 3 different mailboxes for all of the surrounding businesses. You can see that cement slab that's just dangling there. Yeah, that was completely uprooted from the ground. I do want to remind you too, that concrete slab was actually bolted into the ground. So these strong winds have just had such an effect on this area. It's truly incredible though. I was able to talk to a few business owners around here that have said, you know, they heard this damage happen. They saw when the winds came through, but feet away, their damages or their businesses weren't damaged. Take a listen.
I heard this very loud noise, and I looked behind me, and there's just debris everywhere in the sky, and the tornado right there behind my truck. So it was very intense.
Yeah, a lot of people just saying they are very thankful this morning, just seeing the damage that was caused here at the Benjamin Moore plant and knowing that their businesses got away scotch-free. However, the cleanup now continues this morning. The skies are clear. You saw the crane come through, pick up that mailbox. A lot of folks here, a lot of cleaning crews sweeping away at the parking lot. Just all of this insulation stretching across the field here, really onto Highway 121. So it's going to be a long cleanup process. Thankfully, though, we are hearing that there were no injuries, so we're going to keep you posted as more information comes through. For now, reporting live from Louisville, I'm Paige Ellenberger for Good Day.
All right, Paige, thanks. We told you about this at the top of the hour. An area of Plano West High School also has intense damage.
Yeah, part of the roof was ripped off right near the coaches' offices, the gym, the locker room. Ticia Muzinga there live with a look. Ticia.
Hey, yeah, good morning, guys. So I'm just going to step aside and show you what you guys were just describing right now. So this is how things look like, again, right behind Plano West High School, not far from the gym, obviously. Now, I will say that school is in session. When we came here, we did see students walk into the building, students and staff. Things appear to be normal to them, but obviously not here in the back of the school. So you can see on top of the roof, just part of the roof just ripped off right there. And then when you pan down, I'm going to have my photographer pan down, you can see that amount of tin just in the parking lot as well. They have it all blocked off, just obviously for safety precautions. And we did reach out to the school multiple times to just get more information and updates and anything like that. We have not heard from them, and so far we haven't heard any significant injuries, and we're not sure what's going on inside as far as where that damage is. Not the classrooms, but just where the gymnasium and the locker rooms and all that what Lauren was mentioning. So we haven't heard anything yet, but again, you could just see the damage on top, the damage that fell below. And then even not far right behind me, or around me, I should say, you can see debris just pretty much everywhere. Even right by me on my left side, you can see debris just kind of scattered here right behind the parking lot here at Plano West. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Again, still learning and waiting to hear more information as far as what is going on or what happened or what's going on inside or any conversation like that. But for the most part, this is what we see. And right now it's just pretty calm and quiet now. And also, you know, the sun is out. Obviously, a significant difference from earlier this morning, guys. Right, but I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Yeah, I spoke with a staff member, Ticia, who basically said it was like that one little area where it was the coach's office and the locker room and the gym. And they said that it was like 6:15. The kids were supposed to arrive like at 6:30. So thankfully, they were able to kind of put out an alert. And we had some parents that sent us the alert where the coach was like, "Don't come in, don't come in." So, I mean, thankfully, that just timed out okay. So, thank you so much. Appreciate your update.
All right, it is 12 minutes after 9 o'clock. The crazy stormy weather has made its way out of North Texas, but the strong winds, they're sticking around. Evan's got details on the other side of the break. Welcome back. It is now a beautiful, kind of sunny-looking tower cam shot there. Much different than it was a few hours ago. 15 minutes after 9 o'clock, an entire apartment complex collapsed and the roof blew away this morning in Irving.
So now they have temporary shelters set up in case anyone needs to go anywhere. Fox 4's Peyton May there live with an update on that and more. Peyton?
Yes, Lauren and Brandon, just minutes ago, Lorenzo de Zavala, the school right behind me, the middle school, they just canceled class. There was supposed to be a 10 a.m. start time because of the mess that we're seeing here, but that school is now canceled. Here is the apartment complex on the other side of Pioneer Drive right now. There are roof issues, structural issues here. Parts of the roof collapsed, parts of it blew off. We were actually talking to residents that have been walking throughout this street carrying their pets, cats, their belongings out because many of them have to evacuate. Crews here aren't sure if other areas of that apartment complex are going to collapse because, of course, those high winds really caused some damage in this area. I'll show you what the main issue, though, in this area is. Of course, it's nice and sunshiny right now, but the winds really took out these power poles, power lines in this area between Pioneer and O'Connor. There is so much destruction. We can't even count the amount of power poles that are down. It's really every other one. Power lines, of course, scattered all along the ground there. There's debris across the entire street. Trees that are down, roofs collapsed, some fences that I saw collapse. We can't get much closer to this because of safety reasons, of course, but there are crews lining the streets for blocks throughout this entire area. Again, there's going to be impacts on this all morning. Of course, I think the school thought maybe some of the cleanup would be quicker. That's why they delayed till 10 a.m. Class is now canceled now within the last 3-4 minutes. They announced that. But again, these apartment complexes, they're going to have to deal with some issues throughout, of course, the rest of the day, probably into the week. There are people evacuating right now, so we're going to go and talk to some more people and see how they're doing. Back to you.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so that school now out, and lots of people probably being impacted with the roof being out. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Peyton. Definitely it was a noisy, busy morning. Heavy rain. We had all the sirens going off, and it wasn't because of tornadoes. It was because these winds were so strong. I mean, some of them 75, 78 miles per hour. This is a look about 5:15 this morning in White Settlement. You can see how strong those winds were. I mean, our cameras were shaken. And that's like hurricane force or EF0 force winds. Straight line winds. That's crazy, Evan.
Yeah, that's one of the things we said about squall lines producing lots of wind. And you mentioned the tornado. EF0 tornadoes are up to about 85 miles per hour. So these winds were the equivalent of EF0 tornadoes. They just didn't spin. Although there's a possibility we did get a couple of little brief spin-ups, which may have caused some of the enhanced damage you've seen around Irving and Louisville. Weather Service is going to have to check that out. So it's possible. I mean, these are straight line winds. I watched it go over Love Field and DFW. But if there was a little spin up in these, they could have hit EF1 status. Right now, though, everything is all about clearing out. We've got the sun taking over there. Temperatures are starting to go back up. It was chilly this morning in this colder air behind this front that came through. It was a lot colder than we expected it to be. It's 51 right now in Dallas, 54 over at Lantana. The last of the rain is headed out. Paris, you've got some rain. Canton, it's still raining. Over by Athens and Fairfield, still raining. So give it till about 10 o'clock. It should be out of our eastern counties. Now, the temperatures are starting to inch back up as the sun is coming out. I still think we're going to be able to get well into the 60s this afternoon, maybe 70. The other interesting thing is that while the winds have calmed down, they're starting to pick up again. Back to the west of us, we've got 30-mile-per-hour winds starting to crank up around Wichita Falls. This is all going to spread east and get stronger as we head into the afternoon. There could easily be, between these two fronts, as the sun is out and the winds start coming down from aloft, don't be surprised if you get 40 to 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts this afternoon. And I just spoke to my wife, and she's like, yeah, I think we got some wind damage. So, I mean, the wind definitely did a number on some of the area roofs including ours on this one. But there's definitely cold air behind it as well. Amarillo sits at 39 degrees this morning, and we still have a couple of tornado warnings out in East Texas and Louisiana. I was talking to one of our storm chasers, Nick Busby. He said out in East Texas, there's several mobile homes that rolled in a mobile home park out towards Texarkana, and they have search and rescue efforts going on. So very strong winds this afternoon. May get a stray shower on the backside of this, especially if you live up north. That'll be around 3, 4, 5 o'clock. And then the strong northwest winds, 43 degrees by tomorrow morning with wind chills probably down near freezing. It'll be a cold morning, and then we'll be about 60 in the afternoon. Starting Thursday night into Friday, or Thursday rather, we'll see some extra clouds in the forecast, but really no storms. The next storm system is Saturday. So the 7-day forecast on this Mardi Gras, 71 today, 61 tomorrow. Now today, any of the showers are exiting our eastern counties. We'll have the very strong winds this afternoon. 61 tomorrow, comes with a pretty good breeze in the morning. It'll be sunny. Thursday flips from cool to a little milder. Friday, clouds break for sun and it's warm. Saturday turns chilly. Highs only in the 50s. There will be some showers on Saturday, and then as we spring forward Saturday nights, we will definitely see a nicer day Sunday and Monday, although cold in the morning.
Thanks, Evan. On the east side of our viewing area, Rockwall County, specifically heading through Royce City, have had some trouble in the construction zone. Here's the good news. This camera shot from Circle Lane shows you that eastbound flow is starting to move a little bit better as the crash has been cleared from the main lanes. Moving south on 635 LBJ at La Prada. Crash in the construction zone in a spot that's really difficult to maneuver through when it's dry. Then when you add the wet conditions and that abrupt S-turn through that construction area, you can see the crash has occurred scattered across the main lanes because people tend to go way too fast in these construction areas. For folks on I-20, we have a new issue going in the westbound direction at Polk Street. It's a stalled vehicle, left lane. Courtesy Patrol aware of it, sending a crew out there to see what they can do to help. And then a reminder of the inexplicable northbound on I-35E approaching the Wycliffe interchange. We have standing water still that is a good 6 to 8 inches deep. And the folks that were here on the scene blocking off the 2 lanes left, leaving the pool of water still here, and a very dangerous situation. Don't go there. Back to you.
No kidding. Thanks for the update, Chip. Busy morning. It is 9:22. Those winds causing all sorts of issues. 18-wheelers being flipped. They were down power lines. We got down tree limbs. The very latest coming up.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Nice sunny looking tower cam shot there, but oh my goodness, a couple of hours ago, it was a mess. A lot of damage being reported all across the Metroplex from those storms this morning.
Shannon Murray joins us with some of the images that have been coming into our newsroom. Shannon.
And there are a lot of them, Lauren and Brandon. Straight line winds and gusts approaching 80 miles per hour, causing a lot of damage. Take a look. In Plano, Catherine Fehely shared this photo of a small plane that flipped at North Plano Airport. Julie Tanner sharing these photos of what appears to be a roof that ripped off of a building on Summit Avenue in Plano as well. Then Justin Hirschberger shared this photo of a home in North Carrollton where the siding was ripped off during the storm. In Irving, a large tree fell on this truck near Shady Grove and South Beltline Road. Lots of people sending us downed trees like that. And there are also some power lines down in Irving at the intersection of North O'Connor Road and West Pioneer Drive. The police department asking people to avoid that area. No through traffic is allowed. Over in Weatherford, viewer Elena Bullard Lawrence sent this video of the high winds taking down a tree around 4:30 this morning. Her ring camera captured those strong winds and then the branches just coming down right in front of the lens. In Denton, gusty wind and heavy rain also caused an 18-wheeler to roll over on southbound I-35W near Cross Timbers Road, forcing the highway to shut down. It has since reopened. You heard Chip and our reporter Peyton May talking about that incident earlier today. Hundreds of thousands of customers lost power this morning. Many are still in the dark. The outages and damage also caused many school delays and even some cancellations. You'll find a full updated list on fox4news.com. A lot to talk about, Brandon and Lauren.
Boy, no kidding. What a mess. All right, Shannon, thanks. It's 9:27. Straight ahead on Good Day. Lots of damage left behind, as we just saw right there. We're going to take you live to one of the hardest hit places in the next half hour of Good Day.
Okay, so the storm's pretty much out of here now. Wind is sticking behind, not like the wind we saw with the storms, but it's still going to be a windy day. Yeah, we're seeing the sun. Evan has a closer look at the day ahead.
For you, live and local. Good Day continues on Fox 4.
Ooh, a very interesting morning because of the storm system. I think the worry was that we'd see tornadoes, but I mean, instead, we just saw these winds that were crazy all over the area instead of just, selected spots.
Well, and so the storms that we saw have moved through, and you'd think it would be calm, but it's not really that calm because we're going to deal with these strong winds, I guess, Devin, all day long.
Yeah, we got a little break for a couple of hours on the backside of it, but now we're going to get the strong winds on the drier side of the storm, and those are going to really increase. There's a lot going. I mean, I want to show you what's going on across our area. It ranges from tornado watches out in East Texas and severe thunderstorm warnings. There was even some damage out in East Texas as well. The purple you see, red flag warnings, high fire warnings, that's all south of Waco. And then you have high wind watches in effect for West Texas. That could be for 50 or 60 mile per hour winds. And you're like, well, what about here in North Texas? If you look a little closer into our area, this is going to be a high wind, not a high wind warning for us. It is a wind advisory. It should be a wind advisory. I don't know why it says that, but that's for up to 50 mile per hour winds as we go through the afternoon. And you're like, there's nothing right now. Well, it's coming later today. Looking at the rain, it's raining out by Paris, raining over by Canton, Athens, and Palestine. There's still about maybe 30 minutes to go. So if you live in East Texas, you're still going to have some rain before it exits. But you can see the line that blew through. And now we're in the clear behind it. We got a little clearing here before the next little batch comes through. The winds this afternoon are going to be howling. I mean, 30 to 45 miles per hour with gusts to 50. Even this evening and tonight, it's going to be very windy on the colder side. And tomorrow morning looks pretty windy as well. So we say goodbye to the showers that are east. We should be in the 60s at noon, mostly sunny skies, and then we'll wrap some clouds back in this afternoon. Temperatures may get up to the upper 60s to around 70 and then fall pretty quickly as we get into the evening hours. Yeah, alas, we had a little wind damage at our house. We had some roof damage, and I know a lot of folks are going to be checking out the damage that came through. And this wasn't from tornadoes necessarily. While we may have had a couple of small ones, we had a lot of wind, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, Chip.
Yeah, not good. For drivers right now out and about, we still have some highway concerns as the Sam Rayburn Tollway, still one of those spots as one moves out of the Colony and down towards the Hebron Parkway interchange where there's been a detour for a while. Lots of folks have decided, you know what, forget it. I'm going to go over to Business 121 instead and use that roadway to move over toward I-35E. Speaking of I-35E in the northbound direction, as one moves up past the Wycliffe interchange, we still have the standing water issue, and the 3 left lanes have water in it. It's about 6 to 8 inches deep. That 18-wheeler's just plowed through it, and that pickup truck's doing it now. Very dangerous situation, and I don't know why they allowed the left lanes to reopen in that area, to be honest. On 635 LBJ, let's go around the horn real quick. There's a lot of debris from a building that ended up getting ripped up at the building, at the top of the building around Freeport Parkway. There's a look at the building and all the debris on the roadway, on the side of the road, but it's not at least in the main lanes. Continuing on LBJ, as one moves over in the westbound direction around the I-35E interchange, you have some debris still in the left lane there. And then for folks on southbound 635 LBJ at La Prada, crash still scattered across the main lanes with no wreckers in sight, and the traffic jam is continuing to build back toward the Garland City line. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much for the updates. Lots to cover. Cleanup underway now. We know there was a big structure collapse this morning in Louisville.
And Fox 4's Paige Ellenberger is there with more. Good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. And really the images coming out of this Benjamin Moore paint facility in East Louisville, truly so incredible. You can see the entire middle section of this facility just completely gutted. I do want to say I just got off the phone with a spokesperson for the city of Louisville who says that area where you see the walls were ripped off, that's where Benjamin Moore stored all of its unused paint canisters. And you can see the roof just completely thrown off of it. You can see it's torn and mangled and bent in every which way. The good news, though, I do want to tell you right now, confirmed no injuries. They were able to get everyone out of this facility at the time where these strong winds had come through. At this point, there has been no confirmed tornado, but we were able to talk to a man who was at work at a nearby warehouse when these winds came through. He says it was like nothing he's ever seen or heard before.
It looks like someone has literally gone in there and just scooped the whole thing out. And you can almost literally see all the way clear through the other side of the building. Everything is hanging down. The water main was busted, gushing out water. There's debris everywhere.
I mean, yeah, to say the least, all of this debris, all of the installation has really stretched across Highway 121 as well. We weren't able to go to the other side of the building where Roland was talking about because there are police and fire engines kind of blocking all of the entrances. But we have seen video that if you do go to the other side, you can see basically right through the facility itself. It is truly incredible. And we're told right now at this point, they are getting engineers in to see how they're able to rebuild this structure in the most safe way as possible. Reporting live from Louisville, I'm Paige Ellenberger for Good Day.
All right, Paige, thanks. Yeah, we saw this morning as a lot of these school districts started making decisions when the rain was coming through and the strong winds, some of them making delays. But school was canceled for one Irving Middle School due to downed power lines and a gas leak.
Yeah, Fox Sports' Peyton May is live near Day Zavala Middle School with the very latest on that. This is in Irving. Peyton?
Yes, good morning, Lauren and Brandon. Lorenzo de Zavala Middle School is right behind me here. That school was just canceled within the last 30 minutes. All day, the school was delaying the start. But, you know, the scene here has not cleared up much at all. I'll show you on Pioneer Drive right here is where most of the damage is. There's an apartment complex across the street. Parts of the roof collapsed, parts of the structure, kind of debris blown apart everywhere. There's residents that actually had to evacuate. We actually just spoke with a couple about 5 minutes ago. The boyfriend said he came home and had to jump over his girlfriend as all of the roof was falling on him. He actually was hit in the head. He's okay right now. He says his girlfriend is okay. Of course, shaken up after an incident like that, but their entire apartment is destroyed. Walls are collapsed and the roof is just kind of all over the place. Now, a lot of the high winds also caused damage all the way from Pioneer to O'Connor, where you could see behind me here, crews are working to clean up some of those down power lines, power poles. There are poles just lining the streets. We obviously have to stay a little further away from that area as crews are working. It's a dangerous area getting towards any power poles on the ground. But again, crews have been working kind of diligently as quickly as they can to help with some of these areas. The main factor right now is this apartment complex, though. Residents are having to evacuate because crews are unsure of whether or not other parts of the building might collapse. That structure obviously very damaged from how severe those winds were. But, you know, there's people kind of talking, checking in on each other, checking in on neighbors, making sure that they're all okay and safe and accounted for. We have not heard of any injuries from police in this area, serious injuries from police in this area within the last 15-20 minutes. So hopefully thankful for that. But right now it is a major cleanup. Back to you.
Peyton, let's talk about those winds, because you were out there this morning as this storm went through. You were getting ready for a live shot. This is like, what, 5:10 this morning? Let's show. Okay, there. Oh, there goes little Peyton.
I mean, I thought I was going to get away with this because it wasn't live, but
you
then of course.
You got to angle those umbrellas.
She was trying. I don't think that.
Lean into it. You got to lean into it.
The storm went through so quickly. When we went out to get ready for the live shot, there was no wind. It was a light drizzle. We were like, we are A-okay, my photographer Noonie and I. Within, I want to say 2 minutes, that happened. So I was very shocked. It was so quickly moving through. We were in Denton at that point. Yeah, my umbrella not doing too well, I have to say.
Well, and I say when it comes to 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, or 75 or 78, whatever it was, I mean, we had these crazy numbers. Yeah. It doesn't matter. You have no chance. I mean, like, especially with an umbrella. So glad you're okay. Thanks for your reporting, as always.
Glad you're safe out there. That's great. All right. Well, those hurricane strength winds definitely turned over several RVs on the west side of Fort Worth.
Dan Godwin taking a look at all the damage there. Dan?
Yeah, we're at the Crosswinds RV Park along White Settlement Road in Parker County. Behind me, one of the RVs that was knocked over by the storm. There was a woman inside. She lives there. She was able to climb to what became the top of the RV while the storm, the wind, and the rain was all still raging. She was screaming for help, and fortunately, at least one of her neighbors was able to hear her.
I was sitting in my camper and I could hear someone screaming. So I looked out with the flashlight. Couldn't really see what was going on, but I could hear where it's coming from. So walking over, I seen her sitting up there on top of a turned over camper. And then I ran back to my camper to grab the ladder, came over back to hers, put the ladder up. She was so anxious to get down. She was trying to come down before the ladder was even up, but we got her down safely.
Another one of the neighbors was able to drive the woman to the hospital. We are told she was not severely hurt. Right here, one of the RVs completely demolished when the full force of the storm arrived. Thankfully, the man who lives here, not at home at the time. From what we can tell, total of 4 RVs severely damaged, but several others were knocked off their blocks, so they're going to need varying degrees of repairs. But as far as people being hurt, we're only hearing about that one woman with what we hope will be minor injuries. Reporting live, Parker County, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if we all get through this with just that one, minor injury, that would be good.
One of those that could have been a lot worse, but
I know.
thankfully it wasn't.
All right, it is 9:41 right now. We're taking a look at the weather and what everything. I mean, it's weird to see the sun and blue skies right now, but it has just been one crazy morning. Those strong winds, Evan says, are going to be coming back. Details on the other side of the break.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Your time now, 9:44. An area of Plano West High School has intense damage from the storms.
Yeah, part of the roof was ripped off near some coaches' offices, locker room, gym. Ticia Muzinga there with a look. Ticia.
Hey, yeah, good morning, guys. It was a crazy morning, of course, but I'm going to step to the side so you can see now that there are crew members here picking up all of that damage that are on the ground. I don't know if you can see right behind me. Yeah, you can see the tent, all that on the ground. What happened above is the roof that partially came off, as Lauren was mentioned. So that's what we're seeing right now. Obviously, this is right behind Plano High School where the gymnasium is at and so forth. Not hearing any significant injuries or anything like that. Just the fact that the part of the roof here at the school partially collapsed. You can see again the roof there, partially, or the part of the roof on the ground there. Now we do know that school is in session right now, so that didn't obviously impact that, but right now we are still trying to get more information as far as anything that happened possibly inside. We're still not getting word on that, but this is what we are seeing right now. And right now that the sun is up and that the storm obviously cleared out, right now is just part of the cleaning process, as you can see right here. And then also debris pretty much just everywhere. So this is what you can see and you can expect if you're around this area. Right by me, just other debris and parts of the school, the roof that just came from this storm that we saw this morning. So right now, as I mentioned, just part of the cleaning process, and if we get any updates, we're going to obviously share that on air and online at fox4news.com. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the update, Ticia.
Know that area pretty well. Oh, by the way, you can change the graphics behind me. That is Chip's map. Hopefully we can get, otherwise you're about to do traffic, Chip. There you go. Okay, we're fixed. I mean, I could do traffic. I feel like I've done enough. Yeah, he's done enough weather this morning. Let's make him do traffic. By the way, that area, we don't live that far from there. We had some roof damage, so I know it's all legitimate across the area. They did look like straight line winds over there. I was looking at radar at that time, but there may have been a tornado out by, say, Irving or Louisville, or a very small spin up. I don't want to say leading edge spin up, but this is the last of the rain. Greenville, Sulphur Springs, still raining. Over by Athens and Palestine, still raining. The clouds are clearing out, as we've said before. You know, it's hard to look at that and go, wow, it's sunny out. Just a couple hours ago, it was storming to beat the band, and everybody was up and surveying damage. Now we're in the upper 50s. We're going up pretty quickly. I think we'll be in the upper 60s this afternoon, but then we'll take this mess and bring it out of here. And there may be a little wraparound shower late this afternoon, 10% chance for a shower. The important thing today is even with the sun, the wind is going to be the story. Even though it's not that windy right now, the winds are going to crank up later today to near 50 miles per hour this afternoon. And the temperatures, which will go back up into the upper 60s, will start going back down with all the strong winds that continue into the evening. Here's your 7-day forecast. Rain exits east, just a low 10% chance for a shower this afternoon. It's 71. Extremely strong winds come back in later today. 43 tomorrow morning with wind chills. You're going to walk. You did walk in front of that. I was sitting there looking at Dylan. He's walking in. He's like, I thought it was full. I'm like, you're going to walk in front of that camera, aren't you? Oh, yeah. It's a working newsroom. See, you always hear people screaming in the background. Sunny skies and 61 for tomorrow, 66 on Thursday. Now Friday, clouds will break for sun. Friday's a warmer day. The next 3 days are pretty quiet. Then we get a little cooler on Saturday, about 40% showers. Sunday and Monday look pretty decent. Chip?
He was on a mission, Evan. Camera, schmamra, that's fine. Just walk right through it. Perfect, yeah, just like that. I-35W traffic flow, not good suddenly. We have a wreck on the left and right sides of the roadway at Vickery, so please note that. For folks on I-35E, again, I just don't get it. Why do you let traffic go through 6 to 8 inches of water It's not fun right now for folks trying to move through this area as the average speeds are down under 10 miles an hour approaching this spot. For folks on 635 LBJ, the debris cleanup, let's see if it's complete yet from the left lane in the eastbound direction. And there's your answer, yes. But unfortunately, as you go around the Horn and over into Mesquite on southbound LBJ, there is a pocket of slow traffic from Oates down to La Prada as cleanup continues from a wreck scattered to the left and right sides of the roadway. Lorna, Brandon?
Okay, maybe you haven't had breakfast yet this morning because it's just been a busy morning. Pancakes, always a good option.
Always a good option. Apparently, it is National Pancake Day. So, Hannah and Steve, I'll take 2 with butter and syrup. Thank you.
Hey, we got you covered, Brandon. I mean, couldn't be a harder pivot than what we've been doing all this morning. But you know what? I think we could all use a little breather after those crazy storms last night. It is Fat Tuesday. It is National Pancake Day. And we're making the most of both of them.
I'll tell you what, Brandon, you might not want to eat the pancakes once you see how beautiful they are. We have a pancake artist that is coming in today. I've seen this woman's work. It is next level. Whether or not Hannah and I can duplicate her skill set is, you know, we're gonna see. Also, Hawkeye is our 10 friend today. The 10 starts in less than 10 minutes.
I'm gonna go with no. I'm gonna say you. I'm just gonna go and say no. You're not gonna be able to do it. I've seen her work.
I can and I will.
But we're happy
I'm
to
that
eat
hungry.
it. It all tastes
good. Yep.
Thanks, guys. It is 10 minutes away from 10 o'clock. Thank you guys for sending in your pictures to us. You're helping us cover the storm. There is a lot of damage out there. We're going to take a look at some of it coming up next.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Yeah, the rain is gone, but you can see from that flag right there, the winds are kicking up. By the way, a huge thank you to all the viewers who are sending in a lot of the pictures of the damage.
Yeah, it really helps us tell the story of just how bad the storm was and lets us see what's going on in your area. And Dylan's joining us this morning. You've been going through all of the emails, all the messages, a lot to see.
Yeah, that's right. And look, we had some very impressive winds this morning. The Metroplex basically got a hurricane. Love Field, DFW, and numerous other spots reporting wind gusts over 70 miles miles per hour. And obviously this caused a lot of damage. Here's just a few of the videos. This one from Luis Rodriguez. Look at the power flashes there going in and out. This is from very strong winds that occurred in the Metroplex this morning, gusting well over 70 miles per hour. I wish we could have the volume on this video, because I can tell you, when you turn the volume up, the wind is just roaring out there, that classic freight train type of sound. So that little traffic cone getting blown around. So this was some very impressive winds this morning. We got several pictures in from people. A pool house down into the pool. That's from Tracy Woodward. We got a few more here as well. Here's a big tree down over into the Plano area. Lots of wind damage out there. We've seen numerous pictures of trees down. There's also shingles all over the place. So if you have any pictures of damage, don't hesitate to send them in, because we'll happily put them on air. This is another picture that was pretty impressive. This is from South Lake. Look at how these trees were snapped. That tells me that the wind was very strong. And this doesn't happen with 40, 50 mile per hour winds. This is typically stuff you see more with those 70, 80, 90 plus mile an hour winds. So when you see trees snapped like this, you know that that wind was the real deal. Here's one more picture. This is a pole barn. This was sent in by Greg Massey over in Collin County. So lots of damage pictures like this morning. And if you do have any more, please send them in to our Fox email, or you can send them to our Facebook page as well. Back to you.
All right, Dylan, thanks.
It is 9:56. We're going to get a final check of the weather when we come back.
All right, the showers should be exiting our eastern counties by about 10:30. Otherwise, skies are right now sunny in the Metroplex. We'll see some clouds later today. Low chance for a shower, high chance we get some really potent winds. We could have 40, 45, even 50 mile per hour gusts this afternoon and early this evening. And then the colder air comes in. 43 tomorrow morning with wind chills probably close to freezing or below. 61 in the afternoon. The winds will diminish. Nice afternoon. Thursday, 60 60s. Friday back to the 70s. Saturday goes the other way. You know, this looks like a March forecast. We just march up, we march down. And then as we turn the clocks ahead Saturday nights, it'll be very chilly Sunday morning at 39 before we warm up Sunday and Monday.
Okay, quick note, DFW and Love Field Airport currently leading the nation in delays and cancellations because of that weather that rolled on through. So
Not necessarily a shocker.
Sympathies to anybody that had a flight this morning.
Well, they had 74 and 78 mile an hour winds.
And now we've got sun, so hopefully they can figure it out. Have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Take a look at this. Everybody loves a good Buc-ee's stop during a Texas road trip, but this is next level, folks. What about a Buc-ee's themed party? I mean, the detail here is fantastic. One man went all out for his wife's birthday party. She's a complete Buc-ee's enthusiast, and let's be honest, who isn't? From a Buc-ee's themed cake, balloons, to his signature beaver nuggets. He calls his wife Buc-ee's #1 fan. I'll bet our pancake artist this morning could do Buc-ee.
Oh, for sure.
I guarantee you she could do it.
Okay, I have a question for any Buc-ee enthusiasts out there. Is that cylinder on the right side, is that barbecue sauce?
It looks like it is.
What is in that?
I'm not
Is
sure.
it a beverage? Our producer's saying she thinks it's a drink, and I'm
There's
trying
like
to
a
figure out.
signature Buc-ee's cocktail of
Is it
some
like
sort.
a Bloody Mary mix, or I don't know, but I'm drawn to that. I need to know what is in the mystery cylinder, and I know someone out there does know.
I mean, the we'll call it merchandising of this table is so well done. Well done. Congratulations. That's a good guy, right?
Yeah.
It's the thought that counts, and a lot of thought went into that. Welcome to the 10, everybody. It is Tuesday, March 4th. Fat Tuesday today.
I know. I hope you wore your stretchy pants today, because we are going all in on Fat Tuesday. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, so not only is it Fat Tuesday, but we're having pancakes today. So those are always call for stretchy pants. Hawkeye in the morning from New Country 96.3 KSCS is our 10 friend today, being an award-winning radio host. Is that the only talent he has up his sleeve? We'll find out more in a bit.
Plus, from attempting some pancake art to trying some delicious and unique pancakes, we are celebrating National Pancake Day, and we are definitely making the most of it. One of our guests today actually got 24-hour notice and still pulled through, so I'm most excited for that.
You know, it's funny, it's days like this where, with all due respect and admiration for our crews who are out there in the elements, in the weather, talking to people about downed trees and whatever else, and getting wet, and we get to sit in here and eat pancakes.
The sun is shining. The weather has finally calmed down. It's moved out. So now we can all take a breather.
Not a bad deal. All right, a new survey shows that many Americans are still afraid of self-driving vehicles. Me too, right?
Yeah.
I don't love it.
Very much so. Have
you been in one?
No, not yet. But I think if I were to jump in an Uber and I found out that it was a self-drive, I honestly think I would get out.
I would absolutely
get out. I would get out. Okay,
Yes.
so AAA reported that 6 in 10 drivers say they are afraid to ride in an autonomous vehicle, while only 13% reported that they would trust riding in one. Vehicle safety remains drivers' main concern, obviously, with 78% saying they just want better safety systems in place. Different demographics have different opinions, though. Millennial and Generation X drivers are more likely to say that they would ride in one. My friend has, I don't know if it's not fully autonomous, but it has the ability to do that. But there's still a driver behind the wheel. That makes me feel fine.
I would do, and this is, I remember years ago, and it may have been over by like the entertainment district in Arlington. This may even be before the stadium was over there, and they were introducing a vehicle that was autonomous essentially, but it went from point A to point B and back. It was almost like a trolley system without any tracks or cables, and it was one set. You got in, it drove here to here, and then back to in the exact same, you know, there were no other cars. That I would be okay with.
Right.
Like an automated public transport kind of managed system. It's the equivalent of a moving sidewalk in an airport. But I'm not sold on the self-driving cars yet.
Don't really trust those. Also, that said, don't really trust humans behind the wheel anyways. So that's where I stand on this thing. But we want to know what you think. Would you trust a self-driving vehicle to take you somewhere? You can vote on our question of the day by scanning the QR code on your screen. Yeah, 67% saying no, which is actually in line with the AAA survey results pretty much.
Yep. You can always jump on board. Give us your vote, fox4news.com/vote, or scan the QR code on your screen and be part of the show today. Right now, let's turn and take a look at what is trending at 10. A probiotic yogurt is the latest internet craze. Take a look at this.
Starting your day with coconut cold, literally, what are you doing? I've been taking this yogurt for over a year now, and my body honestly has never looked so good. It's a probiotic yogurt that only has 5 ingredients and is really healthy. The probiotics are really good for your gut health. This is what it looks like. You just have to take a spoonful every single day on an empty stomach, and the probiotics fight the bad bacteria in your gut.
Okay, so we're going to learn a little something here. I thought, and maybe it's just me, I thought all yogurt was probiotic. It is not.
Well, all yogurts, I think, have probiotics in them, but the founder of this brand says there's a fermentation process involved in some yogurts that decreases the number of probiotics that are in it. So
yeah, so all yogurts contain bacteria. Not all bacteria is probiotic.
This whole thing confuses me. I'm so confused.
So, which at least gives a little bit more credence to what this woman is doing, right? So several videos like this one just showing people raving about this yogurt, posting reviews, taste tests, and their takes on how to properly eat it. It's called Coconut Cult, $38. $38.
Which would, I think, be more expensive than just getting a probiotic supplement.
If you were to take those strawberries from Erewhon, is that what's called Erewhon?
Yeah,
those $20 strawberries, and put them on top of this. I mean, look how small that is. Her hand is bigger than the yogurt. $38 each. Like, have a glass of water, folks. Go for a walk.
She says she just does like 1 bite a day.
Look at it. She's spilling it. $38. That was like $6 worth of yogurt that she just spilled. Proponents of the yogurt say that eating it every day promotes good gut health, helps digestion, eliminates bloating, improves immunity. You better also do the dishes for $38 a jar. According to the founder of Coconut Cult, the difference between this yogurt and other yogurt is that most yogurts are pasteurized after fermentation to be shelf stable, ultimately killing the probiotics that they are touting on their labels. So, which also means, by the way, that it's $38 and it goes bad, so you better eat it fast.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you waste your $38.
Okay, I'm looking online. Greek yogurt has probiotics because I'm really racking my brain because I asked my doctor about this a few years ago, and I was asking about, what supplements to take. Do I take a vitamin for this and a vitamin for that? And she was really harping on getting, those types of vitamins that you can get in food. And so she said, have Greek yogurt. I think they must mean not all yogurt. Like, some yogurts are kind of just sugary.
Yeah. All yogurt has bacteria. Not all bacteria is probiotic. Greek yogurt has probiotic bacteria in it.
Okay, so we're good. I can save my $38. That's all I needed to know.
All right, a woman has amazed her followers on social media after sharing a unique feature that her apartment complex has.
The best feature to my apartment building, look at this. I want to make cookies and I was out of butter and milk. Butter. Complete anything you could ever need right downstairs.
Yeah, so this viral video shows a fully stocked mini supermarket filled with pantry essentials, snacks, and even fresh produce. Residents there can also grab instant coffee, loaves of bread, baking ingredients, and pasta sauces. They even have toiletries, like, even first aid items or pet food if you need that. Some viewers originally thought the items were free of charge, but then even after realizing the residents still had to pay, many loved this idea, several saying they would pay the convenience markup, especially in a pinch or if they needed something in the middle of the night. And there are some Dallas apartment complexes that have these mini supermarkets there. And what's really cool is if you're a resident, you can just charge it to your unit, so it can just be added. And very dangerous. I'm sure people are racking up some bills.
Now, you know I would rather walk on my own tongue than say an unkind word about another person on the internet. However, like, first of all, this woman has wowed the internet with this feature. Like, have we really? I mean, I thought that there was going to be something like truly amazing, like the apartment was a transformer or like something incredible, right? I would like to know the prices of that stuff. I mean, I guarantee you that that quart of milk was $7.
Oh, I mean, they're definitely pricey, but if you need it, you're going to pay for it.
I bet it's like airport pricing plus.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, if anybody in Dallas has one of these, or just Dallas-Fort Worth, if you live in a building that has one of these.
I bet Peyton Yeager's does. They'd have cocktail service at their pool at her apartment. Cocktail service, actually, and theirs.
That sounds pretty nice.
Theirs are included in the rent. Like, they have certain drinks that are included. Apparently, margaritas is one of them. Peyton Yeager, look at you.
The more you know.
The more you know. Okay, a new dating trend has people turning on the waterworks to try and come across as having some kind of emotional depth.
Lighting. Ooh. It's the opposite of vulnerability, but it presents as somebody who's very open and very vulnerable. When they overshare a lot right up front, like Monica from Housewives of Salt Lake City, they're floodlighting you. They're flashing these lights into your face. Essentially, it's their armor to make you think they're very open and very vulnerable,
But they
when
have
in fact,
huge secrets.
the floodlight is their armor.
I'm so glad there's a word for this.
Okay, I would like to know, is there a committee I can get on that names all of these things? Everything has a name these days, right? So floodlighting, right, is now this. Who decides this? And I would like to be part of that committee.
Well, this term of this toxic trend was coined by the author Brene Brown. Basically, the tactic, kind of the opposite of vulnerability, like they described, presents as someone who's very open and vulnerable. Well, Brown says it's essentially sharing too much too soon, which can stem from a need for validation, and it can establish a false and premature sense of trust. And dating experts say, okay, that if this happens with a potential partner, while vulnerability obviously is essential to building that strong relationship, there's obviously a time and place for different levels of it. This reminds me of the total stranger you ask how their day is, and then they
tell you.
unload on you, and you say, whoa, whoa, whoa.
I was just being nice. Have you? So you've experienced this before?
Absolutely.
Here's the thing about it, is that people who have this trait and do this really come across as, oh, wow, like, look at this person. And that lasts, I'm going to say, for 6 to 8 months until you realize this person's crazy. Like, it's,
I thought you were going to say like 6 to 8 minutes. This terrifies me. And obviously, I think it's good to share and be transparent, especially with your friends and family. But if you're sharing so much and you haven't asked that other person any questions, my sirens are going off.
Well, and also, I mean, what happens is it comes across as the antithesis of your intended message, right? You're trying to be like, look at me, I'm so vulnerable, and people are like, you're nuts. Actually,
floodlighting. Okay, this is a word I can get
Add
behind.
it to the list. Next up, we're going to introduce you to our 10 friend of the day. He's working extra late for us. Stay tuned.
New Country 96.3, Hawkeye in the morning. Hawkeye.
Good morning to our 10 friend Mark Hawkeye Lewis. You have been 35 years and counting, makes you the longest DFW radio host. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm
like the Clarice Tinsley of radio.
I mean, you are. Do you have Louboutins on? No, you're not the Clarice Tinsley friend. Wow. You're close. You're close. Okay, Hawk, where does the name come from?
Actually, I started out a long time ago being a traffic reporter. That's why I broke into radio, and that was a great name for a traffic reporter. It just stuck. So
I love it. I love it. Well, okay, and also we have to say congratulations, not for being the Clarice Tinsley of radio. We also have 2 new accolades to talk about. The Country Radio Hall of Fame you've been inducted to, a member to, and then also the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. How did you get a part of that?
I was just nominated. I think, you know, I've been around for so long and everything. I've been very lucky that I've been at one station for over 35 years. And the best part is I hear from people who say, when I used to go to school, my mom had you on the radio, and now as I take my kids to school.
Makes you feel old, doesn't it?
But I love that. It's the best. I absolutely love that.
I'll meet people and they'll say, I grew up watching you. And I'm like, oh, wow. How did that happen? Is that, I know in our business.
You are so clean shaven, man. What a handsome man this guy. You are so good. Nobody like shaves like you anymore. You're like the king of that.
This budding bromance here.
And you like stay up till like 11 o'clock at night. Look at this guy.
Come on.
He does it all.
So in TV, we move around a lot. You work market to market. Does it work like that in radio? Or, I mean, are you just incredibly lucky that you didn't necessarily do that?
It normally does, but I'm incredibly lucky that it didn't happen that way for me. I came up from San Antonio back in the 1980s. That's how long ago. And you're looking at me like, I wasn't alive yet. I know you're looking at me like that.
I didn't say that.
But
I didn't say
I know the look. I know the look. And then I worked with a great person named Terry Dorsey, who retired, and I just stayed on, and I was very lucky to work with him.
Excellent.
Now, when it comes to, I mean, you guys have so many fun guests on all the time, and it was so much fun when we had Michelle on. We were playing the celebrity game. Every single person we showed on the screen, she would say, "Oh, I love Keith Urban. Oh, I know this." Are there any celebrities that stand out to you as some of just your favorite memorable radio moments?
Well, it's funny you mentioned Keith Urban because his bus is parked right next door. Did you know that?
Here?
Yes.
What are they doing here?
He's doing a pop-up show in Deep Ellum tonight to tape a show.
And we chose you, Hawkeye. We could have had Keith Urban on the show. I'm glad you brought it up. We were like, Hawkeye's coming. Tell Keith he can wait.
And Keith probably like, I'll just park my bus outside because it's parked right outside your studios, that big parking lot.
Yeah.
I guess they needed a place to park.
We don't have any windows in this building.
I know you don't.
When we move, we're going to be able to see stuff like that. But for now, speaking of going and doing, I used to work in Vermont. You were just visiting.
Yes.
What were you guys doing?
So my wife and I, this is our 4th winter in a row we vacation in Vermont. It's so funny when we tell them we're from Dallas, they go, why are you here? Why did you come here? Because they don't see visitors from Texas there, but it's so beautiful up there.
Ice skating on a sidewalk?
No, that is a lake. That's my wife. It was a 4.5-mile loop around the lake. It's the longest ice skating track in the U.S.
Oh, that's
You can see the cracks in the ice and everything. That's like the lake underneath you. And we had everything we had on that day. It was 0 degrees when we woke up. It was so cold.
Ooh. It's so cold. It's interesting, though, because, and Hannah knows this being from Minnesota, it's weird to be in a place where people love that it's cold. Like people who live in Vermont, they know what they're in for. They would have left a long time ago had they not liked it.
And most Texans, if you do like, my wife and I ski a lot, so most Texans go to Colorado, which we love going there too, or New Mexico. But we just started discovering that, and my sister moved up there, and we absolutely love it. People there are so friendly. For most of the visitors of Vermont. We just had a great time, but they always like, why are you here? Why did you come here in the winter? Because most people go there in the fall or the
for
summer.
The leaves.
For the leaves, which, by the way, is absolutely beautiful, too.
It's been on my list. I still haven't seen it out there, but I really want to.
You know what? And also, believe it or not, because the water in the ground is so cold, the spring is beautiful. The color of the leaves when they come out is like electric green because
it really
the groundwater is so cold.
We have the Bluebonnet Festival here. got that to look forward to.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, well, as if you didn't have enough time in the day already, you just started a new podcast as well.
I have it's Travel with Hawkeye.
Okay.
And yeah, so it's just kind of a passion project. And this week, actually, on the podcast, if you check it out, travelwithhawkeye.com, we have the story of the first all-women's descent of Mount Denali, now known as Mount McKinley. It happened in the 70s, and the story just got buried. And nobody even knew about it. And this reporter saw like a blurb of it in the National Park newsletter and went back. There's only 2 of the women left alive anymore. But yeah, so we did the story of that this week.
Incredible.
Yeah.
You're a man of many talents, you might say, including one that we have not been told. We've seen on the show before. We have a 10-second talent segment. Do we have our open? Here we go. I hear you need some room.
A little, not much room actually, but I'm going to give you a try. So when I was a counselor at Camp Sanguinity, which is the children's camp for Cook Children's Hospital, and the kids I taught them how to tie a knot with one hand. Okay, it's a trick. Okay, so I'm going to see if you guys can do it too.
You got to stand up for this.
Yeah, I got to stand up. So you guys can. Okay, so basically,
here, let me get this
okay, get it. So it's just kind of a loop, and see. Let's try it again here. There we go. All right, Steve, would you like to give it a try, Hannah?
Yeah. I mean, of course I'll try.
Okay.
Whether or not I'll do it successfully is another thing.
So just kind of make a loop and make a loop with the rope, and then the ball will bounce into the loop.
Gotcha.
So that's the trick there. Go kind of inside and kind of make the loop that way.
So am I trying to go like over like that?
I'll tell you how I did the kids. Put your hands out like this.
Okay. Yeah, for 10 times 6.
Okay.
Come on.
Put your hand out like this on me. Okay, right there. You're gonna go this way, make a loop, and hit right above the ball, all the way around, right above the ball, and the ball will bounce into the loop.
Okay.
And then if you get really good.
Okay.
I feel like we need to send you to the rodeo. Have you ever tried lasso?
Oh yeah. See, it's kind of like a mini lasso. Okay, wait a second.
On the first try, I'm walking out.
Wait, I don't know.
Okay, so what you're going to do is going to move your wrist like that all the way around, and then hit right above the ball, and we'll call the ball to bounce into the loop. So almost like that.
Okay.
Oh, you almost had it. You almost had it. But hit right there. Hit right there. Now pull your hand out. Watch it. There you go. Over here. There you go. Second try. There you go.
That was like a slow-mo. I don't know if that was what you went for.
Steve's got to give it a try.
Here we go. All right.
Go around like that and hit it right above the ball. Oh, you almost had it. You almost had it.
All right, there we go.
All right, now Michelle brought you swag, so I brought you some swag.
That is so. You guys do not need to bring us.
I know we don't have to, but she brought it, so there's a lot of pressure. I have a Hawkeye in the morning hat for each of you. Some stickers
That is
there.
awesome.
There you go. Oh wait, switch. This is the girl side.
Switch.
That's the girl side.
You
There we
guys
go.
must have a lot of fun in the morning. I mean,
it's so much
for
fun.
such an early shift, both of you bring such good energy. I can only imagine how much fun you have in the radio studio. You get to wear comfy clothes. You don't have to be clean shaven.
Look how cool their hats are.
So Michelle and I think the secret really is we were friends before she came on the show. So when there was an opening, they said, who would you like on the show? And I said, Michelle, who worked at the station, I said, we're friends. You know, I think we have a lot of chemistry, and that kind of just took off and everything.
All right.
Yeah, you know what? You should wear that every day for like a month.
Hawkeye in the morning. I just was telling you during the commercial break, I used to listen to you guys in between my live shots when I would report out in the field for Good Day, and you guys are just so much fun. It was so fun listening to you guys. And you guys go back and forth at it. We need to get you on last call.
Yes, absolutely. Come back for a last call.
Love to come. Yeah, Michelle,
I'm going on vacation with the kids next week, and I'm going to wear this hat. And I guarantee you, because there'll be a lot of Texas people, I guarantee you people will stop me.
Are you going to Vermont?
Well done. Please come back and see us again.
It's so good to see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the gift. That was so sweet. Okay, we've been talking about National Pancake Day all morning long. Coming up after the break, we're going to try a little pancake artistry.
Look at this.
Maybe we'll be better at that than the 10-second talent.
I don't think we will. I don't think we will. All right, welcome back. It is National Pancake Day. Anchal Gupta, owner of Panky Doodle, custom art character pancakes. I have to say, I have seen your work before. It is stunning. Whether or not we can do it is another question. So let's get to work. And I'm interested to hear how this kind of all came about. When did you start doing it?
So we started right when COVID hit, and for many people, COVID shut them down, and it kind of gave me the biggest blessing of my life. That I undertook what I was meant to be, and to bring this kind of like food art to all the families everywhere in Dallas and beyond. So that's how it got me started, and I was like, this is a great way to, you know, celebrate and bring something very memorable, you know, something that sits in your memory for a long time, how birthdays are spent. You know, like I'm sure like you guys remember cutting cakes at your birthdays, but now the trend is we have a pancake every year.
I love it. And what are we going to make today?
So, like, you know, like how Bob Ross says there are no happy mistakes, I say all mistakes are yummy. So we're gonna, so even if you mess up your pancake,
still tastes good.
Fine.
All mistakes are yummy. Okay, good. I'll be remembering that.
Your griddles are hot. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this towel and make sure that all of our skin and hand is placed right above that. So make sure that you do not touch the griddle at all.
Good
and
first step.
Spring is coming. I thought, okay, how about we try making some flowers?
Perfect.
So
easy enough, right? Let's kick it off.
Absolutely, yeah. So this black pancake batter is just kind of like your crayon or a pencil that you would use. So we use this as a stencil. So go around, make your rounds, or just kind of like the circular part of a rose petal. So just go around, push it like a real slow, you know, constant push, right? And then we're gonna join the other side of it.
Oh, look at you. Wait a minute.
Okay. That's okay. Your rose can just be circular. It's fine.
Oh, wait. There you go. Look at that.
And then just kind of like go with the flow, add the petals, add as many petals as you can. There's no shape to it, so you can go with the creativity. Just let the juices flow. It's food art. You can't go wrong.
Okay.
That's awesome.
How's this looking?
That looks amazing.
That looks great.
It's a cross between butterfly and rose petal.
Okay.
Somewhere there.
What's step two?
Okay, so step two, we're again going to take our black crayon and just kind of create like a leaf.
Okay.
Just on the outside. So what this is doing is we're layering the pancake to kind of create a border that we're going to fill in. And then take your green pancake batter and fill in wherever you made the leaves.
Okay.
And you can't go wrong with like mixing colors and as many, you know, things you want to put in between. That's amazing, Hannah.
Oh,
and now you can use your green pancake batter and put them.
Fill it in.
Yeah. So this method is called flooding. So we're basically flooding the pancake batter.
So really, it's the side that faces down.
Exactly.
That is correct.
If you think about an upside down pineapple cake.
Yes.
So that's what we're doing. So we're actually building up the layer of pancake underneath on the griddle while it's cooking.
Gotcha.
Are you just using the same type of pancake batter for all colors, or do you try to make the base one, the stenciling one, thicker than the other one?
The stenciling one is usually thinner, actually, because we wanted to create it quite prominent here, so we do it this way. But we definitely use all kind of pancake batters. We use like eggless, we use paleo, keto, any kind of, you know, dietary needs that our clients need. So we definitely do.
Okay, next.
And next we just take our base white pancake.
Okay.
And we kind of fill in the pancake to kind of become the pancake shape that we know and love. And the more batter you fill on the back, it's gonna get more fluffy and yummy. That
I have an
amazing,
enormous
Hannah.
pancake
You're a pro at it.
Thank you.
Come join Panky Doodle.
Well, thank you. I would love. Well, and you guys must do some fun events too.
Yes, we do. We do like schools, summer camps, bachelorette parties. I mean, you can think of, you know, where you need food and catering. That's where we are.
I mean, Hannah is not known for her skills for the art and DIY segments. So
I'm a woman of the
I have to say, this is.
No, Hannah's making it for everybody. It's a bite for everybody.
Very large pancake.
All right, before we run out of time, do we get to flip? How do we?
Yes,
this is a big flip.
That's a big flip. Yeah. So we're just kind of waiting for the bubbles to come, and that's how we know. That's how we know that it's cooking.
Okay.
So what we do is maybe like you can take your spatula and just kind of like see it off the side.
On the edge, right?
It might just need a couple of minutes for it to cook all the way for you to be able to flip it. But I'm gonna see if mine is ready because mine is a bit smaller.
I know mine is definitely not. I think I made mine a little too
feel like mine might be ready.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna need like
it's still a little wobbly in between, but I can help
Ready?
you.
Which way are we going? This way?
That's going to be tricky, yes.
Okay, what if we both do it together? Like, we'll go from here that
here
way.
to there?
Okay,
Yeah,
you ready?
I think let's do
So
that.
ready? I'll be here, and you'll be there.
You got it.
1, 2, 3.
That look great. Yes. It's just a coffee rose. Okay, I think mine is ready. Do you want to do the honors, Steven,
Yeah,
and
I'm
flip
so
this
excited.
one? Yes.
I mean, now that we're experts
I'm going to
here.
say you made that one. Yes. Look at that.
Okay, Steve, and now for the grand finale.
Yeah, the grand finale. Yes. Come on, Hannah, you have to
Okay,
do
we'll do it
Come on,
together.
Steve.
We'll do it together. Which way are we going?
I think we go
Let's
this.
start.
You want to go this?
Here and go this way.
Okay.
Let me remove
Our
these out of the
producer's
way.
going to
someday.
kill us. We're over. Okay.
Okay,
here we go.
ready?
1,
This is
2,
gonna be rough.
3. Oh, look at that! Laura, you did it!
Okay, it's good. It's
Okay,
great. You
this
still
is
get
so
to eat
fun.
it. You still get to eat
so
it.
much for
Thank you.
And you're right. You know what? Regardless of what they're going to taste delicious.
They're going to taste amazing.
We've got a link on our station website, fox4news.com, to Panky Doodle. Also, you are incredibly responsive on Instagram, so go ahead and follow her there. Thank you so much. Please come back and see us again.
Absolutely.
We would
Thank
love
you
to
for
host you
having us.
again.
Thank
All right,
you.
we'll be back right after this. Like, my toxic flaw is that I'm on Amazon already trying to buy squeeze bottles, thinking that I'm going to be able to go home and make pancakes like that for my kids.
You should.
I'm going to do it.
My dad used to make us little Mickey Mouse shaped pancake. Nothing to that extent that they do
I'll
Panky
do
Doodle. That was
their,
impressive.
like the first letter of their name on their birthday.
And now I expect to see some Picasso.
I'm going to do
over
it.
there
I'm
in
going to
the
do it.
kitchen.
All right, let's check in on our question of the day. Would you trust a self-driving vehicle to take you somewhere? 84% of you say, listen, we're just not quite there yet. You can vote by scanning the QR code on your screen or by going to fox4news.com/vote. It is time to check in on what you'll be talking about tomorrow, because we are talking about it on Last Call tonight. According to child psychologist Becky Kennedy, parents should resist telling their kids good job, not because it does damage, but because it is a hard stop.
Sounds like annoying at first. I get it. Like, as a parent, you're like, oh, really? Can I just say good job? And of course you can. But then again, I go to an adult example. Like, let's say, Tim, you redid your house, okay, and I visited. and you really worked hard on it. And I came, I go, oh, I love your house. Good job. It's actually kind of a conversation ender. I feel like you'd say to me, thank you.
Yeah.
But if instead I said, oh, how did you pick that color wall with that couch? You would, oh, okay. Well, let me tell you and let me show you my Pinterest board or whatever it was. And even if I never said good job, I bet you would feel more lit up inside and almost better than if I had just kind of ended the conversation that way.
Okay, so here's the wisdom when your progeny points to a project in which they have procured pride. She says they are often seeking sincere validation, and good job is not good job enough. Instead, process validation helps expose details, create intimacy, connections, and self-esteem.
This is too much.
I mean, you want me to do cartwheels or something? I mean, like a cheer when you do fantastic on something? Give me a
Oh my God, that made me cringe and roll my eyes
So,
50 times.
when she used the house example, I was like, okay, I do get it. But here's really the topic. Who is tired of being constantly told we're just not doing it right? I feel like everybody out there is, you can't do this, you can't say that. Oh, you know.
I don't have kids. And that is
Good
why.
job.
And that is why, yes. But that is why I feel sorry for parents nowadays. Like, my mom would have never made it because I would come home, Mom, look at this. And you know what she was doing? She's watching her favorite soap opera and going, looks good. And then she did, you know what I mean? But I turned out
You turned out just fine.
Kind of, sort of.
Well, I mean, you turned out in a job where you seek validation from others by being very public.
Yeah.
So maybe.
I mean, I would love for someone to tell me, good job, stop. Perfect,
Yeah,
that's all I need.
Yeah, it was, I heard you huffing and puffing as she was
Well,
talking.
because it's just like, okay, you're going to go to a housewarming party and, okay, cool, good job. No social skills, obviously you're gonna ask, oh my God, like how did you get the color of the backsplash? Like obviously you should ask those questions.
Yeah, but I don't know that everybody knows about
Well, people,
that kind of
that's
stuff,
bad
'cause everyone's
social
got their
skills that-
face in a phone like we were talking
That's
about
bad
earlier.
social skills,
but
that's awful.
I think it's also interesting because it's kind of like reporters are trained to do, ask open-ended questions. So one of the examples was, you know, how was school? Kids say like, good. You know, well, tell me what was a good part of your day. What was the favorite part?
Yeah.
So more probing.
I do that with my kids.
Well, you
That
can
makes
ask me
sense,
that,
you
okay?
know?
If you ask me, what was your best part of your day at school? Lunch.
I do love lunch. I'm not gonna lie. We do try and do this with the kids where we'll ask like open-ended questioning. To Casey's point, as a reporter, right? I mean, you avoid yes and no questions, right? Because then people will give you a soundbite of yes or no.
Yeah.
Right.
I like the idea of when he said, you know, asking the how was your day, thinking of something that's either more open-ended or more specific, because sometimes, I mean, even if someone asks me how my day is, you feel a pressure to produce an answer that might not actually be authentic to what was representative of your day. So I like the idea of switching it up a bit.
Yeah, and I'll say to her, what did Joey say? My oldest goes, stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gosh.
Well,
all right. Well, I guess we're turning that corner.
Not wrong.
Join me as I welcome Peyton Yeager, Casey Stiegel, and from K104, Dee Dee McGuire is my friend in the fourth chair. We're on tonight, 11 o'clock on Fox 4 with the preview episode 9:30 on KDFI 27. Plus, listen anytime, day or night. Last Call, the podcast, available on your favorite podcast platform.
Coming up after the break, Les Allées Bon Temps Roulé. It's a Mardi Gras celebration.
North Texas restaurant ready to celebrate Fat Tuesday with crawfish, drinks, live entertainment, and more. They're already set up in the 10 kitchen. We're headed there next.
Bourbon Street Bar and Grill is ready to celebrate Fat Tuesday with all-day specials, a night of music, a little dancing, and a whole lot of crawfish, I'm sure. Dirk Kelcher is here with us, and you're going to teach us how to eat one of the staples of Mardi Gras.
Absolutely. You just grab the crawfish of your choice.
You just go right in. Okay.
We sell them by the pound.
Now, is there I'm just going to move this stuff out of the way. Is there like a, hey, the smaller it is, the sweeter it is? Is there any kind of rhyme or reason to which one I'm choosing?
The smaller usually have softer shells a little bit. But so we're getting right into prime time with the crawfish now. These are good size. They'll get a little bigger throughout the season. But these, so the best way to eat it, if you want to grab one, let me show you real quick. You just grab them, you pinch here, you pinch there on the back, and you just twist the crawfish. And then pull out the tail like that. Now, if you're daring, you suck the head.
Okay, so why doesn't mine have any meat on it like yours did? Did I do it wrong? Let's try again. Let's try again. Okay.
So
here we go.
Yeah, grab a good sized crawfish, and you twist. You gotta twist it.
Twist the back.
You pinch both the front
and that's probably where most of the meat is too, right?
Oh, all the meat's in the tail. Yeah, the front, the top just has all the seasoning.
We got it.
So when you take the head, that just has all the seasoning because we long soak these. These soak for about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Before they come in.
And then do you crack it open or you just suck it right out of there?
So then you take and you pinch it. So you peel the first layer off, almost like a shrimp.
Look at that. There we go.
And then you pinch it out and you get a big piece of meat just like that.
Now, Dirk, I'm a real lazy eater. I like my food just ready, just spoon to mouth situation. But what type of seasoning do you usually add to the crawfish to cajun them up?
So we boil it in the water, so it's already cooked. I mean, we don't add any seasoning following the cook. So we cook them, we boil them for about 3 to 5 minutes, depending on the size, and then we put ice in the boiling water, and it cools the temperature of the water down to about 160, and then we let them soak there for about 30 to 40 minutes, and that soaks in all of the flavor that's in the water.
I have to say, so I went to my first crawfish boil a year ago. Some neighbors of ours in the neighborhood, they're from Louisiana, they did a big thing, and I loved how social it was. We stood at long tables, and we just sat there chit-chatting and eating.
It is a social event.
It was so great. Okay, speaking of getting social, let's do it with some drinks. We're making hurricanes today.
Okay, I started off with I made 2 for you guys. All we got to do still with this is top a little bit of Myers. I was going to let you guys go ahead and top yours. You just put about a ½ ounce in there.
Oh, gosh.
You don't...
There's that a half?
As much as you want. There you go.
Thank
and so you do the dark rum, but we use an ounce of silver rum, an ounce of coconut rum.
So which side of the jigger is the ounce? This
that is 1 ounce. So if you wanted to make, you could pour an ounce in here.
Silver. There we go. Ooh. Ounce of coconut.
Of the coconut rum.
Okay.
And while you're making that, Steve, I want to talk about this all-day special you guys are having today for Fat Tuesday.
Halfway.
Louisiana crawfish. You guys have $10 yardsticks with hurricanes and strawberry daiquiris and purple Decaters. What's
purple
that?
So that is our own drink. It's kind of a juice drink.
I'm just going rogue.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. That's perfect. We got to shake it up a little bit.
Okay. Here we go.
Let me shake it with
I gotcha.
Put that upside down. There. Look at you working before.
I mean, once or twice, you know.
Alrighty, there you go. There you go. So let me grab this cup here, and we'll grab some ice and put it in this cup.
You want to shake? Here, go ahead.
I think it's shook.
Come on, go ahead.
I think it's been mixed, fully incorporated here.
Okay. Just pour that in there with just
strainer.
Boom.
Look at that.
There you go.
Beautiful. Okay, and then you guys also have
top it off with that Myers right there.
A little bit on the top. Bravo. Bartender Steve, looking great.
And we just garnish it with an orange.
Boom. All right, back to Hannah and the details.
Okay, so we talked about the yardsticks, the fun drinks that you guys have. You guys also have $4 Fireball shots, a DJ from 7 p.m. to midnight. And you guys are partying the whole day.
Actually, the DJ is now coming in at 5 because we initially had a band that was going to come in early. And so now we have a DJ, and he gets up and plays the saxophone, and he gets interactive with the crowd. So it's a party all day. This is
anything goes on Fat Tuesday.
I mean, people will be showing up here when we open at 11 o'clock. I guarantee you. It should be a national holiday, to be honest.
I think Steve might be taking this to go.
So good.
This is all for you.
So what I like is that I'm not a spice guy. These are great. They're not overwhelming.
Cajun food doesn't have to be spicy. It has to be, I mean, flavorful is the better term for it.
I love it. Well, Dirk, thanks so much for being with us. We're going to have this recipe to a crawfish boil if you would like to make one at home, plus the restaurant all on our website at fox4news.com. We'll be right back after this. In the next 10, Going Dutch star Dennis Leary will be joining us live to talk about Thursday's all-new episode of the hit Fox comedy.
You want to prove you've changed?
Yeah.
You can come to dinner with us tonight. Oh.
Tonight.
Tonight.
Can't do tonight because I'm
Working.
He was working when you were born.
Yeah.
He was working when you broke your leg.
Yeah.
He was working when you were in a coma.
Yep.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have you tell Shah to handle the wiring crisis in the laundry center, and I'm going to come to dinner with you tonight.
What an honor.
All right, Fox's most recent odd couple type sitcom, Going Dutch, features Dennis Leary as an arrogant army colonel. He's joining us this morning. Dennis, I have to say, you know, in some of your other work, this kind of a little arrogant guy plays well with you. You do good in that role.
Well, I don't know what that says about me. Yeah, he's a complicated, narcissistic, screwed up, selfish. I like those kind of characters. I don't know why. I'm drawn to them, you know?
Well, Ed, I like your characters, like no nonsense, this big combat guy, but you're kind of in this funny predicament. Your ex-wives show up to the base, and now they're kind of thrust into the situation with you. In that clip we just saw, was that your 3 ex-wives there at the table?
Yeah, my 3 ex-wives, 3 of my ex-wives. And in the course of the episode, my daughter, part of the premise of the series is that I'm stuck on a non-military base that does the laundry for all the other NATO bases in Europe as a punishment. And my daughter and my 3 ex-wives are all friends. They go on vacation every year together. And, you know, we do a lot of improvisation on the show. And so I went to work on this episode. It was literally those 3 actresses playing my ex-wives, my daughter played by Taylor Mishiak, and my girlfriend played by Catherine Tate. You know, I literally spent most of the week that on this episode trying not to laugh because they were so funny, all 5 of those women. Just insane amount of talent. And I'm just reacting to them because they're right. I'm an arrogant, selfish, narcissistic guy. So that was a great episode to shoot. It was
I'll tell you, back in the day, our family never missed an episode of Rescue Me when it was on. It was a great show. It was an incredible character. This, obviously, a lot of good character development as well. You got to go to Ireland to shoot this. This is where the Army base was?
Yeah. Well, it's set in the Netherlands, but we found an Army base in Ireland that was willing to let us shoot on the base. So, I mean, that's almost impossible to get any Army from any country to let you do that. So that's why we shot there, which was also selfishly good for me because my parents are from Ireland. So I have a million cousins there. And so they were able to come. I did a movie there years ago, but this, we were there for like almost 6 months, so they were able to come to the set almost every day. And once the crew got used to that, it was like every day there was an O'Leary or an O'Sullivan or 10 of them or 20 of them on the set. So that was a lot of fun. But yeah, no, we got to shoot on a real Army base, which was really helpful for us. And if you watch the show, I mean, obviously we're on a base, we're on a real base, which really is good for the show.
Yeah, well, and such a beautiful setting, too. Okay, a new episode of Going Dutch airs Thursday night right here on Fox 4. Dennis, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you being here with us.
Thanks, guys.
See you soon.
Thank you.
All right, as we mentioned, it is National Pancake Day today, so we have created pancakes, but the folks at Lazy Dog have created some for us. I mean, I've got 4 shows to tape. I'm going to be in a coma out there. Where do we even begin?
I have a sweet tooth.
This is chocolate chip pancakes, so let's start there. These look incredible here.
Okay, so we're trying 3 flavors. There's the lumberjack pancake tacos. This is chocolate chip, like you mentioned. And then there's also the mountain berries. Would you mind passing me silverware?
Oh, I'm over here like eating with my fingers. Come on, we're friends.
Little chips and dip situation. It's fine.
Okay.
And what's really cool is you guys have seasonally inspired ingredients at Lazy Dog Restaurant.
That is delicious.
In my opinion, though, chocolate chips, that's like a year-round thing.
Okay, what are we doing here? This is this potato, bacon?
Yep, so that is the lumberjack pancake tacos. I'll talk about it while you give it a bite. It's bacon candy, fried eggs, shredded jack cheddar cheese, hash browns, green onions, and then that's wrapped in a buttermilk pancake with a Cajun gravy. Who thinks of these things? That is so cool.
Okay, this is like a breakfast taco with a pancake wrapped around it. It is so good.
Okay. Yum. I'm definitely feeling the sweet.
Taste that. I didn't touch that other one.
I'm still feeling the sweet, so I'm going to go to the wild berry next. That's what, I mean, the drizzle on it, too, so good.
Here we go. Let me get this out here where you'll need your fork and knife.
You don't want to chips and dip this one?
I mean, I'm going to be in a pancake coma after this. Okay, so 6 North Texas locations. The folks at Lazy Dog will be happy to create any of these things for you.
I don't think this one even needs syrup.
You know, that looks so good. I'm going to have a little bite.
You're going to love this.
Is it like a berry compote on the top of it?
So this is made with a compote that has strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, and huckleberries.
Okay, delicious.
When was the last time you ate a huckleberry?
Oh, wow. That's really good.
That's a good one. Okay.
Okay, Lazy Dog, thank you so much for bringing these in. Again, National Pancake Day, but you can get these anytime.
6 North Texas locations. I mean, come on. We love it. I love a Try It Out Tuesday. Always so much fun. We'll have a link to them on our website at fox4news.com, and we'll be back with the final check of our question of the day next.
Real quick, would you trust a self-driving vehicle to take you somewhere? 85% of our audience says, nope, sorry, not going to do it. We have a big show tomorrow because it is our 100th episode tomorrow morning.
Getting a little emotional thinking about it.
Right, we're going to take a look back at some of our favorite moments and test each other to see how well we've been paying attention over these past 100 episodes.
I don't think we have. I don't think we have. Plus, we're going to have details on a luncheon that helps support a program enriching the lives of children. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. In the meantime, get out there and make your day a perfect 10.
It's time for Last Call. I'm your host, Steve Noviello, the show where my panel makes the last call, but you always get the final word. Tonight, at least one thing old is new again. He left us for life at the network, but we're glad he's home. From entertainment reporter to war correspondent, is there anything this guy can't do? We are about to find out. Casey Stiegel is a first-timer tonight. Welcome.
Hey, thank you very much. You guys, this is my cherry is officially popped now on Last Call. Out of the gate.
How has it been being back here after all these years?
You know, this is my first month, and it has been a blast. I've just been trying to get to know the workflow because when I worked here last time, iPhones had not even been invented yet. So that dates me a little bit.
Okay. Next up, she took a trip to our station in LA for a while, but good thing we got her a round trip ticket. Peyton Yeager is joining me tonight. How was it out there?
Back. It was very busy. Covering wildfires. I've never done it before, but...
And it was what? I mean, we were trying to give them kind of a break because they've been working around the clock.
Right. The reporters are just exhausted. They're also dealing with... They lost
Losing
their
own
homes or
right.
family homes, so they just needed reporters on the ground to help.
Well, welcome back. We're glad you're here. And I love when she joins me here at night. She loves collecting celebrity dolls. From K104, Dee Dee McGuire is here. I would have never guessed in a million years.
Yes.
Like figurines or like full?
Real dolls. Like I have a Master P, Michael Jackson, Cher, Justin Timberlake.
Like Barbie size?
Yeah, Barbie size.
Okay, which one's your favorite? I won't tell them.
The Michael Jackson doll, because I think it's going to be worth some money one day.
We're hoping.
Probably is.
We're hoping. All right, before we can make the last call, let's take a first look. Here are tonight's talkers. What was supposed to be marketing fizz fell flat when the people at Poppy got poor reviews after their Super Bowl stunt. The folks behind the prebiotic drink delivered vending machines to internet influencers in the hopes of going viral, and they did, but just not for the right reasons. Keyboard warriors fired back saying free stock vending machines is tone deaf, and they should have gone to libraries, homeless shelters, teachers, and those more deserving. A competitor popping off by suggesting that each of those machines cost $25,000 to deliver in stock. Take a listen.
It was always our intention to share these with you through marketing events, community pop-ups, and giveaways. But one of the things that has made Poppy so successful is that we listen to you and our community. We can always learn and do better. These vending machines will be a part of the brand for years to come, and we want to work with you guys to get them out to places you'd like to see them out in the world, right? So we hear you. So help us nominate your friends, your family, your favorite teacher's lounge, your sorority, your fraternity, whatever it is, wherever you guys want Poppy to show up, and let's get Poppy to the masses.
Okay, so first questions first. Who thinks it's tone deaf to send this to influencers? Dee Dee?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think it is either, right?
I love Poppy.
Sorry. Send her a vending machine.
Yeah, send it here. We actually carry Olipop in our fridge, so we need a.
But here's my whole thing. The whole idea is that if you're an influencer, you have a lot of followers, and they're sending them to you because a lot of people are going to see your product. It's not going to be necessarily the case at a school, even though it may be well-deserving.
Okay, here's what I thought. If you're talking about the Super Bowl, a 30-second commercial during the Super Bowl was $8 million.
Yeah.
Right? So I think they came off cheaply to do this, right? We're still talking about them. I think it was great advertising. I think it worked. And the other ones that were hating on them, the rival drink company.
That's Olipop.
Ha-ha, it's on you, though, because look what we're talking about.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, and the people from Poppy said that $25,000 figure that the competitor put out there is actually not true.
Right.
And to your point, though, when you send these to influencers with a lot of followers, with all due respect to your local library, do you follow the local library on Instagram?
No. And these PR packages are trying to outdo like the next one. And that's the whole culture we're in. So I get it. I also follow Poppy, and was a very small brand a few years ago. Yeah. And not, to pun intended, has popped off. So the fact that they have a Super Bowl ad, I think that's amazing.
Okay, so here's my other question. So you saw the woman, I think she's the head of the company, said, well, it was always our intention to get you involved.
She's spun that real well.
I don't think it was always their intention to like now encourage you to tell me which homeless shelter I should send this vending machine to.
But I just think it was great advertising right now for them. I think it worked in their favor, so shouts out to them.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, pop in, pop out. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Either way, why not try marriage? That is the wisdom from Generation Z when it comes to getting hitched. They say one-night stands are out, marriage is in. Unlike millennials who are on board with commitment-free fornication, Zoomers are widely opposed to spur-of-the-moment sex with strangers. But that doesn't mean that their desire to say I do is linked to a more conservative culture. Instead, listen to this. They say because divorce is so normal, they just don't see marriage as a forever commitment. So why not give it a whirl? I see you nodding your head.
I kind of get it, and I get there. I think that's smart, and I totally understand it, because when you look at marriages, what is it, 50% will end in divorce. Yeah, end in divorce. So why not? You understand there's an option, and it's not for life. Trust me, when I got married, I was shaken. I was nervous. I thought, am I making the right decision? And all I thought was, well, I could get out of it if it doesn't work, right?
It's funny, when we got engaged, we were 12 years into a relationship, and of course I said yes, and my next thought was, that's a big commitment.
It is.
12 years in, right? Like we're already 12 years. Okay, Peyton.
Oh, I was gonna go. I'm the only single.
Yes, you're single. So what? I mean, what do you look at marriage as a forever thing?
Yes, but I haven't gotten maybe close to it just because the dating is awful. So I haven't even crossed that bridge or had the mind where, you know, we're in different categories.
Do you find that young people that are your contemporaries look at marriage as like 50-50, like why not try it?
Yeah, some do and some don't. I hope that, like, I'm a millennial, so.
Right.
Oh, you like the fornication part.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that it's one and done. If not, I know there's different parameters, but you know what I mean.
You know what I thought was interesting about it? Part of the reason in the articles, it said because it was of technology addictions, that people are just linked to their phones and they are at home watching TV and all the rest, so they don't want to be out socializing. I think that's kind of fascinating.
It continues to fascinate me, and we've talked about this before on the show, for two generations, millennials and Zoomers, who are more connected than anybody ever has been in the history of the civilization. They are so lonely. These people are starving for human contact when you have the world at your fingertips.
I totally agree. The dating world has just changed. I just think there's so much accessibility. You can get on Instagram and find whoever. So I'm not trying to be a downer, but yeah, swiping or whatever.
It's all very temporary.
It's hard out there on the streets.
Well, and quite frankly, like when you don't like something, you just block it and never think of it again.
Exactly.
There's really no consequence. All right, up next, time's almost up on a trick to guarantee extra space on your next flight. Plus, when you gotta go, you gotta go. But does that include traversing another traveler? next trick is about to be outdated since open seating on airplanes comes to an end soon. But in the meantime, how about some points for creativity? Take a look at this. Two sisters say that they've cracked the code on not getting anyone to take the open middle seat between them on an airplane. See what she's doing? She's got, she says when they hear the flight is 99% full, they take a hoodie and a neck pillow to simulate the shape of another passenger. They pretend there's somebody already sitting between them. In order to complete the con, they make it appear as if their seatmate is sleeping on the tray table. Who gives?
I like it.
That is.
I like it so.
Bravo. Right.
That is genius.
I have to say, I'm kind of guilty of that. When we used to fly Southwest a lot, I've been traveling so much with being at the network.
Yeah.
We would act like my producer would get in one seat. I would sit in the window. We would act like we were sick. We would be coughing.
No.
This was before COVID, by the way.
Okay.
But we would be like, no, just so we'd try to get people to keep on moving. But, you know, if the plane's full, you got to have
Or like super deep in conversation, like you don't want to sit next to them. I mean, we're going to be leaning over you the whole
Exactly.
fighting. That's an even better one,
That's
right?
really. I'm just asleep in the first 5 seconds. Like I don't even know. I wake up and I'm like,
oh, who are you?
Man, who are you? Hi. Like I didn't even know who you were. So yeah.
I love the fact that you just said though you would cough. Nowadays you cough on a plane. They're like, you can't fly.
You're getting escorted off
Yeah.
the plane.
You gotta, when I was in Vegas in January, there was a woman next to me who, I don't know if she had tuberculosis or what the heck was going on, but I mean, she was, and as we got off, everybody on the plane was like, are you okay? I mean, I was like, I could be dead in a week. I don't know. I mean, you don't get on a plane and cough like that anymore.
Or at least wear a mask.
Exactly.
Something,
Come on.
right? Something. I will say, I'm kind of glad that the open seating is going away. It has kept me away from a very convenient airport.
I agree.
Because I'll tell you, when I have had it, I will sit there and I see my person. I see them coming, and it's never the cute. It's never Peyton Yeager who's gonna sit in the middle seat next to me.
I look like a gremlin on the plane, but that's.
All right. I used to love sitting in the window seat on an airplane. By the way, I saw it as kind of my own private little sanctuary where I would not be bothered by the movement of others. Then one day I needed to use the lav, and it became very clear that the window wasn't working. So, first panel, I want to know if you've been in the window and you need to get up, what is your expectation of the people in the middle and the aisle?
Get up.
Both of them should get up.
Both should get up because one of the worst things is to try to get past somebody and your legs are bumping into them and you're like, move. And I can't stand that. It's like just get out of the way, politely just get up.
Your butt's in their face.
I was going to say, like, you want my butt in your
My
face?
butt is in your face.
Well, that's my next question. So if they insist on you shimmy, do you face them or do you face
it's,
away
it's
from them?
literally like lap dance or like butt.
I know it.
So I don't know.
He shimmies.
What is going on?
I kind of feel like I would look them dead in the eye.
Oh
just to give them a really dirty look, knowing full and well that they are wrong because, come on, people, stand up.
Yes, stand up.
And by the way, if you get a seat in the aisle, that is part of the thing.
Well, so interesting that you say so. So someone recently turned to Reddit to ask what is the etiquette when you need to get up after they tried to leave the row and the person at the aisle seat told them, you can climb around and climb over me. Past passengers said it is the aisle person's job to move. That is the trade-off for the convenience of getting the aisle seat. It's also a nice excuse to get up and stretch your legs for a minute, right?
But I mean, also, why do we even have to say this? People are just, it's unbelievable how we've lost like decent courtesy nowadays. I mean, how are you going to let someone, there's not a lot of room in these planes nowadays. So, I mean, how are you going to let someone just climb over you while you sit there staring? It's unbelievable.
Especially if you're like younger and the person's older. It's like, of course I'll stand up. You know, I don't know. But that's why I'm team window and I'm like, you're going to move.
I'm going to try to climb. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to try to climb. Legs will be all over the place. I don't care. You want me to climb? Sure.
I mean, I will say though, it is the worst feeling when you are not the aisle and you need to get up to use the restroom, and the person next to you, they've got the tray table down and the drink and the laptop, and you're like, there's so many.
You're trying to hold
steps,
it.
There's so many. Right.
Do you know what I've heard? Here's a trick though. Somebody told me if you really have to go really, really bad, you got to push your like big toe into the ground really, really hard, and it'll sustain you for like an extra 15 minutes.
What?
Oh.
Yeah. So if you ever have to go really, really bad, just
the more you know on the show.
Yeah, fun fact, by the way, we just recently had Stephen Dial on the show. The man has never used a bathroom on an airplane.
On international flights as well.
Has flown
like
to Africa.
London.
I love that you watch.
Yes,
It's so sweet.
Wait, that's so nice.
Isn't that wild?
Right. A transatlantic flight never has used a restroom.
Is he wearing Depends?
Yeah,
Right.
that is criminal.
We got to get to the bottom of this. He's wearing like a catheter or something. That's just not right.
Maybe he's got a really big toe. I mean, we'll see what happens. All right, next up, headed on holiday, why booking a flight to the wrong destination could save you more than half off. Not if you have to go, but where you are going. That is the focus of another digital debate. Skip lagging can be the not-so-secret key to bagging a bargain on your next trip. So here's how it works. If you want to go to Charlotte, but the flight is too expensive, instead you find a more popular and likely cheaper destination like New York, which connects in Charlotte. You get off the plane in Charlotte, you never board the connection. Bargain shoppers report saving as much as 67% using this hack. Here's the problem, though. The practice can be against the conditions of carriage, and if you get caught, that could be cause for you to have to book a more expensive ticket right on the spot. American Airlines, by the way, is on record as saying intentionally not flying all of the booked segments can lead to operational issues with checked bags and doesn't allow other customers to book the unused seats when they have an urgent need to fly. Critics of the carrier say, wait a minute, airlines realize how crazy and illogical the pricing structure is, and it's my right to use or not use a ticket that I buy. Casey, I'll start with you.
By the way, good luck trying to figure out how they price tickets and the fares, because I've never understood why it costs more money to make a stop somewhere. Sure, going direct is easier, but you're on another plane, you're using more fuel, there's more staff.
Right.
So why is it more expensive, just to be able to sometimes stop in another city? I say it doesn't matter, but if you're going to get banned from the airline, then that's no bueno.
Yeah. Exactly. I've heard of people doing this. I've never done it personally, but I heard that hack before. I think it's genius, but I also don't want to get in trouble because I fly all the time.
Well, they have entire websites that are dedicated to skip lagging, and they'll show you like, hey, where are you headed? And they'll say, okay, you can fly direct, but we've also got this other flight, via Atlanta to LA, and you really want to go to Atlanta, and we're gonna. I just don't love the idea. I mean, with all due respect to American Airlines, the idea that like, well, when you don't use this, it doesn't allow our other flyers to book. Like, I don't feel like you're...
We just paid you.
Is your, right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I agree with it. I like the skip lagging. I think that it's genius, and I will do it any chance I get. What's that website?
Yeah, she's like, look in the camera
believe it's
and say American Airlines.
Oh, brother.
I'm okay with
Let's
it.
hope the airlines aren't watching. There's a note going in your file right now.
But what if there's a situation where I have an emergency and I'm not going to make it anyway? What are you going to do? Would you fine me for that?
No.
If I had to get off the plane in a city where I had a layover, right? Because I've had a medical emergency, then what? Are you really going to fine me
I'm not trying to
for
sound
that?
bougie, but like I don't do connecting flights.
Now that was bougie. That was bougie. Okay.
Well, and the other thing is, well, it could lead to operational issues like checked bags. Listen, if you're skip lagging and you know you are, you're not checking a bag.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah.
Who's like, I'm not checking my bag to New York when I know I'm not going to New York. I'm getting off in Charlotte.
And then nowadays they charge you so much just to check your bag. Listen, I'm gonna have everything in a backpack. I'll have like 2 weeks worth of clothes in one backpack.
And for the record, I mean, planes are jam-packed, and it seems like anytime you get on one nowadays, they have a big standby list. So if someone skips out, it's not like that seat is going to ultimately be empty. So come on, they're still going to make money.
Yeah, I think that, you know what, we've figured out a way to beat the system and somebody doesn't like it. All right, this next couple doesn't have to travel anywhere because they live inside their dream destination. Take a look at this. Lexi and Diego Newkirk are the Texas couple who ditched an overpriced life in Austin in favor of a far more affordable home, which they built for 60 grand out of shipping containers. The big boxes cost about $5,500 each. The rest was to outfit them. They originally thought that they would use this as an Airbnb. This is a really big property. They thought maybe several different structures here. They ended up moving in instead because of some restrictions for zoning. Who's joining them living in a shipping container?
I would.
Really?
Yeah. And I've been looking into it. Matter of fact,
you see
here
the
is
closet space in
yeah,
that
I
thing,
love it. I think it's so genius. Have you guys seen there is a shipping container hotel in Waco? And I love that kind of stuff. I've slept in a yurt, a teepee. I love all of that kind of stuff. I'm telling you, I think that's so genius. And I've been telling my family that I go, hey guys, let's go buy some land and we'll just have us a nice compound and we'll build our houses with shipping containers. Yeah.
We were at, I believe it's Jellystone Park. I believe it's the Burleson one. And they have one of the hotels on the property. You can stay in cabins and stuff, but then they have a hotel that is a pirate ship, which we saw them build. And I believe it's out of shipping containers.
Yes. That sounds fun, doesn't it?
Is everybody, am I the only one
think
who's
it's
like,
weird.
this
Sorry.
is weird?
I think it's cool, and thank you so much for sharing. I just wouldn't do it.
Really?
How come? Because she don't connect.
She doesn't fly.
She doesn't connect on flight.
Connection.
This is
So
more of
she's not
I'm
living
so
in a
sorry. I'm
container.
losing a whole audience right now. They're like
or gaining one. I mean,
no, it's kind of like the tiny house movement.
Yes.
It's not for me, but I think that they're pretty cool. And, you know, by the way, a larger space doesn't necessarily mean happiness. It's less to maintain, less yard, less stuff to clean. What's wrong with that?
there's the part of me that is conflicting here is I don't love that we are shortcutting things like, and I get it, it's a shipping container and they're, doing whatever they do necessarily, but like, are we kind of cheapening like all that, like disposable furniture and living in shipping containers and fast fashion? We live in this like world of like not quality.
Okay, Steve, have you seen the price of homes? If I could get a home made out of shipping containers for $10,000, $60,000, I'm gonna do it. I'm sorry, but right now I'm trying to buy a house. They said a first-time home buyer average age is like 56 almost. So guess what?
Yeah,
These people are 25. Go do it. I like it.
I do, also, they seem narrow. I mean, how do I get a sofa and a table and a TV
go this way.
Stack them or double them.
Well, I think that would be a good idea. But most of the time you see these things, they're like single stacked, like, Tetris style. They never go too deep.
Kind of like an RV. I mean, they have all the little hidden counters that pull out and stuff. I'm sure that it's designed for that. I mean, is it for me? No. I would be a little claustrophobic. I mean, like a studio apartment, a friend of mine in New York, she could sit on her couch and then cook her dinner on the shelf. No.
Oh, that's efficient.
All right, your final word is coming up next. Do not miss it. Hey, before we get going, you have an event coming up, a Women's Expo. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's United We Brunch, and it's for all women-led organizations, women-owned businesses all over Dallas-Fort Worth. We're all coming together, one location, the Doubletree Hotel, and on March 15th, and we're just going to celebrate Women's History Month and shop, hear from different panelists and things like that.
Oh, that's cool. Where can people, is there a website? Do you buy tickets?
Yeah, you can buy tickets at Eventbrite, at eventbrite.com. And again, we teamed up with the Hey Chica movement, and it's going to be really big.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, and always a pleasure to see you. We're going to see you. We're going to see you again tomorrow night. That does it for Last Call. My thanks to you and my panel. Everyone's back tomorrow, in fact, but you don't have to wait until then. You can catch up on Last Call on demand on the Fox Local app for your smart device, or listen anytime, day or night. Last Call, the podcast, available on your favorite podcast platform. We're going to see you right back here next time, but first, here is your final word. Good night.
650 square feet. Oh yeah, they're nice and sturdy. I mean, I got a buddy of mine that he built a house out of 3 of them. One of them's underground and the other 2 are above ground. For 60 grand, I think I would be motivated to do that. At 60,000, buying land and everything's a really good price. That's a really good way to go. One of the first steps I might want to do is put a fence up. I would end up fencing it off and putting some cattle or something out there for a tax write-off. You know, build a pond and everything for them.
A pool, maybe.
I think maybe a pool would be nice.
Slides going down from the second to the first floor. I don't know.
Last call.
Last call. Last call.
Apartment complex collapsed and the roof blew away this morning in Irving.
So now they have temporary shelters set up in case anyone needs to go anywhere. Fox 4's Peyton May, they're live with an update on that and more. Peyton?
Yes, Lauren and Brandon, just minutes ago, Lorenzo de Zavala, the school right behind me, the middle school, they just canceled class. There was supposed to be a 10 a.m. start time because of the mess that we're seeing here, but that school is now canceled. Here is the apartment complex on the other side of Pioneer Drive right now. There are roof issues, structural issues here. Parts of the roof collapsed, parts of it blew off. We were actually talking to residents that have been walking throughout this street carrying their pets, cats, their belongings out because many of them have to evacuate. Crews here aren't sure if other areas of that apartment complex are going to collapse because, of course, those high winds really caused some damage in this area. I'll show you what the main issue, though, in this area is. Of course, it's nice and sunshiny right now, but the winds really took out these power poles, power lines in this area between Pioneer and O'Connor. There is so much destruction. We can't even count the amount of power poles that are down. It's really every other one. Power lines, of course, scattered all along the ground there. There's debris across the entire street. Trees that are down, roofs collapsed, some fences that I saw collapse. We can't get much closer to this because of safety reasons, of course, but there are crews lining the streets for blocks throughout this entire area. Again, there's going to be impacts on this all morning. Of course, I think the school thought maybe some of the cleanup would be quicker. That's why they delayed till 10 a.m. Class is now canceled now within the last 3-4 minutes. They announced that. But again, these apartment complexes, they're going to have to deal with some issues throughout, of course, the rest of the day, probably into the week. There are people evacuating right now, so we're going to go and talk to some more people and see how they're doing. Back to you.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so that school now out, and lots of people probably being impacted with the roof being out. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Peyton. All right. Thank you so much. Storm caused some significant damage at Plano West High School this morning.
Fox 4's TC Muzinga live there with a look. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, it's pretty calm right now. The sun is definitely up, but I'm going to scoot to the side so you can see just how significant the damage is from the storm that we just saw earlier this morning. So you can see it just looks like someone just took part of the roof here at Plano West and just ripped it right off. You can see the tape there to just keep everyone out of the way and safe, obviously. You can see the where the damage is on top of the roof, but then and as far as the parking lot where you can see this just the amount of tin that just came off from those strong winds and the storm that came through. So that's what we're seeing right now. We have reached out to Plano ISD to get more information on this and learn and see if there's anything that happened inside the building. As far as inside the building, I can tell you that school is in session. When we came here, we did see students come in, students and staff come into the building. So I'm assuming that school is in session. But right now, what you see right behind the Plano West is all this damage here, right here. And on top of that, too, where I'm standing, I mean, I would say I'm not too far, obviously, from the parking lot. We're just right by the road here, but right by me, you can see the debris. There's just literally debris everywhere. So this is one example of what you can expect if you were to be in this area. So again, we have reached out to Plano ISD to get more information about this significant damage here. We haven't heard anything, but as soon as we get those updates, we'll have it on air and on our website at fox4news.com. But once again, guys, lots of damage here. Not hearing any injuries so far, but again, once we get those updates, we'll bring it to you guys.
Yeah, I think I was talking to one of the staff members there, and they said they were just glad that this happened before the kids were supposed to, because I guess off season reports at 6:15 a.m.
Yeah.
So those kids would have been in that area had this rolled through, what, 15, 30 minutes later. So, whew, scary. Thanks, TC.
All right, Chip, thanks. Well, at least one person was hurt when the storm knocked over an RV in West Fort Worth.
It's a mess there. Dan Godwin live with a look. Dan?
Yeah, Lauren, this is the Crosswinds RV Park on White Settlement Road in Parker County, and behind me is one of the RVs that was knocked over when the full force of the winds arrived. There was a woman inside. She lives there. She was able to climb out of the RV and make it to what became the top. She was screaming for help during the really intense wind and the rain. One of her neighbors was able to hear her screams. Now, we spoke with him about what he experienced with this storm.
Our RV made it through. It was rocking back and forth a little bit, and then we were hearing people cry out, screams. Looked out the window, and right over here, this lady on her RV was on the side of it because hers flipped over. So I went and grabbed my ladder, and a couple of us got her off before the fire department could get here.
Colton told us the woman had what looked like minor injuries, but also appeared to perhaps be in a mild state of shock, which is certainly understandable. Another one of the residents took her to the hospital. We are trying to get an update on her condition, but apparently not too severely hurt. Right over here, another one of the RVs. Thankfully, the man who lives here was not at this location at the time. The RV completely demolished. What we're hearing is 4 of the RVs here with severe damage, but several others were knocked off their foundation by the winds, and they will, of course, have some repair issues as well to deal with. But the best news of all, it appears that we only have the one resident here with what appear to be minor injuries. Reporting live, Parker County, Dan Godwin on Good Day.
Lots of powerful winds out there causing some serious damage even at a warehouse in Louisville this morning.
Yeah, Fox Sports' Paige Ellenberger there live with a look at the damage in Louisville. Paige?
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, and really mostly clear skies here in East Louisville. A truly incredible juxtaposition here at the Benjamin Moore paint plant. You can see part of this warehouse completely tore apart. I mean, insulation just completely layering the parking lot outside. You can see the roof that's just been completely mangled, bent across different light posts. There are trees that are down. That roof too, lying on top of 18-wheelers, some work vehicles here as well, really all morning long since we've been here for about the past half an hour to 45 minutes. We've seen crews with brooms just trying to sweep away all of this insulation. And it was really interesting because driving in off of Highway 121, we saw the insulation from blocks away, which was incredible to see. We didn't know where it was coming from until we got to this location. I actually talked to a nearby business owner who came by a little bit earlier after he saw the severe thunderstorm warning. He said he just wanted to come and check on his business, and that's when he noticed watched and really heard all of the damage that was being done here at the Benjamin Moore paint plant. As of right now, there have been people that have been coming by, really watching, just trying to see what's next for these folks. I did talk to a few police officers here. They said that they aren't really allowed to give us information about any injuries, but as of right now, they said that they haven't heard anything. I will reach out to the public information officer after this live shot just to confirm really anything. But again, this all happened so early, so hopefully nobody was here during business hours. But the images are truly incredible, and they span really throughout this parking lot and the parking lots surrounding too. And just to kind of give you a glimpse of what we're dealing with, this is one of the nails that we found on the ground. Check out how large this specific nail is. You can just imagine that if this was able to be ripped out of a structure and cause all of this damage just like this, yeah, these winds were very, very strong. At this point, though, we don't really know if a tornado had gone through. We don't know if it was just strong winds that went through. Of course, the National Weather Service will have to assess any damage to determine any type of tornado activity, if there were any. Guys.
Definitely was a noisy, busy morning. Heavy rain. We had all the sirens going off, and it wasn't because of tornadoes. It was because these winds were so strong. I mean, some of them 75, 78 miles per hour. This is a look about 5:15 this morning in White Settlement. You can see how strong those winds were. I mean, our cameras were shaken. And that's like hurricane force or EF0 force winds, straight line winds. That's crazy, Evan.
Yeah, that's one of the things we said about squall lines producing lots of wind. And you mentioned the tornado. EF0 tornadoes are up to about 85 miles per hour. So these winds were the equivalent of EF0 tornadoes. They just didn't spin. Although there's a possibility we did get a couple of little brief spin-ups, which may have caused some of the enhanced damage you've seen around Irving and Louisville. Weather Service is going to have to check that out. So it's possible. I mean, these are straight line winds. I watched it go over Love Field and DFW. But if there was a little spin up in these, they could have hit EF1
status. Right now, though, everything is all about clearing out. We've got the sun taking over there. Temperatures are starting to go back up. It was chilly this morning in this colder air behind this front that came through. It was a lot colder than we expected it to be. It's 51 right now in Dallas, 54 over at Lantana. The last of the rain is headed out. Paris, you've got some rain. Canton, it's still raining. Over by Athens and Fairfield, still raining. So give it till about 10 o'clock. It should be out of our eastern counties. Now, the temperatures are starting to inch back up as the sun is coming out. I still think we're going to be able to get well into the 60s this afternoon, maybe 70. The other interesting thing is that while the winds have calmed down, they're starting to pick up again. Back to the west of us, we've got 30-mile-per-hour winds starting to crank up around Wichita Falls. This is all going to spread east and get stronger as we head into the afternoon. There could easily be, between these two fronts, as the sun is out and the winds start coming down from aloft, don't be surprised if you get 40 to 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts this afternoon. And I just spoke to my wife, and she's like, yeah, I think we get some wind damage. So, I mean, the wind definitely did a number on some of the area roofs, including ours on this one. But there's definitely cold air behind it as well. Amarillo sits at 39 degrees this morning, and we still have a couple of tornado warnings out in East Texas and Louisiana. I was talking to one of our storm chasers, Nick Busby. He said out in East Texas, there's several mobile homes that rolled in a mobile home park out towards Texarkana, and they have search and rescue efforts going on. So very strong winds this afternoon. May get a stray shower on the backside of this, especially if you live up north. That'll be around 3, 4, 5 o'clock. And then the strong northwest